Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for day 5 of the injustice of the troubling trial of Zachariah Anderson? Thank you so much for your patience. I was here already, all excited. I went and showed Lily my ugly Christmas dress and my headband, and I was ready to go. 5 o'clock, hit the button. Timed out. What? Timed out. Tried again. Timed out. Went into restream. Thought, okay, fine, I'll switch it to the studio. Wouldn't let me do it. Oh, for FFS. But I do appreciate you being here. I just have to bring up the video. I had it all queued up. I was ready to go, trust me. Now, this is interesting. There was a comment that I wanted to read once I verified my identity for the 45th time today. I wanted to read you this comment in, where would I be if I was a comment? Oh, I better make sure my microphone, okay, it is. Because that's what I did yesterday. Usually it's something I do wrong. All right, so when I had, dun dun dun. Okay, here, let me show you this. I guess I can't read it up there. Here, I'll just read it. Okay, so when I had created the event, and I'm sorry for the not consistent time on this trial, but there were so many wonderful people on. Sal was on, and Broken Baker has been on for hours on his live stream. There was some trivia, some Christmas songs, like a the brackets. That was fun. The Christmas movies was fun. Sal and Mo were doing an excited utterance. Hella, they were doing body cam or interrogation video thing. Oh my gosh. So I thought I'll just push it off maybe till early evening, and here we are. But this was interesting. So I set it up for 5. Didn't get started till 5:10. And when you go into your YouTube studio, you have to add well, maybe you don't have to do this, but I haven't figured. Doesn't matter. So I thought I'm just going to check through the comments, and the Becca Fly wrote this yesterday. Good morning. I'm choosing to watch this trial on my own before getting in on the Zach supporter side, and I don't want to interrupt your live flow. This is why I'm posting in your community section. I have a question, though, I'm hoping you or someone maybe can answer. During Rosalio's mother's testimony, there were very interesting objections made by the defense when the stepfather was mentioned. There was definitely a there, what's up with that? And then the looky eyeballs to the side. Then the awesome King La Kong Express, christened last night. I know there were issues with Rosalio's real father, and one of his cousins have gone missing. I don't remember anything about the stepfather. To which she replied, "Thank you. On cross, I was made clear he had no contact with his real father, no mention of his cousin. I will watch Crime Spies live of the direct of the mother and see if there is any relevant commentary during the objection. It seemed the stepfather was a controversial figure in the case, somehow not sure." And then they had another reply that said, "P.S. Holy G's, day 6 is off to the races. Day 6 continue. All this drug stuff coming in is bullshiz." So the Becca, I'm sorry, I should have maybe switched out my contact. The Becca Fly, I appreciate your comments. So we are here today to resume day 5. We're hour 43 minutes in, so you have several hours. But based on your comment, I changed the title to Day 5 Part 2 until we're tired, because Day 6 sounds like it's fireworks. I don't know if that is, well, I'm assuming it must be between Day 5 and 6 where Rosalio's mother testifies. This is going to be interesting. So thank you so much for that. And thank you to all the new people who subscribed yesterday. We reached the 300 milestone. I nearly fainted. And last I looked, there was like 304. Rumble's doing really good too. So thank you. I appreciate you all. And I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. So let's begin. Let me bring up and also I wanted to say we are going to continue with our Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon of the injustice, the troubling trial of Zachariah Anderson. Oh my goodness. I told Lily and Truman they're going to pop in to the chat, I believe. That's what she said. New subscriber, Sean Bird, too. Sarah Schwartzberg. You people are wonderful. I'm just so happy that you're watching this. This is so important. And like I told Lily, I said, the fact that you young kids are, growing an interest in this type of thing, the injustice, becoming, advocates for a family like Zachariah Anderson is really amazing. All right, here. Hold on. I'd like to also thank Vielhammer Media for the pause for the excellent video/audio remastering. He is in bullet point number 1 underneath. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to do. Please hold. I added, okay, so Jamie, if you're listening, I haven't had a chance to look if there's any chat yet. But Jamie, if you're listening, I'm sorry I didn't see your picture of your dogs. But I have amended my wrong. Oopsie. Oh, now, how did that happen? Sometimes I'm not sure how things like that happen in Restream. So today is day 1315 that Zachariah has been incarcerated. Please consider donating to the cause. The link is also in the description box below, and as soon as I get the chat put up, I will pin it to the top. So I just wanted to let you know I updated the pictures. This yellow Labrador is my ex-husband's dog, Frankie. Here are Sea Sweps cookies that she baked yesterday. I'm curious if there are any left because they look delicious. And I want to know what these are called. My mom used to make these, and my grandma did. They're chocolate, little bites of chocolate heaven. So here's Jamie's dogs. Look at how cute. Last night. And then again, we've got Frankie. In the background on the left, in the red, is Truman. Middle is Lily, and my son Sam is towards the wall. Frankie is actually okay, so our old Labrador, Newman, she is his great granddaughter. So she's related to our dog that had to rest in paradise, age 15. Or I think he was like a couple weeks short of 15. Oh my God, he was the best dog ever. Okay, so now let me just think one moment. Oh, I know what I have to do. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. I will give you a topic. It's the same one I always do. The chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss. Okay, so, okay, here. Nor a pea. Discuss. Oh. Hello, Chrissy and Kong Express King. Kong, if you will. Princess Chrissy. Hello, we're going to christen you Princess Chrissy. I am Queen. Oh, and I noticed yesterday that my head goes behind the little watermark thing, so I must fix it. Eris is here. Merry Christmas. Now I know it is Christmas. It is Christmas. Look at all the wonderful, beautiful things that Eris did. Girl, you spoil me. You are so kind. Baker was just talking, and Nick and Jamie. Oh, thank you, honey. Like I said, it's Christmas. I don't expect, I expect you to be with your family and those that you love. But I appreciate all of you. But and Nick and Jamie were all talking about how incredible this community is and the people that come in and we talk and discuss and bounce ideas off of people and, respectfully disagree and we all learn. Oh, look at how beautiful. All right, so let me just get us started and we'll go as long until we get tired. And okay, so let me see here. One moment. As if being late wasn't bad enough. Okay, that's better. And then let's just take this down for one moment and then add, I think this is the one I need. Dum dum dum. Dun dun dun. Okay, here. Chrissy, Kong Express. How's your Christmas been? I hope it's been full of joy and happiness. I was telling Lily earlier, it's so amazing to see what all the kids buy for each other now that they have, jobs and money and so it's just so neat. Oh, I know why these windows are so teeny is because we were looking at crime scene photos. All right, so we're just gonna change one more time and then I'm gonna hit play here. So settle in, people, and we will go for as long as we can. Oops, and we're at 142.
Anything and
142.
That cameras from the area, one picture of all of those papers and put that into Discovery, and that picture's blurry. You'll see that picture. It wasn't until the defense asked to see that documentation that we saw this receipt that proved.
I forgot to switch it to day 5. I'm like, I don't think he was wearing that yesterday. Okay, here. Make sure that you. Make sure that you
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. All of the.
Okay, this is where we were. Thank you again, Vilhammer Media. Whether you're watching now or in the future or in spirit. All right, here we go.
So the record will reflect that the bailiff is advising the attorneys of the name of one juror whom I have excused after discussion with her, and she said she wanted to go ahead, but was experiencing chills and felt that she probably did have a temperature. So I gave her the choices. If you want to remain, we'll do as we did in COVID and have you sit about 6 feet away from anybody else. And she said she thought she should go. So that was what I ordered. So let's proceed with that. I'll mention something to the other trees. And we'll proceed.
I think I'm gonna make.
Would you come down, please?
Yep.
I think I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try this idea here, I think, for the chat. So it'll just be like the bottom few comments, I think. That way the people over on Rumble will be able to see if we've got some Rumble chatters. We can add that up here. That's why I like using this OBS, is because you can kind of do what you want. Oh, now I'm in the way again. Here, I think I can do this. Also, my headband here is probably not going to stand very long because I don't like headbands. And I didn't want to do this one because I want to give you a seizure. And this one was frankly sort of annoying too, so anyway. Oh, and also for you crafters out there, while they're waiting for the jury to come in, today I'm going to be starting with this yarn. You see loops and threads. I don't think you can see. I have a different camera. It's called Loops and Threads Mix Up. And it is a bulky number 5. Recommended color fuchsia pink, rose fuchsia. Recommended 6.5 millimeter.
All right, welcome back. And as you can see,
which I can't find my 6.5, so this
go over there, or you can stay
maybe
where
it's
you
going
are,
to be interesting.
whichever you prefer.
And it's in like a pink. I'm going to start working on some Valentine stuff.
I think it was close as far as her remaining or not. And ultimately, because she was getting some chills, I did excuse her. And so there's 13 of you.
I'm so glad you're here.
You'll stay well.
No complaints on Christmas. Awesome, Law Kong Express.
We'll
King, if you will.
Proceed now with the number of 13. And let's continue with the state's case.
Officer Ben, we am now going to direct your attention to photograph 108 on Exhibit 1.
Okay, I think I'm going to shrink, since we're still on the evidence and this officer with crime scene photos. I think I'm going to make myself like really small and put myself, well, I'll do the best I can. And then as soon as we move on to a witness that doesn't have evidence, then I'll shrink it so we've got the Free Zachariah Anderson banner better. Okay,
what
here
is
we
this
go.
an overview picture of? What part of the apartment, if you know?
Oh, dang it.
So between the dinette and the kitchen, there's a cutout, so you can actually view like the kitchen from the dinette area. And this is above that cutout in the dinette area.
So this would be above that counter space?
Correct.
Let me now show you a picture 109. In relation to 108, in relation to 108, was this same area of the wall or ceiling depicted in 108?
Yes, it was.
Can we go back to 108 for just a second? Can you point out where in 108, 109 is located?
So we got bloodstains with directionality up in this area above that kitchen, this little cutout area here.
Oh, Lily
that
just
close-up
informed me
picture.
that she's going to be
Okay,
joining
so
the
now I'm going to
chat
go back to 109.
in a little bit.
So what, if anything, do you observe about these particular bloodstains?
The bloodstains you can see, again, have directionality showing they are going in this direction here, downward in this direction here.
And do you have an opinion as to what the source of those are in terms of drip, et cetera?
Yes, they're impact spatter.
Okay. Now let me show you 110. Do these show the same stains or are these different?
These are different.
Okay, so what do you see here?
The same impact spatter with stains that are elongated and have directionality to them.
These are on the same wall as that original exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd ask you to take a look at picture 111. And is that the same stains that we just saw?
Several of them are the same, and then you can also see stains actually on the wood here, and I believe this one and this one we did not see previously.
Okay. And can you tell me what the origin of those are? Are those impact stains or something else?
They are impact pattern stains.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to photograph 113.
Look at his face.
If you can tell, is that a close-up of one of the ones we just saw?
That appears to be yes.
And point out any significance of that, if there is any.
You can actually see some smaller impact pattern stains right here, both that are elongated, and same where this one's elongated and has a tail showing directionality.
Okay, show you 114. I think, again, this is a close-up of that picture of three very prominent ones we saw just a couple pictures ago.
Correct.
Anything of significance here?
No.
And then 150. Again, a close-up of the third of those. Anything new on that?
No.
Okay. Can you indicate, based on where these are located, do you have an opinion about whether they are the result of a separate blow or the same blow of any of the blows you've already talked about?
They could be from the same event that occurred on top of the dinette table and on the wall.
Okay, so the laptop area?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 116. Are these in the center of the exhibit some of the chairs around the dinette table?
Yes.
All right. Then a close-up of that chair at the dinette table, 117. Is there a jacket on that chair?
Yes.
And then are there items that are of interest to you in this? You don't have to point them out right now, but are you seeing something that is of interest to you in terms of this particular picture?
On top of the chair itself, the seat bottom, you can see.
I'm sure if he doesn't see the right thing,
with drip stains from
he
gravity.
will
Okay, so I'm gonna go to
suggest
118.
what he should be
You can just
seeing.
point out what you're speaking about if it's on that.
All these circular stains that you see on the chair surface here are drip stains, and again, they're from gravity falling straight down.
Now I'm going to show you 119. Is this an area in close proximity to that dining room table, but a little off to the side?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then a little slightly closer up, 120. On these two sort of Easter basket type items, do you find some evidence you believe to be
Oh
blood
my
evidence?
God, look at
Yes.
the little
Okay,
note.
let me
Have a
take
good
you to
day,
121.
Daddy. Is that what it said?
Is 121 one of the contents of those Easter baskets?
Yes, it is.
And where do you see any blood evidence, if you do, in this exhibit 121?
And it's all over the
You see
Easter
it on
basket
The bag here,
with Starburst wrapper.
and on top of these, just imagine the Easter egg casings.
And what type of stain are these, if you know?
So on the bag, you can see that there's smaller stains with directionality on these, which has the appearance of impact spatter, and on these, I'm not actually going to make a comment as to how they were deposited, or just the fact that that is blood that is on there.
Okay, so let's go back to the bag of 122. Is that a close-up of some of the stains on the bag?
Yes.
Okay, and you were indicating what about those then, pointing them out?
Those appear to be impact spatter because of the fact that you can see that they have, they're elongated and they have tails on there, indicating that there's multiple of them. So indicating that they're coming at from a direction.
So these are not drip stains similar to what we saw on the chair by the jacket just a second ago?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 120.
Pause. I just wanted to check something here. Where would I be if I was a... Okay, so... More. Aha. Okay, not all the time, but sometimes these videos have a transcript, and it gives you like a timestamp, and then it, goes on forever. And there's also a way to, because you know how I think It's Me Josie said yesterday that the transcripts cost so much money. If you had some copious free time, you could, I'm thinking, copy and paste this and organize it some way. Yeah. And now, granted, the closed captioning isn't always the best. Let me see if I can do just one moment. I wonder how many pages that would be. Thank you for letting me entertain my curiosity for a moment. I'm just curious. That's what I do. Analyze. Aha. Oops. Too far. Oh no. I'm just gonna hit copy. See what happens. Paste special. Unformat. That's only 3 pages. I think that's not right. Okay, well, the theory is a work in progress. All right, let's keep going.
It's my major duty.
Have you
yeah,
received
I didn't do
any
it right.
advanced certification and as part of now becoming the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
Throughout my career as an evidence technician, I've attended various schools for advanced skill set.
I want to specifically focus for a minute on bloodstain pattern analysis. Have you received advanced certification through any kind of coursework in that regard?
Yes, I have.
And when did you receive that, if you know?
In 2021.
And what was that?
It's a bloodstain pattern analysis class. It was 40 hours of advanced training in order to determine bloodstains and how bloodstains are projected on different areas or different targets.
Who was conducting that training in general?
It was Forensic Pieces is the name of the organization.
And was this a 40-hour course that was focused on law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement, and also it could be civilians that were in the field of doing evidence work.
And did you complete that 40-hour course then?
Yes.
So prior to that course, had you had experience in the field where you had come across blood stain patterns and had to think about what am I preserving, how am I going to preserve this, and also what other law enforcement decisions have to be made as a result? Is that something you've come across prior to May of 21?
Yes, many times.
And in your course, would this be a fairly common task within this evidence tech assignment that you had had previously?
Yes.
In the course of your career, so from 06 when you received evidence tech training to today's date, do you have a general estimate on how many times you have gone to a scene where there was blood and you had to make basic decisions about what to preserve, what it meant, and then what to do next as law enforcement?
Yes, it'd be a very large number. I'd say definitely in the hundreds, if not more.
Pursuant to your evidence tech duties, did you come to be assigned to come to a scene on May 19th, 2020, located at 3709 15th Street, Apartment B?
Yes.
And was that before or after you had attended this advanced certification for blood stain pattern analysis?
That was before.
Okay. After having received that advanced certification, were you asked to take a look at what had happened at the scene on May 19th, 2020, and form some opinions about what those blood stain patterns might mean?
Oops.
Yes.
Just a moment.
And
Okay.
when you offer those opinions, what, if anything, can you say about whether you had been a personal observer to the stains and the blood back on May 19th of 2020?
On May 19th, I was at the scene. I observed firsthand all the scenes, all the blood stains that were at the residence, at the scene. And then also a year later, when I went to this blood stain school, I went back and looked through the photos that I took in order to determine evaluate those stains further.
Now, in terms of any opinions you offer today, have you testified as an expert in that regard prior to today?
No.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention back to May 19th, 2020, and ask you about what time did you first come to that location?
I was off that day, and I was called in by my supervisor, and I believe it was around 1 or 2 o'clock when I got called in.
And do you know why you were called in the context of what your duties were at that time?
I was a lead evidence technician for the department.
And so when you were called in, did you arrive at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what the weather was like?
I know it had been raining out previously.
When you got there, were other law enforcement already there?
Yes.
From the outside, briefly describe what it looked like when you arrived.
When I arrived, there was crime scene tape that was already in place. There were officers and detectives and supervisors were on the scene.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1, photo number 1, and ask if you recognize what this is a picture of dating back to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay.
That is when I arrived. That's the north side of the 3709 15th Street.
And at this location, when you got there, what did you do first?
I consulted with my supervisor and the lead detectives as far as what occurred.
I believe the judge has a pointer. Judge, can we borrow your pointer?
Yes.
And he also has a handheld microphone, which I believe he will give you.
So,
Oof.
Officer, you meant
Pause. I copied and pasted just day 5. It's 68 pages. Let me just let the idea simmer for a little bit. I mean, because there's a, I don't know, it
crime scene
might be kind of handy to have this.
If you see any of that in picture number 1, could you proceed over to the exhibit and just point that out for the jury? We can't hear you, officer.
this yellow tape that you see right here, and across this way.
Okay. And officer, is that how you would expect the crime scene tape to be sort of in general utilized at a scene like this when you arrive?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat again. So when you are working as an evidence tech as opposed to the first on the scene set of officers, do you have a separate duty than the first officers who'd be on scene?
Yes, I do.
And so how does your duty distinct from theirs?
My duty would be to conduct the evidence work, so crime scene management, as far as evaluating what kind of evidence we have on the scene to determine what needs to be processed.
And that would not be the duty of the original patrol officers who arrived?
Correct.
Okay.
Let me interrupt if I might. When the witness went on the stand, I remembered him having been sworn, which he was, but
Yes.
not in this trial. It was,
Sure.
It was another hearing. And so I'm going to give you.
Didn't we go through this yesterday with the other
raise your
guy?
right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you were about to give in this matter will be the truth?
The
whole
officer
truth,
with
and nothing
the
but
black
truth? So help me God.
vest
And
on.
has all the testimony you have given thus far today been true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
First cases.
Okay. Any question about this?
Pause.
We'll make the record that we're not going to have.
This is Van Wees' first case as an expert. That course he took to be qualified as an expert was open to the public and anyone could have taken it. Okay, so this is why it would be handy to have Detective John. He's so busy, but I mean, he could tell us more about like the, requirements to be an analyst in the state of Florida. Okay, continue.
Have the state go back and read.
Pause. If Lily is watching, I don't think she's here yet. I'm going to go make one of those Nespresso. She's got one of those fancy Nespresso coffee makers, which is nicer than mine. I hope you don't mind. I'll be back. You're in my pocket. I'll put you in my pocket,
on everything
people.
that he's previously testified to. That would just be ludicrous. But I do too just want to make the record that although that was a separate hearing in so much as that the jury wasn't here, that was still after the trial had commenced. That was an afternoon after, I believe, our first day. So the defense has no issue with the state continuing, and if the officer is comfortable with the stipulation, we would stipulate that his previous testimony should have been accepted as if it was under an oath.
This morning?
Correct, this morning.
Yeah. I mean,
That's why I asked him that follow-up question.
because we had already commenced, I'm not sure any of that was absolutely necessary, but it was a good cautious approach. But
Well, I'll tell you what happened is when he came on the stand, I thought, oh, this worked him the other day. And that's pretty typical that they'll say you've already been sworn and the oath continues to apply. And then the reporter mentioned that he hadn't been sworn. And it dawned on me that insofar as in the presence of the jury, he had been, so that's explains it. And any question? Okay, so they've stipulated that it is as if he had been promptly sworn this morning. And I do also agree that it probably wouldn't make any difference because he has been sworn in the context of this case. But we lawyers want to cover everything. So, all right.
So for the record, we are also stipulating. So
Yes, and I apologize for the my error. And go ahead.
So Officer Mann, when you arrived at the scene, you consulted with detectives. Did you have an opportunity to see the front of the residence that was not, where your viewpoint was not blocked by vehicles as it is in picture 1?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 2, and ask you, is that a less obstructed view of the same location?
Yes, it is.
And if you can you point out for the jury where any entrance to apartment 1B is located on this exhibit, again, if you know.
Yes. So this door right here is the common entry door, and then this door right here is the sliding glass door, the patio door for apartment 1B.
And ultimately, did you observe the area that was essentially taped off in case anybody wanted to monitor any evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 1. I'm sorry, Exhibit 1, Picture 3, and ask you, does that, is that a viewpoint that gives you a good idea of the area that was taped off?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area around 1B's sliding door area?
Yes, it is.
Now, ultimately, did you go inside the main entrance door that we see depicted on all 3 of these pictures?
Yes.
And when you went inside that, can you describe briefly what happens when you go inside the hallway? You can sit back down, sorry.
Yes, so I walked inside the hallway, and on apartment 1B, I saw dried red fluid stains all on the door itself and around the door.
When you walk in, where is apartment 1B's door in relation to this front entrance?
When I walked in, it would be immediately to the right. There's a staircase, and then there's the apartment 1B door.
Is it on the first or the second floor?
On the first floor.
So is it the very first right? Is that 1B?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 4, and ask you, do you recognize what that is a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes, that is apartment 1B, the exterior door.
Is that the door you've spoken about already?
Yes.
Is that the stairwell you just brought up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is the vantage point of this picture, if you know?
It's just showing everything in context as far as the stairwell, the mailboxes, and the apartment 1B door.
Where's the photographer at the point? Where's the photographer standing at the point this picture is taken?
A few feet inside the main entrance door.
So this is your view when you see the main entrance door?
It's a couple feet inside, yes.
Okay. When you looked at the area around the door at apartment 1B, you immediately saw some things that caused you concern?
Yes.
And did you, when looking at those, have an opinion as to what those items were in relation to you being concerned?
Yes.
What was your opinion about what you might be seeing?
It appeared to be blood on the exterior door and door frame and the walls around the door.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Picture or Photo 5. Does this picture begin to depict the what you've identified as something that appeared to you to be blood stains?
Yes, it does.
Okay, could you approach this and simply point out for the jury the places you saw something you thought appeared to be blood?
Yes. So all of these darker stains you see on the red door, all of these stains here are, I suspected, were blood stains.
There's a number of those. Did you count them all?
I did not.
Is in this photograph, were you attempting to depict them in a broad view?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize, based on your training and experience, that type of blood stain?
Yes.
Okay. What is that type of blood stain?
Impact spatter.
And if you could, I'm going to ask that you sit back down for just a second. You're going to be doing a lot of this. I apologize. Can you explain to the jury, when you use the phrase impact spatter, what do you mean?
So impact spatter is when there's some kind of force which impacts on liquid blood. So force would hit the liquid blood and it would disperse into small blood drops and it would just scatter out onto a surface.
So what sort of object causes that sort of blood spatter?
It's either blunt force trauma or gunshots.
What is blunt force trauma? So that the
Blunt force trauma would be somebody getting struck with some kind of object like a bat or a hammer or some sort.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether those kind of impact stains that you're talking about would occur when someone is originally struck, or does the surface already have to be bloody for this impact to occur. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If a person's not bleeding, would we see this?
We
Or
would.
is it, well, hold on, or is it after someone is bleeding?
There would have to be liquid blood. So somebody would have to have blood on them in order to cause this.
And based on what you see in this area of the hallway on the door and any other area in this immediate area, can you form an opinion based on on your training and experience about how many blows would have to occur onto that bleeding surface?
My training would indicate two, at least two, I should say, a minimum of two. The first one, normally when somebody gets struck a first time, that's what causes the bleeding. And then the second time is where that blood would actually come off that person and disperse.
And are you able to tell, based on the evidence in the immediate vicinity of the outer door of 1B and in the hallway, whether this door was open or closed at the time of these initial blows that you've described so far?
Judge, I'm going to object that this goes against the prior ruling that you can't talk about sequence of events.
Well, and I think
Well, I'm not talking about sequence. I'm asking whether you can tell if somebody is outside or inside.
There's speculation involved.
It's not, and I can
I
explain
think
why.
there is.
Okay,
All right, but we'll have our first
Sure.
5-minute break of the day. Let's go in the library just for a second. Don't talk about the case, and if you need to go upstairs for a second, you can, but we'll be back with you shortly, I'm sure. Pretty sure.
Judge, the basis on which he would be able to answer the question, which was, is the door open or closed in that outer, that outer door, is because in the interior of the door jamb, which is not something that's visible inside, there is blood that's in the interior, which can only happen if a door is open. So the door opens inside. If the bleeding or the impact occurred while you were inside the apartment, the door blocks it, so the jamb is only visible in the outer hallway when the door is open because it opens in. So his basis of opinion, it has nothing to do with testing or anything, it's that if you have blood in that interior door jamb, the only way that can happen is if the bleeding, that the spatter happens in the hallway, and the door must be open enough so that that door jamb is visible. That's it. That door jamb is not visible from the interior.
My recollection of the state's question was not of that nature. It was more so of how many blows had happened prior to that happening. It was more of then a sequence and then asking I can't remember it verbatim, but then it was calling for a speculation on a series of events. I think that a proper question based on our prior ruling with Officer Van Wee would be, what other stains did you observe? I observed stains in the interior door jamb. And did you make an opinion about that? But trying to tie in all of the stains that we can see in this area and then asking for a sequence of events should not be permitted based on the court's prior ruling.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I have to start using this button. It makes a clicking sound, and I got in the habit. Becca Lynn, welcome, welcome. In the very beginning today, I read your comments. I know. Sometimes I just kind of, well, like I said, I got to use the button. But I read your comments at the very beginning today, and I actually changed the title of today to after I read the second comment that you posted about day 6, and I changed the title to day 5 part 2 until we get tired, because uh it sure sounds like day 6 is going to be something we're not going to want to miss today. Thank you so much for being here. We've had, over the last couple of days of doing this, I don't know if you've been in when Soloman, Zachariah's brother Soloman, has come in to say hello. His wife Jen, RN, has come in. We've had 3 lovely ladies from the Wrongful podcast also join us over the last couple of days. And Becca Lynn, if you haven't listened to there's 3 episodes now on Wrongful. The first case they're doing is Zachariah Anderson, and I tell you, those ladies have done just a wonderful job comprehensively putting together those. Oh, I'm so happy you're here, Becca Lynn. Oh, welcome. Yesterday, we have christened this live stream trials as the Serendipitous Christmas Kismet Marathon, because we're all here together fighting for justice. So welcome. Oh, I'm so happy. I just made a coffee. My daughter has way better coffee machine than I do. Actually, she can make coffee better than the Starbucks barista. But she's gone now, but I had to watch most of the watch job without supporters input first. I love that. Kismet Christmas. Yes, it is a Kismet Christmas. Oh, we're so happy to have you here. I was hoping you would stop in. Like I said, I read your comments, so I was like, oh, this is going to be exciting. All right, let's continue. I got to get the pause off. Pause. Okay.
And that's the exact point, or last point is the one that I was
Pause.
concerned about.
Pause again. Foul mouth. Hello. Long time no see, girl. Did you ever start your channel? Oh, for those of you who don't know, Foul Mouth, she's fantastic. Yes, I just started doing it, Foul Mouth. So, Broken Baker, last week, had Solomon Anderson on, and let's see. So I started doing Letitia Stout as my first live stream when I started the channel, and I think this trial was going on like right around the same time. No, not yet. I've had some wild RL drama. Okay, New Year's resolution. Oh my God. You people in chat, you're going to love Foul Mouth. Lynn is here too. Hello, loves. I trust everyone had a lovely Christmas Eve and Christmas. We have. And I hope you have as well. Welcome to the continuing injustice, the troubling trial of Zachariah Anderson. The Serendipitous Christmas Kismet Marathon live stream. Day 2. All right. Oh, this just warms my heart.
Did the question relate to specific areas where blood was located, or was the question specific to the door jammer?
I'm pumped you're here too.
The question that I asked that was objected to, probably because counsel is anticipating I ask a sequence question, but I had not done that.
Pause. So, what did we do? So the testimony started yesterday. No. Yesterday was most of the testimony, I think. Oh my gosh, it's just been a blur. these past few days. A blur of Christmas miracles, really.
My question was, is the essentially the question is, can you tell whether the whether these blows that you've talked about so far occurred with the door open or closed in the hallway?
Right.
Okay, because he can do that definitively because of the door jam evidence. He can't say what order things happen in. Hallway.
I beg pardon?
He can't say what order things happen in. He can only say, as to these stains I see out in the hall, the door had to be open.
But there are an array of stains, some of which are in the door jamb, and that is apparently the focus of your question.
Right.
But there is additional material that appears to be blood on the outside of the door, which could have occurred prior to the opening of the door, or if the door had been shut sometime in the.
But they had to occur in the hallway.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I think you need to reformulate your question as to what exact blood you're talking about.
Yeah, I tried to, but I will do it again.
Well, maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
But all right.
Pause one moment. For those of you who are new to Crime Spies, we're starting to figure out what Gravely's tells are. One of his tells is, well, for starters, he's a jackass, number one. Number two, as soon as the defense team starts down a line of questioning and starts hovering over the target of one of the thousands of holes in this case, he starts objecting and, like a child, continues on and on and on until he gets his way, like a tantrum. Flapping his arm like a chicken trying to fly. He scratches his ear. I heard about the water bottle temper tantrums, and now I have seen a little bit of that. Melding the answers along with his witness. I did notice yesterday it seemed like he was, it just looked like it was rehearsed. This is just so unbelievable. And Soloman yesterday, C-Swapped was in here yesterday, sent Soloman a message from the Crime Spies marathon yesterday, asking him to tell Zachariah he's in our thoughts and prayers. And Soloman said he would do that. And then he came in right before the stroke of midnight to wish us all a Merry Christmas. So if you missed that yesterday, we've got support from this family, which is just also absolutely amazing. Okay, continue.
I meant to, so I will certainly do it again.
I'm so glad I finally took the time to watch something about it. I feel like a heel for not jumping on the bandwagon earlier. I actually, after Baker's, like that's all I've been able to think about for the last couple of days. He looks like he's sitting on a big giant door. Or doorway. And I've said 100 times now, oops, here we go, hold on. Oh, wait, I gotta switch to studio mode a second.
I hate her face.
Okay. Just a reminder for those of you, today is day 1,315 that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. 3 years, 7 months, and change. This is the fourth Christmas away from his children.
To tweak it a little bit, so go ahead.
Officer Van Wee, what, if any, evidence did you see of blood stain patterns that would lead you to conclude that the door was opened when a impact occurred in the hallway?
I'm going to object to speculation that the stain that we see in the door jamb was caused by being in the hallway.
It cannot occur from inside.
Pause. Oh, so RA is Recovery Addicts stream of this when it was live. This is the judge that got caught allegedly watching Recovery Addicts. And then, yes, we heard his stream in the background of the courtroom during the trial. I think RA has a clip of it on his YouTube oh my gosh. We might have to, I don't know who that is. I think I might have heard of them. That would be interesting to watch.
You know what? That's argumentative. It really is. When we talked about argumentative,
it is an opinion that he can express based on his training and experience about where it's located.
I don't think it's really an expert question at all, frankly. It's a common experience of mankind and humanity. And that's why it's actually argumentative. Why don't you give it another?
Merry Christmas, Christine. Welcome back. Nice to see you.
Officer Van Wee, as to the door at apartment 1B, does it open outward into the hallway or inward into the apartment?
Inward into the apartment.
And based on your observation, what, if anything, can you tell us about when the door is opened, whether the interior door jamb of that door is visible or not visible from the hallway?
If the door opens up, the door jamb it's visible from the hallway and then from the threshold of in between the apartment or right just inside the apartment door.
Pause. Recovery Addict believes in the verdict of this trial. This judge is totally spooked by the Court of Appeals ever since the Jensen trial. Becca Lynn, do you know who Salvador Dali Talks is? He does a Saturday weekly live stream. He has purchased Mark Jensen's diary, and let's just say it's really interesting. Oh, you do know, oh my gosh, Salvador is fantastic.
And if you are inside the apartment, is the door jamb visible at all?
The further you go into the apartment, then the less you would be able to see that door jamb.
And was there blood? Was there any blood that you noticed on the interior door jamb?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say?
Lynn, were you the one that told me that the judges or the prison guards were like making all kinds of racket so that Zach couldn't sleep? Was that you that said that? I mentioned it yesterday, and I couldn't remember who it was. Zach was so exhausted from lack of sleep, his back was giving him agony, and he was wearing an electronic voltage anklet digging into his skin. Why would he have an electronic voltage anklet when he's in the prison? One of our group told you that. Oh, God, you guys are so amazing. And this is another thing. Like, even though some of you have watched the trial before and been involved with this Free Zachariah Anderson movement, like all these little nuggets of information that you're sharing is so important to hear and share in case he decides to bolt when he's in the courtroom. Oh, so he doesn't. That's insanity. Is that normal? Yes, it has. It's been said by Soloman that the guards were doing everything they could to interrupt his sleep and keep him up. courtroom. How is that not like a human rights violation? I'm just wondering.
Based on your training and experience about whether blood could be located on that, or where a person who experienced an incident where their blood, where there was an impact blood stain, would they, where would they have to be located for their blood to end up on the interior door jamb?
There would be somewhere, as long as that door, when the door's open, as long as the end of that door doesn't block that blood from getting to that door jamb. So from outside or directly inside of that door space, or a little bit inside the apartment.
Okay, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, photograph 6. Is this a close-up and another view of some of the same stains?
Correct.
Anything of significance here in terms of your observations?
Just that its impact's better.
And this is just another view of that same impact spatter?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, photograph 7. Is this a little further up on the door?
Correct.
And what, if any, significance is there of this?
It also shows the impact spatter.
Okay, so when you say impact spatter, are you referring to an opinion that would be blood?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's a number of dark sort of spots on this and the other photographs. What, if anything, can you say about whether those spots are what you're referring to in terms of blood spatter?
The darker, small circular stains on the door are what I'm referring to.
Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 8 from Exhibit 1. Is this now almost to the very top of the door, so even a higher view?
Correct.
Okay, and what does this show of any significance?
The same, that it's the impact spatter stain.
So that proceeded up to the very top of the door?
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as exhibit or photo 9 of Exhibit 1. Any new significance to this, or is it just a further view of the same blood spatter?
Further view is showing it going a little bit more to the side of the door.
Okay. Now Exhibit 1, photograph 10.
And same thing, just the impact's better.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Exhibit 1, photograph 14, and ask you if that, what that's a picture of.
That's the exterior doorknob of apartment 1B.
And is that all it's meant to depict?
And you can also see the impact spatter above and below the doorknob and the lock.
Can you point that out to us?
Yes. You can see the small circular stains that are all over in here, and even below the lock and in this area.
Right, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15, or photograph 15 of Exhibit 1. Is that a vantage point you recognize as well?
Correct. It's another photo of the impact spatter on the exterior door.
Okay, can you point out to the jury on this picture where those impact spatters are that you're speaking of?
Yes. Same, we're looking at the darker, small circular stains that are on the exterior of the door. So you can see them going all the way up in all these little darker spots that you see.
So, officer, about center of that, near the bottom third, there appears to be a sort of a wavy line there. Is that something of significance? Yep.
Talk about this? I do not believe so. I'd have to look at it from a different angle.
You're not attaching any significance to that?
I am not.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's Exhibit 1, photo 19. And what area does this depict, if you know?
Sure. That is on the west side of the door. and stains that are both, you can see both on the wall here, and then you can see stains coming on the wall on this side here.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 21. Ask if this is a more, is that the same area?
Yes, it is.
The photograph captures it a little better.
Correct.
Okay, so one more time, describe what you're seeing here.
Again, I'm seeing stains that are both on the wall here. This wall right here would be the same as far as like the way it's facing, same way as the door. So it's facing to the east. So this wall is the east wall, and then the door is facing east, and then this side right here is to the north. So you have a north and then the east side, which both displays blood.
And the door opens in?
Correct.
So an open door would not block this area at all in terms of any blood spatter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it appears that these have like a tail, or they have some movement to them. Is there anything different about the characteristics of these than the dots that we were seeing on the door
We already went
earlier?
through the tails
Yes,
and
so-
stuff yesterday.
Tails, when you have stains like this, the tails that you see
Oh my
here,
God,
we're
did
gonna
I
call all these lines that come off.
Did I
are
accidentally
the
go too far back?
Bloodstain tail?
Anything new on that?
No.
Pause. I'm sorry. I'm like, we just went through this yesterday. Okay, so for those of you who are joining Crime Spies right now, I apologize. I went to go make a coffee, and somehow during one of my pauses, I accidentally rewinded. So
Can you indicate, based
We
on
were
where
here,
these are located, do you have
and
an
then we
opinion
went through
about
that,
what on the
and then there was a
floor
break.
that appears to be impact blood?
FFS, what have
No.
I done?
Okay. So this all appears to be drip blood.
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to 138.
Okay, remind me if
That's
we
a
saw this
close-up
already.
of part of the area we
I think
just
we
saw
did.
in 137.
Correct.
Anything specific
I
of
do
note here
that?
that you didn't just point out?
No.
139. Again, a close-up of the area that was in 137.
Correct.
Other than showing a close-up of the drops that you just mentioned, anything else of note in this picture?
No.
Based on the drops that we can see, for instance, in something like this, are you able to in any way calculate what height someone was when, or the object was that was bleeding, or is that impossible to tell from these type of pictures or these type of observations? You were there personally, so.
There would have to be experiments done for, plus this is carpet, so it's going to react different to other surfaces, but you would have to do experiments to see with that same material and then do blood drops from different levels.
Was there anything else of note to you in the area where the blood was, in the living room area, in the general area by where the air?
Okay, everyone. Eris, who is a wizard and fantastic. Steve Gosney's interview with Tiffany Roy regarding DNA evidence and forensics. I'm going to copy and paste that and hopefully remember to put it in the description box. Also, so yesterday we were watching day 4 with the DNA quote-unquote expert, the finger lady, I forget her name now. And on the Zachariah Anderson website, which is in the description box underneath, there is, I'll have to find it again, but there is a letter that someone wrote to the state of Wisconsin regarding her testimony and like ripping her testimony to shreds. There are so many wonderful people involved in this travesty of justice.
Area rug is missing or void.
I'm I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, anything else of note or that you noticed
were already
regarding
here.
blood on the carpet in this area of the house?
There appeared to be a footwear impression in the blood that was pooled in the living room.
And are you aware one way or another whether that was one of the first patrol officers on the scene?
I am not.
Okay. And that's not something you ever try to determine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to photograph 150. Where are we now in the apartment 1B if we are?
I think we already saw this.
So in relation to that couch that we've seen a couple times, where is this?
This is across, so this is on the west side of the apartment, so the couch is straight across to the east.
So somebody would set their couch up so they could watch the TV that's on the other wall.
Correct.
And is this piece of furnishing have a lot of shelves with a lot of knickknacks on it?
Yes, it does.
When you see that there's a television on the wall,
Yes.
are you able to indicate whether that television was on or off when you entered the dwelling?
It was just like you see it.
Okay. Did you survey this shelving with all these items to see if what, if any, evidence you might find on this area?
Yes, there was just a little bit of tiny bit of blood that was located on a few of the objects in here, but that's about it.
Okay, so let me show you photo 154. Was 154? Does it have a picture of one of the items you saw that had evidence? Okay, and what item? There's a number of items there. Which of the items on there had some blood evidence?
This with the 3 carbon.
Okay, and if I show you now picture 155, is that a close-up of the evidence you were able to observe?
Correct, just a small amount of what's suspected blood.
And what if any pattern did that have?
Pause. So Eris's, okay, it's the same name. Eris's link, the Steve Gosney interview, is the same woman on the letter. So I just posted the link to the Free Zachariah Anderson website under the Unseen Evidence tab. And it is, here, I'll just briefly read you the description of it. October 3rd, 2023, forensics DNA expert Tiffany Roy filed a formal complaint with the Wisconsin Department of Justice in regard to the testimony provided by Lisa Treffinger. During the trial, state alleged that Rosalio Gutierrez's blood was found in the back of Zach's van. In fact, the information was released to the media by the prosecution office years before the trial in order to make Zach seem like the guilty party to the local community and anyone reading the news about the case. However, in Lisa Treffinger's testimony, she states the only blood found in Zach's van was item A1, which was one pinhead-sized speck of reddish-brown substance. The crime lab collected a swab from the stain, and Treffinger stated the DNA matched Rosalio Gutierrez. However, she confirmed no testing was completed to identify the substance of the swab because it was too minuscule to run both DNA testing and presumptive blood testing. However, the district attorney asked for Lisa Treffinger's opinion, and she stated her opinion is that the stain was blood based on the appearance and the fact it provided a robust DNA profile, which wouldn't be seen with skin cells. As you will see in Tiffany Roy's complaint, Lisa Treffinger's statements of opinion and other assertions of fact is unfounded, baseless, and at times scientifically untrue. The claims that Rosalio's blood was found in Zach's van are completely unsubstantiated and don't match the other evidence asserted in the case. All other presumptive blood tests of the van were negative, including several other reddish-brown substance stains, which tested both negative for blood and for Rosalio's DNA. And I think it's 6 pages long here. So please take a gander at that. I have not read it because by the time I went to bed last night, I was so tired. But I got to add that to the list. Actually, it would be interesting. Let me just ponder. Okay, hopefully I don't screw up the thing here again.
There's no pattern in the journal.
Okay. So I want to talk about the wall.
How's your doggy blanket going?
That the couch is on, so the opposite side wall. First of all, can I show you picture 156? Is that the wall that the couch is on, opposite the TV that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
That's in the living room.
Yes.
Now let me show you 157.
I hate her face.
Is 157 a close-up from that wall area?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to go back to 156. About where on 156 is 157?
Not positive of that. Looking from, I'm not going to be able to information.
Okay, you know it's on that wall.
Correct.
Okay, so now let me show you 158. Is that also a picture from that same wall?
Can we move back again?
Yeah, to 157?
Right.
Okay.
It appears to be from
Okay.
that wall. Just like, again, I can't make a determination to the exact area in the wall.
Okay. And then let me show you a picture of 160. Is that also from the same wall?
It appears to be, yes.
Are the droplets you've seen on the wall across from the couch, or a wall along the couch of the living room, are those, do you have an opinion as to what the source of those drops are, or those stains?
This one is projected and it has, again, has directionality to it. We could look at them as a whole. I could make a better determination, but that one appears to be part of an impact pattern stain.
Okay, so what about 158?
Same thing.
Okay, impact stains?
Yes.
Okay, and then 157 is where we started with these?
And same.
Okay, so if you can tell me, and this is only if you can, is this a different blow than the other blows we've seen or not?
In the totality of circumstances is to the location of these and the door, which is to the west of it. I would not be able to make a determination if those are different from the same stains that are on the door.
So they theoretically could be stains that are a little bit of a distance, but are from the same blow as the door area.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you what's been, picture 161. Is this the ceiling area, again, of that same area right under the, or right where the couch is under us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then if we take a close-up then, that is 162. Is this from that same ceiling?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what, if anything, can you see there that is of interest to you?
The stains on the ceiling they have similar characteristics as what we'd say is cast-off pattern.
Okay. And so then I'm going to go to a close-up at 165. Does that allow you a little more chance to see it close up?
That's an individual stain from within that pattern that appears to be cast off pattern.
And then I'll show you 166. Does this have staining that you can see?
Yes, it does.
Can you show us where?
Sure. So all the circular stains that you see are on the ceiling. All these things.
Okay, let me show you 167. Is 167 a close-up that gives you a chance to see those better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, do you see any, what can you make of this, of any of the marks that we see in this picture?
And generally with cast-off stains, there'll be liquid blood that's coming off of an object that's going up in the air and hitting the surface. And for the most part, what happens is when you see circular stains like this, it's, if you think about the angle that object is going up, it's going to be circular almost straight above in that area. And then if it continues on, you're going to see directionality on the ceiling down that way.
Do you know where on the ceiling these were located?
These were pretty much in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And based on their location and the pattern or the number of these or their shape, any other characteristics, are you able to say whether these are a different blow than the blows that we've spoken about thus far?
I'm going to object. It mischaracterizes the witness's testimony. This is cast off. This is not impact stains.
Okay, apologize. Yeah, I'll correct my question. Yeah. Based on what sort of things would cause, what are the origins of things like cast off that might cause these to be located where they are?
The liquid blood that's like coming off of an object. So it could be, the object could be a bat, or it could be a hammer, it could be a knife. And again, the blood, when somebody strikes something and raises their hand back up, that liquid blood is flowing off that object and onto the ceiling.
And based on this location, does it provide you any ability to say whether that location of cast off identifies any different area where someone is utilizing an item that's cast off?
No.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as 170. And do you know where that is in the room?
Those are the same stains. It's in the living room. That's the ceiling, and these are the same stains we observed earlier. You're just seeing that we put some scales on them.
All right. And are these essentially are these above the couch or more where the area rug is missing?
It's more in the center part of the living room. The couch is over here on this wall, and then the patio door, the north side, is over here on this side.
Let me show you what's been marked as picture 175. Where is that?
Hi, Mimsy.
That's on the ceiling, so that's
Welcome
some of the
back.
circular stains you can see on the ceiling.
And so what are those?
Again, it has the appearance of cast-off lead.
Somebody reboot the judge. You guys are amazing.
And did you try to do to scale a number of those cast-off patterns?
All
We
messages,
use,
yes.
The sticker scales and just for labeling. So
Thanks for
Officer
the
Wyman
reminder.
actually labeled these. Imagine there's a letter right there, and just that.
You guys are so funny.
So is it, let me show you what's been marked as picture 181. Is that an example of a scale sticker with a mark on it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that was Officer Widener who did those?
Correct.
Thank you.
I'll
Let me turn
make
your
the chat
attention
bigger as
to
soon as we get
another,
through the evidence
area depicted in 182.
and get back to our free Zachariah
Do you know where
background.
this is located in this apartment, if it is?
Yes, I do.
Where's this?
So this is in front of the patio doors, and then on the west side of the couch.
And is this a table that we see in the middle there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I mean, you don't know this house, does it appear items had been knocked off or disturbed there, or does it appear that they are placed there in a fairly normal fashion?
Okay, didn't the defense ask a similar question yesterday to somebody?
Okay.
And gravely
was this area
objected?
one that caused you at least some concern?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so let me show you a slight
Kayla is
close-up
here.
183.
Hi, Kayla. I
Does
was
this
singing
give
your
you a chance to
praises
see some
earlier.
of what you are looking for?
Yes.
All right,
Pause.
now let me show you 184.
So, for those of you who are joining us new today, one of the absolutely fantastic ladies that has put together the Wrongful podcast, Kayla, is in the chat. Ma'am, you are a saint. Clear cache and cookies. Okay, continue. Oh, I'm so humbled and honored. Kayla. I gotta take this headband off and find my hat. Merry Christmas, Kayla, and everyone.
Is this a close-up of some of that area of focus?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out for the jury on this close-up where on 184 you see things that are of note?
So all these little red circular stains that you see on this table here, they are a little smaller than what we've seen so far on like the door and other places. Usually that's indicative to one or two things, either like a gunshot or something that's expiring.
Don't you know?
Small stains like that. There's no evidence of any kind of gunshot that went on in this apartment, so it's some kind of impact spatter, or it could be some expirations, either nose or mouth.
And what do we call that type of that kind of differing pattern?
A mist pattern, or a like a higher velocity impact spatter.
Okay, are there also impact stains on this, or are all of what we see here that separate thing you've just talked about?
So I can't make a determination if these are actually impact pattern on this table, because I said that the appearance of these are smaller than what we noted on the other doors. So I can't form an opinion as to actually if this was actually impact spatter or if this was like expiration or something different.
So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Is this essentially the far end of the same table?
Yes, it is.
And does this have anything different or anything additional to note?
Same.
Same type of spray or okay.
Yes.
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at 186. Does this partially depict a wall that is behind that table?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and if I go to
I think, oh wait.
188.
Pause. So at the top of the chat window, I'm guilty of forgetting to do this too. There is a drop-down menu, and you know, it would be kind of handy, YouTube, if you would have it be all chat and then, you know, go to top chat. So there's two choices. Live chat, all messages are visible. Top chat, some messages, such as potential spam, may not be visible. Okay, so, and I don't know if there's a way in your profile if you can, you know, like toggle a switch and say default to live chat instead of top chat. Yeah, sometimes I remember, but most times I forget. It automatically defaults to top. I don't know if that can be fixed, which is super dumb. Okay, let's continue.
Is this a close-up of that wall?
It's still the table.
I'm sorry, that's the table. I apologize. My fault.
Yeah, see, isn't that annoying that if you don't switch it, who knows who's back there talking and you can't see them? It is ass backwards, yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to 191. Where are we seeing now?
Sir, maybe you might need to see an
Yeah, this is
ophthalmologist because he keeps squinting.
Is the table
Can
we
you
just
see me
saw
now? Yes, we
depicted in
can.
this picture?
Yes, it is.
Can you point that out?
There's the table.
Okay. And the door there, does it have any kind of curtains or anything that is depicted in this picture?
vertical blinds.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 192. As to 192, are those same vertical blinds?
Yes, they are.
And then I'll show you 193. On 193, do you see anything that you felt was of note?
Yes.
Can you point out where and tell us what it is?
The stains that you see on the vertical.
Pause. Okay, so for those of you who are in the chat that are responsible for that awesome wrongful podcast, I actually was listening to episode 3 again last night before I went to sleep. And one thing I thought was interesting is when you describe Sadie, she first goes up to the sliding door, notices it's open, shouts his name, from what I remember, shouts his name, but doesn't go in, and then she goes into the hallway and knocks on the door. Like, why wouldn't you just go in the slider? Why do you go into the hallway and knock on a locked door when you already know the freaking slider's open? That was weird. It just popped in my head. Sometimes these things take a little while to, fully form. Can someone remind me, was there blood from the victim in the house? Like pools or just... No, there's a lot of it, in my opinion. It's all over the dining room. It's on laptops and chairs and walls and floors. She testified to seeing the door open, but the screen door was closed, so why not just go in that way? Well, and if the screen door is closed and you really needed to get inside, it doesn't take much to pop out a screen. You know what I'm saying?
Vertical blinds are also going to be by the air conditioner over there.
Pause. How did she not see the blood on the floor by the couch? Exactly. There was a picture I thought we saw yesterday, which must have been the beginning of this day 5, which is taken from what I remember, from the perspective from the angle of the sliding door. And there was, it's clearly right there on the floor. Yet she goes to the, main door entrance, which is locked, and knocks. Not once, it sounds like she knocks several times. Especially if you got to listen to that wrongful podcast. It is so well done. The amount of information, the way it's organized, and the amount of information that they talk through. I was thinking that last night. I'm like, you can explain in a 54-minute episode what would take days and days and days of this guy trying to explain, for example. And it's so comprehensive. It's so good. So good.
You can see again that they are elongated. They have some back tails. They have directionality. You can see that are going, line them up and going up to a certain area. Convergence up here. So these have the appearance of impact spatter.
And these are in fairly close proximity, or they are right at the window of the sliding doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you then picture 196. Is this even closer up in the area on those blinds?
Look at that, Eris. She's already tagged the first episode for
showing
those
the
of
same
you.
characteristics you just talked about.
Correct.
So
Are there a
it's
number
so
of
good.
areas on these blinds where you see these?
I'll stop talking, but are there like awards for like podcasts, like best new podcast in the true crime category? You know how like Ian Runkle goes to like he gets nominated for like the Gundies awards and whatnot, or like CrimeCon? Does CrimeCon have like some type of voting for best new podcast in the true crime world? I'm just wondering, because y'all should win. So good.
These distinct type of impact pattern?
Yes.
Do they vary in height, high and low?
So there's, on the blinds itself, I'd have to see another picture. I know that there's a table below that also displayed pattern, impact pattern, spatter pattern that's similar, and it could have came from the same source.
Let me show you what's been marked as photo 202. Is this the air conditioning unit you mentioned in a prior, looking at a prior picture?
Correct.
And if I take you then to 203, does that show some impact or some stains or something of note?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you point out where?
Stains.
Okay, let me show you now 204. Is that a close-up of some of those same items you just pointed out?
Yes, it is.
Okay, point them out one more time on this one, 204. What can you say about the characteristics of those?
That they have similarities to impact pattern stains, and same thing where they're elongated and they're going in a downward direction.
Okay, as to the blinds and the air conditioning wall or area there, is it your opinion that those could be the same blow?
Another thing I had tried to stick in my brain before I fell asleep was in the Wrongful podcast. I don't remember if it was day 3, episode 3, where they have a clip of Sadie's testimony where she describes that she thought maybe it was soy sauce. If you looked at the pictures of the door from the beginning of this day 5, which was the end of yesterday's live stream, there's no friggin' way that you could mistake that for soy sauce. The little tails, that started to, what do they call that? Coagulate. The blood was like coagulating. That doesn't happen with soy sauce. I mean, that didn't make any sense.
As the wall over at the dinette.
I don't object to leading.
Okay.
I've put my
What, if
iPad in the
anything, can you
freezer when
say
it
about
overheats
whether
outside in the
this
summer.
is a
Not my
different
wallet.
area of impact, where a different blow than the blows you have talked about previously?
Did they check
So,
the air conditioner for our
The stains
phone?
that you observe on the
Isn't that where
blinds and on
Dexter hid
the,
some stuff?
wall by the air conditioner here.
The air
are
conditioner?
purely
like behind the
a different
panel?
impact patterns than previously mentioned ones.
And how do you know that?
Because the surface and the angle that
You're
these
so
stains are, the stains are all.
Pixie's
this
in
is the
here.
north wall.
Hi, Pixie.
So you have stains on, the inside of the door,
Merry
the outside of the
post
door,
Christmas
the wall
for
by the
you.
dinette table. So when an object hits liquid blood, those stains are going to go in the direction,
Guys are
same
so
direction
awesome.
as where that stroke caused. So far as we went around this apartment, we haven't seen any stains on this wall or anything going in that direction. So these stains would have came from a different impact than the other ones.
All right, I'm going to focus a little bit on the couch. Can I have you take a look at 205? You recognize what those are in the context of this case?
Several different things going on here. So continuation from the impact spatter we were talking about earlier on the blind here, you can see also on this table below here. And also you can see on this pillow. So those small little circular dots you can see on the pillow are also from impact spatter. And as you move along to the cushion, then you have more saturation, drips things going on over here.
In my opinion, doesn't that look like spilled? Well, maybe it does look like blood. That doesn't look red to me. That looks more like spilled. Well, I don't know. I don't think the quality of these photos are that great.
These things are not from impact spatter.
Or my monitor.
Officer Van Weed, so let me show you 206. You've just testified that you saw on the pillows a number of impact patterns, is that correct?
That is correct.
Just briefly point out where those are located on 206.
Okay, I can't get any
All these
better
are
than
those
that.
circular stains that you see.
Okay, now I'm going to show you 207. You just testified to circular stains on there as well. Do you see those on 207?
Yes, I do.
Okay, point them out, please, briefly. Now, in the original picture of the couch with the pillows, you said there was a table or something behind. Let me show you 210. Do you recall these items behind the couch but over towards the blinds?
Yes.
And do you see something of interest in this area?
Yes, so on the paperwork on top of this table, you can see the blood stains, the circular blood stains on this table here.
And what is your conclusion about what those blood stains are?
That those are from impact spatter.
Now, above the wall at that location, did you also observe things that appear to be stains to you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 215.
Stray is in here. Hi.
Is this a picture of that
Merry
location?
Christmas
Yes.
to you.
And what do you see here?
You people are so
Those
wonderful.
yeah, stains are elongated with tails, which would indicate that it's impact spatter coming on the wall.
I'm just going to show you an overview of the area we just looked at. If you could take a look at picture 217.
Almost.
To your
Yesterday
knowledge,
there was a picture of the
217, Is this how
door,
it looked when you were
and
looking
there's
through
like
the
a
scene?
big, huge
Yes.
flash mark on it. Like you'd think their
Now I'm going to show you
photography
what's been marked as
skills
218.
would be
Do we see something that looks like blood
better.
evidence in 218?
Yes.
Can you point out where it's located?
I don't know.
So
I
on
don't know.
both
To me,
sides of
that
the
looks
couch,
like
the upright pillow.
like a
see,
liquid spill.
Saturation stains in the pillow itself. There's actually, and then you see
I
the
don't
drip
know.
stains are on the lower cushion of the couch here. There's a
I mean, I'm
distinct
assuming they tested it
pattern
in its
almost,
blood,
which
and I'm
could
just
either
dumb.
be interpreted as a couple different ways. I'm calling it for now just like a passive blood stain with saturation, which has some flow.
Okay, so an object is there for long enough to bleed on it in that location?
Correct.
Okay. This is not an impact stain, what you see there?
This is passive.
Okay.
Well, I should take that back. So this, again, I'm reserving comment as to exactly what my opinions are of the stain, but there could be a couple different cause of pattern.
Well, what are the variety of causes of things? You're saying you don't have an opinion, but what are the ways one could get this stain?
One would be from an arterial spurt. So if somebody's
Was behind the couch? Is
on
that a
major
sleeping
artery
bag and
to where that artery is actually dispersing blood out of them.
is that a sleeping
goes
bag?
on
The
with their
missing
heart.
rug?
So
Oh, wait, I
Yeah.
couldn't quite hear you. If
if
someone is
somebody's cut on a
You know
major
what, I should-
artery,
cut is the word? If someone is
if
cut,
they have a cut or injury that is exposing a major artery where blood is actually spurting out from their body, then that blood is actually gonna do a pattern almost like a V, and that V is indicative to the heartbeat. So like if you think your major artery is going like when your heart pumps, then blood is gonna go up, and when your heart goes back, the beat goes down, the blood's gonna go down. So you almost have like a little bit of what you can see there, but I'm not making that determination as to that stain actually being.
And your Princess Warrior, Stray.
from an
Princess
artery. I'm
Warrior.
just noting that there are similarities in that stain.
okay. Other than being stabbed in an artery, how else could you
I'm
get?
gonna object, it mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
He said cut in an artery.
I,
Say stab.
question what you just heard?
Correct.
I thought you said struck, to be honest with you.
I said cut.
You said stab.
I'm sorry, I said,
stab.
I apologize. I said stab.
You said what?
Stabbed. Because he said cut, so I said stab.
Okay, why don't you start over?
Sure. Other than someone being cut in a major artery, what would be another way that they could have a stain like that? I know you're not forming an opinion, but what's another possible way?
Saturation, just Passively, that blood is falling off of somebody that is in this area. It's either dripping off or there's contact made where it's actually saturating and then just flowing and dripping down. These are different, where these are actually just passive drips that are falling naturally.
Oh,
Now I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 220. What is that item that's on the couch?
It's like a money clip or a wallet.
I
Was
almost
that
missed
there
my cue.
when you came into the residence?
Yes, it was.
And if you can you offer an opinion on whether that was located at that location when the blood was deposited on this couch?
So when we moved this this wallet, there's blood stains, as you see. These drip stains all over the couch.
See what you've been missing out on, foul mouth, the last couple days.
This wallet was placed there after those stains were deposited.
Okay, if you thought that was good.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 221.
We've got this one too.
Does this depict anything different of significance other than what you've already talked about?
Just placard photo of that same money clip.
Where are his keys? He just got home. Huh.
Let me now show you picture 223. Anything of significance in this picture?
Just the same thing, just showing the walls and within that blood.
I got a better one. Well, I got a different one, I should say.
Officer, were you able to observe other pieces of wood in the couch area?
Oops. Damn it, I grabbed it wrong.
Yes, we were.
Okay, where were those located, if you know, in general?
I remember right on the upright portion.
Okay.
I heard Zach has maintained his sense of humor, so hopefully hopefully he finds humor, or he's not going to be upset if he hears about our poop emoji we put over gravely.
Let me turn your attention back to picture 219. If you focus in on 219, can you see any piece of wood in that exhibit?
Oh, that is red. You know what it looks like behind the couch is a tire. Where are his shoes? Lakong Express? You said that yesterday. There was no shoes found. King Lakong Express
in the
said
area over by the blinds,
there were no shoes
and
found in the
couch,
whole apartment.
How many blows do you see based on the evidence you analyzed?
Minimum of one.
Okay. So I want to be sure I have this right in summary. 2 of them in the hallway area, minimum.
Right.
1 at the inner door, in the interior of the apartment.
Right.
1 in the area by the table by the entrance.
That's correct.
1 by the dinette wall where the dinette is.
Yes.
And 1 by the blinds that are close to the sliding doors.
That's correct.
So you've so far talked about a minimum of 6 blows, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there...
Pause. Becca Lynn. She just started day 9 and Sadie just took the stand. We're on day 5. Okay, so this is like getting a book that you know is really interesting and you really want to see how it ends, and you force yourself to read every page one at a time. Ugh.
Any other locations in this residence,
Total
in any
attention.
place where you feel that there are that it appears to you that there is impact blood that might be an additional blow?
No.
What happens on episode 12 or day 12?
when you observed this location, were the sliding
Well-
doors locked or unlocked at your time in terms of access?
They were unlocked
And where do the sliding doors head to then?
to the north side where the parking lot is.
And when you come out of this particular apartment, what do you come out to? Are you immediately in grass? Are you on a road? Where?
There's a small like cement patio right outside.
And then what's next?
And grass.
And then what's next?
And the parking lot.
And what would be your estimate at the distance from those sliding doors to the closest parking spaces?
Say about 10, 12 feet.
And would you, as an evidence tech, can you offer an opinion or tell us in terms of your observations about I think you called it a patio that you come to when you leave out the sliding door? Is that sheltered from the rain, or is it exposed to the rain based on what you recall?
Exposed.
And then the grassy area that you spoke about, is that sheltered from the rain or exposed to the rain based on what you recall?
Exposed.
And then when you get off the grass, you're essentially by where a car could park, is that right?
Correct.
Is there a sidewalk? When you get to the end of the grass, is there a small sidewalk?
There's not.
Oh, okay. In any case, would the parking lot area, whatever comes next, be impacted by rain as well? It's not sheltered.
Yes.
What kind of stupid ass question is that? It's a parking lot. Unless there's a tree.
Judge, I'm done with this particular area. There's a couple more areas for him to cover, so I think this is probably a logical moment to break.
Okay.
No.
All right, let's take.
Who's
one
running
more
this
vote.
courtroom?
I'll ask that you adjourn at
That's what I want to
1:48.
know.
Please don't talk about the case during the break. Rewatch the list when you're on the crowd.
The rain washed away all the evidence. How much do we know? Thank you, Vealhammer. So again, Vealhammer Media. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel. He's in bullet point number 1 underneath in the description box. He has
All right,
enhanced
go ahead,
the
Mr.
audio, taken out the
Officer Van, we just a
breaks.
couple more questions about
Remastered,
Apartment
if you will.
1B, scene. Did you at 1B take any fingerprint evidence personally?
Stray, you spoil me.
And you call
Harris,
where
you spoil me.
took fingerprints?
I fingerprinted the patio door, along with there was a bottle of Corona sitting by the TV stand and a bottle of water.
Can you indicate why, in your judgment, you decided to fingerprint the patio door?
Due to
And
the
did not
patio door
fingerprint the
not having
window?
A lot of
Open window,
biological
correction,
stains on it. It would have been a source
Pause.
also of possible.
pause. For those of you who heard me earlier, Detective John is in the chat. Hello, Detective John, and Merry Christmas. Laying a foundation for the jury to explain potential loss or lack of evidence. I am so glad that you are here. How was your Christmas? How was your mother? Everybody say hello to Detective John. I know you are super busy, sir, but any amount of your time would be so appreciated. There's a couple lovely ladies in the chat right now that have the Wrongful podcast about this. You could, just download it and watch it in your, windshield time when you're driving from place to place. Look at everybody. Hello, Detective John. It is truly an honor, sir. All right, let's continue. Unpause. Unpause.
Exit or entrance.
When you say patio doors,
Actually,
you mean
pause again.
The,
Pause again. As a detective, Detective John. I would also like to hear your opinion on, from your perspective, how do I put this? Like, do you think that it gives detectives kind of a bad name if things aren't done the way they should be done? I will have to learn to opine. Oh, he uses opine. It's awesome. I don't know if I worded that correctly, but I'm just kind of curious. Okay, continue.
Part facing the parking lot or the part facing the interior?
The parking lot.
And why did you choose the two bottles that you mentioned?
They were open.
Oh my
and they were just
gosh.
sitting out in the
Lily's
living room,
here.
so-
Okay, pause again. Pause again. My daughter Lily is here. Lily, look, Mama has a pause. Look at, see? Pause. Everyone say hello to my daughter Lily. Lily, Detective John just got here too. He's right above your name. Oh, Lily, I don't know if you heard me earlier. Well, probably you didn't. But I may or may not have made myself an espresso. With your Nespresso, I will pay you back. Lily makes Lily's Nespresso whole setup that she's, worked really hard to put together in her room. She makes coffee better than any barista at Starbucks in the whole world. Okay, continue. Please don't be mad at me. I'm Keezy. She wouldn't do that. Okay, unpause.
Did you, you indicated previously that you had gone in a bedroom, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you focus any of your evidence collection attention, meaning actual collecting items, in that bedroom?
No, I did not.
Why?
The bedroom was unremarkable. There was no signs of any kind of evidence in there, no disturbance at all, so we did not focus on the bedroom.
Was there a window in there?
Yes, there was.
Why didn't you focus on the window?
There was no disturbance to the blinds or anywhere around the window.
Now, after taking a look at the apartment 1B scene, going through the processing of evidence that you have discussed, was it your role at 1B to collect any of the swabs, or did you just do the fingerprints?
I did fingerprints, and Officer Widener did the swabs.
And ultimately, did you participate in the look for evidence or search for evidence at a Mequon address, 6813 West Highland Road as well?
Yes, I did.
Was that on the 19th as well, or was that on the 20th of May?
That was on the 20th.
Okay, so if you are aware, did officers go on the 19th to that Mequon address?
I believe so.
But you were not present for that?
I was not present.
Okay. After having been at the scene that you described at 1B on the 19th, about what time on the 20th did you participate in any kind of search of that Mequon address?
It was midday, so I'd say around 12 or 1.
Had you showered in the meantime?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you wore the same clothes on the 20th as on the 19th?
It's a change of clothes.
So on the 20th, when you arrived, did you go with a group of officers?
I did not.
Okay. When you arrived there, did you make observations and take some photographs as part of the observations you made?
Yes, I did.
Were you also involved in the collection of some evidence at that Mequon address on the 20th?
Yes.
I'm going to first ask you to take a look at...
Detective John says, you processed the entire scene, period. Okay. Oh. Stray says, we appreciate your eyes and ears here, John. Well, especially considering the fact that you are so busy that you have taken the time to come in here now a few times. Oh, you You're a rare breed, sir.
Exhibit 1, picture 254. Ask you recognize that
Oh,
in the context
this
of
is so
May 20th.
lovely.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Dodge Caravan.
And was this a Dodge Caravan that you photographed while you were there on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
And did you also take note of at least some items within that particular vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 321, again, exhibit 1. Officer, are you the one, is that another picture you recognize?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
The Audi vehicle that was at the property.
So this was a separate vehicle?
Correct.
Did you take the 2 pictures I've shown you thus far on the 20th, as best you know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as picture 261. And did you at some point look in the minivan?
Yes, I did.
And is this a viewpoint that was familiar to you when you looked in the minivan?
Yes, it is.
And what is that that's on the dashboard, if you know?
It's a receipt from Walmart.
Did you take possession of that
Yes, I did.
and put it in evidence?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it dated May 18th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to now show you what's been marked as picture number 262, again from the minivan. Do you recognize that being found in the minivan?
Yes, I do.
Is this again a picture you took?
Yes.
And based on the documents inside this item, whose wallet or billfold is this?
Mr. Anderson?
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture 263. Is that a viewpoint within the minivan that you took a picture of on May 20th?
Yes.
So for Detective John and, well, I think pretty much everyone in here has either watched it before or at least gotten this far. But Detective John, see that area of the back of the minivan? So the defendant is, it's my understanding he's 6'1" and about 216 pounds when he was arrested. The victim was, some people say 6 foot, some people say 6'2". So if you take an average, basically the same height, and was, some say 270 pounds, some say 280 pounds. Also, the defendant has a significant back injury. So the victim had 50-ish pounds on the defendant, and also they're surmising because a 5 by 7 foot area on the ground, there's a void there from the blood stains, so they're assuming the rug that was there was used to roll up the body and haul him away. And even like Sal was in here yesterday, and he was talking about when his 85-pound German Shepherd died, the dead weight, and he says that he's like approximately the same size as the defendant. He said he needed help to move the 85-pound deceased German Shepherd. So supposedly their theory is that this area of carpet in the back of a minivan was cut away because that's where the victim was placed inside the rug. I hope that makes sense. Yet there's no evidence back there and if you look at the crime scene, there's just a ton of blood all over the place. But supposedly they found like a pinhead, which again, earlier, I'm going to find the link again. Tiffany Roy had written a paper to the state of Wisconsin saying that the testimony of Treffinger, she had testified that they found like a pinhead size blood drop in the back of the minivan. But I'm just trying to say, like, that's impossible. Or what's your opinion, I should say. I don't think I explained that very good. I think I'm still tired from yesterday.
Is that the condition that the minivan looked like it was in when you took those pictures on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 258.
Okay, another great question by
Again, is this
Detective John. Hopefully I'll do a better job. So here's the timeline. Sunday, May 17th. The defendant's wife, Sadie, and somebody named Michael were at Sunday, May 17th. Sadie left at midnight, and Michael left at 1:46 a.m. Then somebody was there a little after 10. May 18th, nothing. Apparently nobody heard from him. And then Tuesday, May 19th, around 11, Sadie, who had left Sunday at midnight, so basically Saturday night at midnight, shows up at the crime scene and calls 911. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, the police obviously were there, and then Michael shows up, curious where he is, where the victim is. And then by, I think it was like 11 o'clock at night, Zach was already arrested the same day. So in a 13-hour window, they felt they had enough evidence. I think they originally arrested him for stalking, and then by like 2 a.m. on the 20th, they changed it to murder. I think that's right. So I was also curious, is that normal to like charge someone so fast? I don't know. Again, I count beans. I'm an accountant.
this a picture within that minivan that you took on May 20th?
Yes.
Did you get inside the vehicle, move around in the vehicle to take any of these pictures?
I did not.
So how did you manage to take the group of pictures that you took that day?
From standing on the outside of the vehicle.
Now, did you also go inside the residence as part of the pictures you took?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture number 265. Just indicate to me, is this the way the residence looked when you and other officers were involved in searching the residence?
Yes.
In general, where is this located, if you know, within the residence?
On the back porch.
Then I'm going to show you what is listed as photo 266. Ask you, is that also an accurate reflection of what you saw at the residence?
Yes.
And where in the residence is this located?
It's on the first main floor.
Ask you to take a look at picture 267. Is that a picture of a view you recognize from the Mequon residence on May 20th?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of in terms of the area?
That's as far as my recollection, it's also on the first floor.
Okay. Now, is there a television mounted on the wall in this picture?
Yes, there is.
With a couch located on it as well, or by it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 270, and ask you if you recognize that picture.
Yes.
And where is that? What's the vantage point of that?
That picture is also on the first floor.
Is this, again, still that Mequon address on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then finally, can you take a look at picture 2?
I missed if he actually said the house that Zach was living in, there was a significant wiring problem. So he was living at his girlfriend at the time's house because they had to, like, basically, what do they call that on the older homes? What's that stuff called? I want to say it's an L. Also, I'm watching this for the first time. I know nothing about it other than what I've seen. But there are some absolutely fantastic people in here that know this case inside and out. Lath, yeah. Wasn't he de-lathing the house so that he could get to the wiring, or in the process of?
9-7. And is that a picture of a viewpoint you recognize within that Mequon address?
Yes, it is.
Do those appear to be car seats, when I say car seats, I mean seats that fit into a car as to be able to provide extra seating in a car?
Yes, it is.
Ultimately, did you go out to the Mequon, on the Mequon address, and take a look at the yard and essentially a fire pit at that residence?
Yes, I did.
And if you recall, on the 20th, what's your recollection of the weather on the 20th? On the 19th, you said it was rainy. What about on the 20th, if you remember?
It was not raining.
Okay. And had it rained multiple days before that, to your knowledge?
Yes.
On the 20th, I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 264. Ask if you recognize what that is again from May 20th.
That's the backyard of the residence?
And in this picture, can we see a long view of the fire pit?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so where is it?
It's right in the middle of the picture.
And where is the residence, the primary residence, in relation to this picture?
It's from where the picture was taken.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you photograph 272. And is that a close-up picture of something?
It's the fire pit.
Okay, so that's the same place closer up?
Correct.
When you got to the fire pit on the 20th in midday, what, if anything, did you note about its heat or fire or any of those kind of things?
There were still hot spots within the fire pit itself.
And did you, as part of your work, do some collection of evidence from any contents in the fire pit?
Yes, I did.
So what do you recall about what the operation was to try to recover items from this fire pit in the Mequon location, in the Mequon address?
On the 20th, on this day here, there was a few items that were visible that we collected from the fire pit. We wound up having the Mequon Fire Department come out and lightly spray it down with water, the effect of the hot spots. And then we wound up coming back the next day on the 21st with the Department of Justice to sift through the fireplace.
Okay, what I'm interested in right now is anything you can say was in essentially the top layer of materials. So things, I assume a fire is just like anything else, right? What's on the top appears to be the most recently burned. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so I'm interested in what is, so if you had to dig deep or manipulate deeply to see any items, I'd like you to be sure you tell us that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
As opposed to being surface items that are fairly readily visible in the upper levels. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm first going to ask you if within the fire pit, if photograph 273 is familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so again, is this something where anyone had to dig down deep, or is this on the surface levels, the top levels of this fire pit?
Those are on the surface level.
Okay, so what is first of all, if you could take the pointer again, right? Sorry, and if you could come up there and tell me what the white object is that's sort of in the center of this exhibit, which is Exhibit 273.
This white object here is part of a sock.
So I'm now going to show you on the overhead, first of all, Exhibit 188. This will take a second to switch over. So, you see,
Pause. Becca Lynn, the buttons they find in the fire pit, are they the same as the missing flannel shirt, or do they connect the buttons to anything. All right, so I asked, I forget who, but here in Minnesota, I'm not out in the sticks, but if you get out to the stick, the more rural areas, everyone has fire pits or like big giant. They have huge bonfires. They burn things. Like someone described it the other day that when you live out in the country and you need to get rid of your sofa, you don't put it into the back of your SUV and drive 50 miles to the local, the nearest recycling place to pay $50 to dispose of it. You just burn it. So, and I can't remember, somebody else said they lived in like rural Iowa, I think it was, or maybe it was one of the ladies from the Wrongful podcast, said they live in rural Iowa, and 80% of the people there have burn pits. And where he lived, like, that's super common. So that's just kind of like what they do.
Exhibit 188.
Yes.
Is that the same white object that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
That's a close-up?
Yes.
Are you even better able to identify what that object is in this picture?
I am not.
The white object? No?
This, I believe this is the sock.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you another exhibit. What's the number?
191.
191. Does that appear to be the same object we just showed you?
Yes, it does.
And what is...
Well, if you remember the Stephen Avery case, they have burn piles out there. That's where they burned that reporter. Which, actually, another thing, Making a Murderer was so popular on Netflix, but the Daily Wire has put out eight episodes called Convicting a Murderer. Ben Shapiro owns the Daily Wire. Candace Owens is like the producer of this thing. She's not in it a ton. And Jeanette Levy was actually the local reporter in Manitowoc, Wisconsin at the time. And she's also sprinkled in it, not exhaustively, but she's in there. Now, the Daily Wire kind of sucks because you can't subscribe to it like you don't have the option of doing like monthly or yearly like you do with some of the other streaming services. Theirs is only yearly, so they'll let you watch the first 2 episodes, and then you have to pay for a whole year to watch the rest. But somehow or another, I found some rogue website that as long as their server isn't busy, you can get to the other ones. I sent it to Chrissy, the link to Chrissy, a couple months ago. It's really good. Kind of also shows you along the same kind of pattern as some of these. Like we've talked about how they sensationalize these trials before they even pick the jury or before the trial even starts. Like this one was obsessed boyfriend murderer trial. Okay, or something along that line. But that is also kind of fits in the same thing that, the narrative that was pushed with the Making a Murderer series is like dismantled with this Convicting a Murderer. They spend 8 episodes explaining how what you were told was not fact. It's an epidemic, in my opinion. And it's gone so far off the cliff. I don't know. That's why people, like everyone here, is so important.
What is that?
So, partially burned sock that has the word Hanes on it.
Okay. The word Hanes?
Correct.
Hanes?
That's correct.
Okay. And was this...
Detective John, there wasn't even shoes in the victim's apartment. No shoes at all. None. No keys either.
In the fire pit itself with all the soot and et cetera that a fire pit has?
Yes.
Okay. The other item that we saw in 273, there was a blue item towards the top near where the sock was. Were you able to see that as well?
Yes.
And when you saw that, were you able to identify ultimately what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
That was a label from a Lysol bottle.
Okay. Is Lysol a type of bleach?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now I'm going to ask that you take a look at picture 284. Tell me if you can identify 284 in the context of what we just said about 273. Is that the same?
I'm sorry I continue to pause, but did you notice how he said bleach again? Now, let me clarify. The only thing Zach is guilty of that I've seen so far is buying the brand Clorox disinfecting wipes. Had he bought Arm & Hammer disinfecting wipes, Gravely here wouldn't be able to continually throw out the fact that Zach had bleach. And in fact, well, Clorox is a brand, just like tissues. Tissues, we say Kleenex usually, even though they might be puffs. You don't say, excuse me, can you hand me that box of puffs? Usually you say Kleenex. And I think it was Stray said, even the Clorox disinfecting wipes don't have bleach in them. It's a brand. Yet this guy continues to say bleach.
Same object?
Yes.
Is that a close-up of that object?
Yes.
And again, does it appear to be soot-covered, dirt-covered, or was in a fire pit?
Correct.
Okay. Then ultimately, did you also find some things that you believed were buttons in that fire pit?
Yes.
And were there multiple buttons?
Yes, there were.
So I'm first going to show you picture 189.
See, look at the great questions. Crime Detective John, any bone
Do
matter
you
or
see
teeth in the pit?
an item that is a button in this picture?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly describe where that's located?
It's on the surface of in the fire pit.
Okay. And ultimately, were some buttons then recovered by you?
Yes.
Were there close-up photos taken of some of those?
Yes, there were.
All right. I'm going to now show you what's been listed as 190, I believe. Is this, again, a picture of a button taken from that fire pit?
Yes, it is.
Now, it's sooted and appears to have some damage on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to, read the
You're
label
gonna
of
love
that particular
Detective
button?
John. He's awesome.
We determined it said Levi Straw.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you, what's this one?
224.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 224. Are those additionally buttons that were taken from this same fire pit at the Mequon address?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those, were they soot-filled, damaged through the fire?
Yes.
And were you able to identify what label those buttons had?
Yes. You can see it says Levi's and then Straw.
Were you able to find any other undergarment type clothing in the fire pit?
Yes, we were.
And what else do you remember finding?
Underwear, you could actually see where it said Fruit of the Loom.
So I'm going to show you what's been.
Fruit of the Loom.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 282. Is 282 the underwear band that you were speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, Fruit of the Loom could be read on there?
You can actually see the L and the O in here.
Okay. All of the evidence we've just talked about, did you collect all those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
On May 21st, were you back at the, you can sit back down. On May 21st, were you back at the Mequon address and working on evidence that may have been recovered from the fire pit?
Yes, I was.
And were there any other items that appeared to be possibly connected to footwear that were found in the fire
Oh,
pit?
Sal's here. Hello, Sal.
What, if anything, did you find related to footwear in the fire pit on May 21st?
Found steel toes that would have been from steel toe shoes.
On May 25th, 2020, what, if anything, can you say you did regarding collecting evidence from any sinks at
Sal,
any
look,
locations?
Detective John is here.
I was directed by my supervisor
And my daughter was
to
here.
go
And
to the, that's 3709 15th Street address and to the Mequon address to
one of the people from
obtain the contents
the Wrongful
of the
Podcast
couches
is
and
here
all the
too.
sinks at both locations.
And did you do that to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
On May 27th, 2020,
Kayla.
did you have occasion to attempt or to go to a address in Random Lake, essentially a tree farm, a larger tree farm?
Yes, I did.
And were you part of an effort that involved a number of agencies to look through that address for possible evidence?
Yes.
And pursuant to that, how long were you there on the date of the 27th in your estimation?
I was there for probably 5 or 6 hours at least.
Okay. And then on that same day, did you proceed back to the Mequon address to take samples from a particular item for possible testing as well?
Yes.
And what was that to your, to the best of your memory?
It was a sheet for a knife.
On July 29th, 2020, did you have occasion to go back to the Random Lake address, in other words, that large tree farm?
Yes.
And again, did you participate with multiple parties to, again, do a search of that property?
Yes.
In the two Random Lake visits, were you a person who was a primary evidence collector there, or did you simply have a role to be an assister of looking through what items there might be there?
My primary role is evidence collection.
Okay.
Pause. 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 Okay. I'm having a malfunction with this contact, which is my distance eye, but I'm going to copy this. So here's the link, Detective John, to the website. And I just wanted to quickly peruse. Oh, I can't see that far. Okay, so if you hit the, these horizontal lines, if you will, there's all kinds of information. Here, start with Zach's case. So they've got, this is so well organized. I'm telling you, between this website and the Wrongful Podcast, the incident, oodles, also cast of characters. It's got defendant, victim, timeline is here. And then underneath in the description box, I'm kind of compiling some really great videos. Someone earlier just on this live stream had mentioned that Steve Gosney, the attorney out of Florida, who, how would you describe him? He's like one of those big advocates for like the Innocence Project type of cases. There is, he has an interview. I haven't done it yet, but he has an interview with the woman that wrote this, which I think Lynn had mentioned yesterday. This is the DNA testimony is misleading. And then here's the letter she just wrote. So that's there. don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully it does. I mean, it's just unbelievable what's happened here. This is such a travesty, in my opinion, from what I've seen so far.
Judge, I do have one other area that I'd like to inquire on, but I'd prefer to ask the court's permission before I did that. So it will take a brief moment for me to do that. Otherwise, I'm concluded except for that one area that I wanted permission to go into.
Okay, this is Sadie. Okay, pause. Let's explain to the new people. This is Sadie. She was, at the time, one of 4 or 5 women that the victim was dating in a casual manner. Let's just put it that way. She is also the mother of Zachariah's 3 children. At the time of the crime, I forget how old the daughter was, but wasn't the daughter like 12 when she testified in May of 2023? So that would have made her like 9-ish. And then the twin boys, I believe, were like age 4. They're now age 8, according to Soloman, the brother. So Zach and her were never married. I think they were together like 13 years. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's her. I tell you, you people in the chat, you're so... The questions, the answers, the knowledge of this case is just amazing. And another thing that's interesting is you've got attorneys in this chat. Now we've got a detective in the chat.
Let's try this room first, if you would, please. Please don't talk about the case.
Oh, he does appeals. Okay. So Steve Gosney, the attorney I mentioned, he does
What's that?
appeals for death penalty cases. I didn't know they were. Are they always death penalty case appeals? Yep. Salvador Gosney interviewed a DNA expert and showed her this case and testimony. Yep, I've got the link actually because Eris gave it to me. It should be this. I think. Boy, I hope I didn't cut it cut off.
You want me to memorialize what my request was?
Yes, why don't you start from the beginning?
Yep.
Oh,
So, Judge,
that's not right.
In an ability to respond to the inadequate investigation, initial opening statement, as well as cross-examination of multiple witnesses,
Damn it.
the state is asking that those things that were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained, and why they were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained. So in this case, at the Mequon address during this search warrant on the search on May 20th, Officer Van Wee was alerted to a chainsaw found in a shed at that residence, as well as the cadaver dog hit on the fire pit and specifically on a fire poker, which had ash on it that appeared to be from the fire pit. And so both of those items were sent to the crime lab, having employed the cadaver dog to give any indications or clues. Neither of those have blood on them, so they did not end up being an avenue of inquiry that took us any further. But they certainly answer the question: did authorities do enough to investigate other alternative parties as well as this party? Did they employ all of the things that they could employ, and to describe them as sending a chainsaw and a poker to the crime lab without a reason why does not in any way inform the jury that this was an investigation that was thorough in that regard. So I didn't want to do it without bringing it up to the court first, and I have done that.
Okay,
That's
now
my
it's
reason.
gone. Oops,
So
is
the
that it?
state's common
No.
ask of the court to be able to bring in what's hearsay evidence because of the defense's opening statement is not rooted in any sort of authority. This is hearsay evidence,
Thank
whether
you,
a cadaver
Lynn.
dog hit on something. Officer Van Wee was not the canine handler. There were two other officers who were involved in that, both from the Madison Police, Dane County, Madison Police Department. The state could have called them to testify if they so wished. I think that it is prejudicial because one, I would not be able to cross-examine this officer on one, whether those canine dogs were properly trained, whether they hold the proper certifications. Everything that I would normally cross-examine a handler on, I cannot do here. So it would basically be the state putting an argument in a question, and I would not be able to follow up on any cross-examination on that issue. We have a confrontation issue into that regard. Additionally, I don't think it's necessary to establish that component in order for the state to question, did you obtain this evidence? Did you send it to the crime lab? What were the results? I don't see how this otherwise inadmissible information would need to come in.
Yeah, from the state's perspective, Judge, we have a body of case law that says if you open the door, the prosecution is able to bring it up. Obviously, I'm not able to indicate that the cadaver dog has provided something that is proof that there was a cadaver in this location or not. You know, the result of this was no blood was found. It simply indicates that why the officer chose these items. You know, we have meticulously talked, Officer Weicker was on the stand, Widener was on the stand for about an hour and a half, being asked about why he chose each separate item, why each separate item was why he had or had not tested, or et cetera. I anticipate that to be the same cross of our detective here, who will be asked why each of the items he chose to send to the crime lab was sent to the crime lab. The honest and truthful answer is there was an indicator from a dog. It didn't result in anything, so it's a lead that did not end up doing anything. No one is going to be allowed to make an argument that the cadaver dog indicated, therefore this happened, or therefore there was a cadaver in this fire pit. We're not able to make that kind of argument. What we're able to do is simply indicate that the door's been opened. Here's why they sent this particular item to the crime lab, and it doesn't have any investigative leads that end up happening. And just give you an example, Judge. State v. Harvey at 289 Wisconsin 2nd 222 is a case. It's not a direct case for sure, but it quotes what I think is the major case in Wisconsin, which is, or at least a major case, which is State v. Richardson at 246 Wisconsin 2nd 711.
It seems to me the officer can testify to what he perceived with his own senses. That there was I understand he was there at the time, that the dogs were brought there, or dog was brought there, and he observes the dog's behavior. If he can characterize that from the basis of his own knowledge, either as just as a lay person, or I don't think he needs credentials beyond that. He's not going to be able to say, well, it hit on the fact, even the fact that it's a cadaver dog, because that's going to be hearsay to him. But just that there was a dog, and the dog, we can discuss the dog's behavior, and as a consequence, he took custody of the certain material and it was sent to the crime lab, period. I don't think he should be allowed to testify to what the result was, although you're not really offering it to prove the truth of what the crime lab said. But he's not going to prove it. So I think, just, I said it in front of period. You can explore it further if you want.
So,
If I may be heard in response.
Yes, because he's itching to respond to that, so let's see.
which of us should go first?
Chief.
Okay.
So, Richardson, my understanding of it is that the opening of the door occurred in questioning when there was evidence being brought in. Opening statements are not evidence. You can't say that an opening statement opens the door to allow the state to try to introduce all of this hearsay evidence. Second, to the point of...
Again, it may escape the categorization of hearsay once the opening statement is over. And the opening statement can be the launching pad for that occurring.
The defense maintains the position, though, Your Honor, respectfully, that that does not nullify the hearsay rules. There's literally no authority anywhere that says that if there's a statement made in opening statements, that then there's all these hearsay exceptions.
As I have said before, and I have apologized to the jury because the amount of otherwise hearsay type evidence that's coming in, it's actually concerning to me to have the jury hearing this amount of hearsay type evidence, except that it's not hearsay because it is not being, as a general statement, it's not being offered to prove the truth of what's asserted. So hearsay's off the table. If it's not offered to prove that, it's non-hearsay, case closed. It's being offered to disprove what you told the jury the evidence was going to show.
But that still has to be done in a way that's in accordance with our evidence code.
I totally agree with you, except that when we categorize hearsay, it does not include a statement that an assertion which is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And this is a perfect example. He's not offering any crime lab results. He's not going to be able to prove that this was or was not one thing or another.
So that
he's offering it for the exclusive purpose that this was part of his investigation.
So to that point, Judge, then the defense would inquire of whether the state intends on calling the crime lab analyst as to the results of this test and these tests, because if not, then this line of questioning would be wholly irrelevant.
Well, and that's a good point, and it would reopen the door to the inquiry as to whether it's being offered to prove the truth of what is asserted, although actually no assertion has been made other than it doesn't prove anything. Now that in itself, I think, is an assertion in some cases, but I'm not even going to touch that because I don't have to. I'm sure he's aware that that could have the effect of sending the jury into the library again. Okay.
So, our Officer Van Wee is his job there is to collect evidence, right? So he's informed about certain things and he's told to take evidence and collect it. We have a detective here who's going to indicate part of what we did at Mequon was we called in other agencies who have cadaver dogs. And so those cadaver dogs went through here, and when the cadaver dogs indicated on something, we took it, those items were taken to the crime lab. I'm not aware of any item that a cadaver dog looked at that resulted in detection of blood.
Why are you going to need another witness to cover this ground?
Well, because there's two specific items here, and this detective, and so he's the only person who can say these two tangible items were taken. So the detective is not, he's not the hands-on guy who took the evidence from a location and put it in and packaged it up and sent it on. So the detective has only general knowledge of that.
My concern is that we are getting an enormous amount of information to the jury that while it is not strictly hearsay, it's also the focus of this case has moved from the state proving its case, the state disproving the defense case. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I don't want to keep going over and over on these same things. So I hope that we don't spend a lot of time with a detective retracing the same footprints that the dog already.
My current intention is to ask 2 questions, and the court will tell me if this is a course it will not allow. I intend to ask this officer, did you focus and collect, did you focus on and collect a poker and a chainsaw? Why did you do that? And then I'm done.
But no, then that literally calls for hearsay. Like, that's inadmissible. Why did you do something? And my understanding is, Officer Van Ween, correct me if I'm wrong, but that he did not observe the dogs hit on the items.
Well, why he would do something would probably pull it out of the hearsay rule had it been there in the first place, because it's a statement of intent, plan, or purpose.
Why can't it simply just be, I was instructed to?
You know what, I'm not going to advise him on what he can and can't ask. He knows I'm always here ready to pounce. So if he asks something and you object, then I'll give him my answer. Just on a more delayed basis. All right. Anything else?
No.
Ask the jurors to come back in, please.
I'm trying so hard to patiently not say anything. It's very difficult. I'm trying to let the chat unfold. This is amazing. This is the most heartwarming thing I've ever seen. A group of people on Christmas Day spending time analyzing, asking questions.
All right.
About this trial.
Should I continue, Your Honor?
Please.
Officer Van Wee, what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a chainsaw at the Mequon address on May 20th?
I collected a chainsaw.
Do you recall where that was?
It was inside a workshed.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a fire poker at the May 20th search at the Mequon address?
I also collected a metal pole that resembled a fire poker.
And where was that located?
Also in the workshop.
Why did it look like a fire poker to you?
It was metal, and then I had like burnt in ash at the bottom of it.
And as the evidence collector at May 20th, why did you collect those 2 items?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
No, the objections are
I was informed to collect those.
Based on what information?
I'm going to object hearsay and speculation.
if he's not permitted to testify as to what whomever gave him the direction to do it was thinking, as to why, he can't testify to the command because it's a non-hearsay statement, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But
I was informed to collect those 2 items because a cadaver dog hit on those 2 items.
I'm going to object. That call is now for a conclusion. It's being offered for the truth of the matter. This witness can, I'm asking that that be struck.
that portion that says a cadaver dog hit on the items is
Half Irish with Gravely. So, okay, so we were talking yesterday that when you play poker, usually people have a tell. And at this point, I think we're starting to decipher what Gravely's tells are, one of which is as soon as the defense even gets close to being over the target of one of the many holes in his prosecution, he starts throwing a fit. Dan Bongino calls people like him the stupid smart people, which are the most dangerous that walk amongst us, or something like that. Fine.
It's an historical fact, or what is claimed to be a historical fact, something that happened, so it becomes an assertion, and the person who made the statement, whoever it was asserting that the dog had done that. And he has not indicated he's got personal knowledge of that, so he's not allowed to relay that information to you. That is classical hearsay, so that objection is sustained. But I'm just striking that portion as to why he picked up the item. Any question?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Judge. If I can just have a brief moment, because we're going to have to change out the ports for the media so I can put things up on the screen.
Please.
Thank you.
Is Sal still in there? I wonder when the orange comes out. The judge and his orange. And I still want to look at the clip of the judge watching YouTube video coverage of the trial. I'm going to not play the Miss Gulch music because I don't want to taint the opinions of the new people in here, if you will. Although those are good for people that have watched it. But since we have newbies, we don't want to sway someone from drawing their own conclusions. Patiently. Oh, Detective John. Yeah, yesterday. Well, actually, so the beginning of day 5, we're on day 5. We were talking about the blood spatter, and
There's something wrong with your connection.
I said, "Oh, Detective John is like certified in blood spatter analysis." Actually, it would have been interesting if he would have seen that. That's at the end of yesterday's 12-hour live stream. So the beginning of day 5. Actually, I could post the link to this. Just a moment. I gotta switch out this contact. Or I'm...
Okay, let me know when you want.
Okay, here. This is what...
Quite some time ago, in regards to your evidence collections and observations to the stain patterns, things of that nature at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Before you go into that, you testified a lot today about the different types of impact, the different types of stain patterns, the impact, passive drop, cast off, those things, correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that you had 40 hours of course training that dealt with bloodstain pattern analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Besides that 40-hour course, what other specific training to bloodstain pattern analyses have you completed?
I've read texts on my own as far as bloodstain pattern analysis goes, and I have experience in the field working with bloodstain patterns.
And
Broken Baker's
besides
here.
the 40, and I want to talk about the 40-hour course a little bit. You
Pause.
said
Pause. Pause. Everybody say hello to Broken Baker. Broken Baker, I watched you. He had a very long live stream this morning. He made a cake using boxed cake mix. But I do understand why you used a boxed cake mix to make your cake. Merry Christmas, sir. I appreciate you stopping in here. Just before I hit the bed, wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, sir. And you're friggin' awesome, by the way. You never did make those croom caucus, did ya? Just kidding. I tease. So there's one. Everybody say goodnight to the Broken Baker, sir. Also, the other thing I was going to say is so Detective John is indeed a blood spatter certified expert. And I'm curious what Detective John training was. Like, are his credentials like similar? This detective probably has not been deemed an expert on blood spatter with D's. They need an expert on this case to testify. She will eat him alive. Oh, interesting. Oh boy. This is so important. I can't tell you how happy I am to see Detective John engage in the chat. I'm trying not to sway his opinion. He needs to opine independently.
said that was a course that basically anyone could attend.
It would be somebody involved in forensics in some part.
But any civilian could attend it too if they wanted to.
I don't know. I don't know if they have to be in forensics or not.
And so in the area of bloodstain pattern analyses, there are mathematical equations that go into analyzing stains, correct?
Correct.
That has to deal with the angles of the stains.
Yes.
And those angles can tell you the point of initial impact.
It can give you an area of, not the exact, because it's not exact science, but it can give you the area.
And it can give you approximately a height of where the impact was caused.
Correct.
And there's mathematical components to it. What training in mathematics do you have?
I have advanced geometry. I have advanced algebra.
Is that a college course that you took?
Yes, it is.
And do you have a PhD in science?
I do not.
And besides your 40-hour course, have you ever taught any courses on bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
How many?
I've taught 2.
Okay. And have you ever taught a more structured class?
Can you define more structure?
Sure, so let's go back a little bit. The 2 classes that you did teach, what were they like?
They were basic evidence courses for new evidence technicians on our department.
So they weren't only about bloodstain pattern analysis.
Correct.
So how many courses have you taught that have just been about bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
And how many publications do you have as it relates to bloodstain pattern analysis work?
No publications.
And besides, in this case, you wrote a report on your findings as it relates to the stain patterns in this case?
That's correct.
Prior to this case, how many reports have you written on bloodstain pattern analysis work?
I've written So I've had bloodstain pattern as part of my reports through my whole entire career. I've never written a separate component of just a bloodstain pattern analysis report on its own.
So, zero.
None on its own, but I've written plenty of times reports on bloodstain pattern analysis.
But that's just more of your observation of what you viewed, not any firm opinions on the stains.
Correct.
So as far as firm opinions on stains viewed, prior to this case, you've never written a report to that extent.
Correct.
And how many times have you testified in court as an expert to blood stain pattern analysis?
No.
You had talked to the jury and to all of us about your course that you took. I've asked you a little bit about it. And you said that you took and completed that course in August of 2021.
It was in 2021, August, sounds about right.
And you were at the scene of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment in May of 2020.
Correct.
So at the time that you were taking these photos and observing the bloodstains in this case, you had not yet completed that 40-hour bloodstain pattern analysis course.
That's correct.
So when you testified earlier about being at hundreds of crime scenes where there's blood present, in those hundreds of situations, you weren't testifying as an expert or acting as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert in those cases.
That's correct.
You had testified that when you arrived on May 19th, 2020 at 3709 15th Street, that you had talked to the lead detectives in the case.
That's correct.
To your understanding, who were those lead detectives?
Detective Korea and Detective Anschutz.
And you talked about how you entered the front of the residence, correct?
Correct.
And Jessica, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 2. Thank you. And so you said you walked in that front door, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about points of entry into the building and Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Yes.
You talked about the screen door to the right of that main door,
Yes.
and there's also a window that went into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Correct.
From being at the crime scene on May 19th, 2020, you're aware that there's also another entry into the main hallway of the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's directly, if you walk in that main door, if you walk all the way back, there's another door that goes out the back.
Correct.
And did you process any evidence there?
No.
Did you take any pictures of that exit or entry?
It's a common door area, so no, I didn't.
Okay. But it could have been a point of entry into that building, correct?
To the building, yes.
And because on the other side of that door is a green area, right?
Yes.
And then up there's and then after the green area, there's another parking lot, correct?
Correct.
So it's accessible to go in and out that way into this building.
Yes.
Thank you, Jessica. I don't need that one anymore. For a lot of the exhibits that we went through, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them again. You talked about the vast majority of them being impact stains, correct?
Correct.
And you had said and told the jury that that happens when something hits and something else that has blood on it, and it's the product of that action, correct?
Yes.
And in your findings and in your opinion, you believed that that was consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's a very big difference between blunt force trauma
and sharp force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And blunt force trauma is more indicative, as you had mentioned before, being hit with something such as a baseball bat or a golf club, a hammer, you had said, correct?
That's correct.
Sharp force injury is going to be something more indicative of something that's sharp, right?
Yes.
Like a knife blade,
Correct.
a scalpel,
Yes.
the blade of an... Correct. Yeah, thank you, Judge. The blade of an axe.
Correct.
Okay. And in your experience, and just your crime scene experience, and looking and observing bloody scenes, you'd agree that sharp force impact produces a specific type of stain, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you did not see a stain that was consistent with sharp force injury, correct?
Sharp force, knife wounds can actually cause drip stains. So there's drip stains on the carpet in that apartment. So like if somebody gets stabbed, blood can drip, gravity will pull that blood down to the ground. So.
But as far as the stains themselves, if we have someone, just an example, that slits someone's throat, that often will create a type of pattern that's very linear in appearance, correct?
As I mentioned earlier, it would, like an artery, if a major artery was cut, it would cause arterial spurt. So there's like a V pattern.
But it's going to be more in a straight line.
Yes.
It's not going to be the impact spatter, random dots that we see consistently throughout this apartment.
Correct.
Those stains, as we stated before, are more in line with blunt force trauma.
That's correct.
And when you are doing a bloodstain pattern analysis, can you explain to the jury a process called road mapping and what that is and how it can be helpful?
Yes. So road mapping would be taking each individual stain. So we looked at a whole lot of different stains today. Road mapping would be taking each individual stain and use tape, like measuring tape, and put it around those stains and through those stains. So it would be for each individual, we would label those stains. Then you also you go a little bit further and you pick random blood stains that have directionality, that tail we talked about. And you would actually pick like a random amount, like 7 or 8 of them out in all different locations. And then we would mark those and label those.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that can be helpful in determining sequence of events, correct?
Yes.
And better be able to explain what maybe happened at a place where we see these type of stains, correct?
Can give you the height, so we can, after doing reconstruction on it, it can give you an approximate height of where a person was struck.
There were a lot of times where the state had asked you about whether the stains were indicative of more than one blow, and you said that there would be a minimum of one. Do you remember answering in that type of way?
Yes.
And you say a minimum of one because you really can't be sure.
In the photos, I didn't see any stains that were on top of stains, which would indicate 2. So because of the fact I didn't see any, or directionality going in different places, because of that, I gave the word minimum.
But it could be more than one.
Correct.
Attorney Kuchkari, if you could be so kind to pull up Exhibit 66. Just for the record, having the state pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 66. You remember testifying at length about the blood splatter on that gray console
Nancy
table
RN.
that stood about 3 feet high.
Merry
when you first
Christmas
walked
to
into the
you.
apartment, correct?
Correct.
And this was one of the stains you talked about that was different from the impact stains that are seen on the front and top of that console.
Correct.
And then, Jessica, if you could just go to Exhibit 67. Thank you. And you also talked about the one that we can see to the right of the stain I was just referring to, that you two said that that's different from the impact stains that were on the front, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the second one, it does appear that it is overlapping on top of that impact stain pattern, correct?
Correct.
So that would be indicative of that didn't occur at the same time that the impact stains had resulted on that console.
Correct.
And you also talked about how it's a different type of stain, so that could mean something different, right?
Yes.
And it's important to note what stains are different because it could be indicative of something else, such as a suspect being injured, and that could be from them, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And so it's important in evidence processing and technician that if you see an area where there's multiple different types of stains, that you should take a swab from each of those stains to determine if one could possibly be belonging to a suspect, correct?
It would be smart to do that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, those two stains that we see here on the media console that are different from the impact splatter were not swabbed, correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
You did not swab them,
Correct.
and you're not aware if any other officer did or didn't?
Officer Whiteheart conducted the swabs.
Okay. Then, if we could pull up Exhibit
No, it was a witness said
77.
that was Gravely.
This is State's Exhibit
the
1,
first
photo
witness, I think.
77. This one, when you were testifying, you said that that was different than the other stains seen as well, correct?
It's a passive state.
And passive, as you've explained many times, is just something falling from a bloody source.
For gravity.
So, well, I think there's always gravity, right? So the main thing is that it's a bloody, something that has blood already on it, right?
Correct.
And so it could be from an item, like if there was a bloody bag, right?
It's my understanding the first time that Zachariah went to trial, a mistrial was, I thought it was Gravely's opening statement, the prosecutor, but no, somebody just said it was the first witness. Didn't it last like a day? So, I mean, technically it's a retrial, but it's like really like it didn't launch properly the last time. If that makes sense. And I could be wrong.
Right?
Could be from anything.
It could also be if someone had been cut, could have dropped that way as well.
It's the only drop in that area though, so I would imagine that it came from, if somebody was cut, that you'd have multiple drops in that area.
So you'd agree though that there were no other stains on the kitchen floor other than this one, correct?
Correct.
And that even on the floor, the carpet, as much as you could see, there weren't any other passive drop stains, correct?
In that direct area.
There was not.
There was, I believe, a couple possible ones in front of that table, that little gray table.
Sure, but you'd agree this is behind the gray table in the kitchen.
Oh,
Correct.
God.
So I'm saying in that immediate area right there before the kitchen, there were not any other passive drop stains that you had observed.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did you swab this?
I didn't take swabs.
Okay. And you don't know if anyone else had swabbed that particular location?
I do not know.
And one of the things too, the state had asked you a little bit on passive drop stains, the size of the stain is indicative of how far away the source of that blood was from where you can see the stain, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you wouldn't be able to make that determination without doing any sort of, without doing it in an experiment.
Correct.
So how many experiments did you do in this case to determine in the areas where you had passive drops, how far the item or individual would have to have been from the location that that drop was seen?
Again, I did not attend that school until after this, so I did not do any experimentations.
And there were no experimentations at all as it relates to the blood evidence in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And there are things that are available, such as reconstruction experiments.
Yes.
There's also experiments that you could do where to determine potential weapons, correct?
Yes.
So an experiment you could have done was to determine what kind of weapon was done here, used in this situation, but that wasn't done, correct?
I can say that there has not been any blood reconstruction on my department in the 20 years that I've worked there.
And you don't have a
Pause. See, I try to be helpful and say, "Oh yeah, just so you know, this was a mistrial the first go around." Okay. So, technically yes, that was in 2022, I think. This trial happened, I want to say it was April/May of 2023, I think. And he was found guilty of all charges. So he's a convicted murderer. We are rewatching it because I saw the defendant's brother's interview with Broken Baker, who was just in here saying goodnight. Isn't he in Denmark? March 2023. He had Soloman Anderson on like a week ago on his Broken Baker channel. And I was just so distraught about hearing. I mean, I've seen the hashtag free Zachariah Anderson thing since he was convicted. And I can't think about hardly anything else but what's happened. So I thought, what better opportunity for us to watch the trial than over the next couple weeks with the holidays, and a lot of people are taking vacation time from work, and we're about 60% through day 5. The testimony did not begin until day 3, so we're not super far into the testimony yet. I mean, I don't know how many witnesses we've had at this point, but there is 17 days of trial, and this is day 5. So the rest of this and a lot more. So hopefully that clears some things up. I am so honored all of you are here. Look at how smart. I'm just trying to sit back and read the chat. You people are amazing.
a murder weapon, correct? To be able to determine what caused the stains necessarily.
Pause one more time to just reiterate the fact that I have never watched this trial. I just felt compelled to watch it after seeing Soloman on with Broken Baker. But a lot of people in the chat are watching it again. Actually, Becca Lynn, this is her first time watching it. She's a couple days ahead. And I'm not sure who else is like, his alibi. Somebody who could better explain the alibi will explain the alibi. Which, again, I'm trying not to bias specifically Detective John, because again, I'm kind of flabbergasted. He's taking the time out of his uber busy schedule on Christmas Day nonetheless, to tune in. But I'm very honored. the timeline. So for those of you who are way better versed in this, Kayla, Wrongful podcast, and Lynn Dalton, and others, if you could explain the alibi thing. And frankly, you know, how they like zeroed in on what their suspected time frame is. Oh, and yeah, and I don't know where the camera is. There it is. This is the sign language sign for love, and that's the symbol. Now, granted, I did have to make sure that I wasn't summoning Satan, because I know there's one very similar. Apparently, it's the thumb in, so don't do that one. It's the thumb out. But this is the love sign language symbol. Isn't Zachariah's daughter hearing impaired or something? I don't remember. Okay, continue.
On direct examination, you were asked about a latex glove that was found in the bathroom.
Yes.
And did you swab, or do you know if that was swabbed or sent to the crime lab?
I do not.
Did you take it into evidence?
I collected for evidence, yes.
Okay, did you see blood on that glove?
I did not.
Pause. Kayla, thank you so much. She wrote for regarding Detective John's question about his alibi. So Zachariah had fallen asleep during the time the state is saying he was the victim, Rosalio, was murdered, but they don't have any proof that he was actually murdered at that time. They don't have a good time frame for one. And like where Zachariah was living in comparison to the victim, like it left basically he would have to have driven. I don't even know how I don't even know how he could drive there and back, let alone anything associated with evidence he might have, body in transport. Again, that's my understanding. We haven't kind of gotten that far yet.
And so we see all this blood in here. Even if someone was wearing...
It's my understanding. Okay, so there is a Gibson Go link. They're trying to reach a certain dollar amount by the end of January. There is an appeal, and I forget now if it was Stray that had said one of Rittenhouse's attorneys has joined the team, the team on the appeal. Does that make sense?
Gloves. Based on the blood stains that we can see, it's highly probable, in your opinion, that there would have been blood on the gloves of the assailant.
Objection seems like it would be speculative.
The amount of blood that you see here, is it likely or is it possible that some of this blood would have wound up on the individuals who were inside of that apartment?
Yes.
And in your experience, if there's gloves, if you wear gloves, and there's blood on a glove, if you're touching surfaces, there could be transfer stains, correct?
Objection. The evidence is that this glove had no detectable blood on it, so it's hypothetical of a fact, not in evidence in this case.
My understanding is the state's offering Mr. Van Wee as an expert, so I can give him a hypothetical question.
Okay, this is just a reminder that, again, this is only day 5. basically day 3 of testimony. It seems to me like every time she's kind of sort of over the target of something, of one of the many holes or weak points in his case, he does this.
If it's relevant.
Correct. And if the state's going to continue a theory that the assailant in
he
this
gave
case
up
was wearing
really
gloves,
fast
I
that
think
time.
that would be relevant.
That's a first.
They've opened that door.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You can answer the question if you remember.
If somebody had blood on their glove hand and were touched the surface, they would leave transfer stains from the blood.
And you didn't see any transfer stains from what appeared to be a hand or anything in this particular case?
Correct.
There were points where you talked about specific patterns. We saw it on, primarily I think where you were talking about it was the white tables that were close to the patio door, and you said that that type of pattern could be indicative of really one of two things: an aspiration missed, or that resulting from a gunshot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had said that there was no evidence of a gun being used. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, what did you mean by that? That there was no evidence of a gun being used in this case?
So if a gunshot actually goes all the way through, so perforates somebody, that doesn't just penetrates, goes in and stays in. If it perforates and goes in one side and exits the other, it's gonna, first of all, the bullet's gonna travel and strike somewhere else in that apartment. So on a wall or a piece of furniture or something. There was no evidence of any bullet strikes in that residence. And also, we didn't recover any shell casings, anything related to gun evidence in that apartment.
So I want to walk through that a little bit. So you're aware, you've obviously been an officer for a very long time. You're aware that there are different types of bullets, correct?
Correct.
And there are some bullets that when they make an impact into an individual, they expand or explode in an individual, correct?
Correct.
So if a bullet like that was used, then you wouldn't necessarily find a bullet hole because it wouldn't have gone out of a person, correct?
Right, that's why I said if it penetrates, it doesn't perforate.
So there are situations where a gun can be used that you wouldn't have that clean cut through and then see a bullet hole or any indication of any bullet fragments in a room, correct?
If a bullet does not exit a person, then stays in the person, and so either collects their shell casing or use a revolver, we would not have evidence of issue.
So just so we're clear then, in situations a gun could be used and it's possible then you wouldn't find evidence of fragments or a hole in the wall.
Correct.
Then you talked, I think you just mentioned it right now, about a revolver, but there are types of guns that you wouldn't produce a casing, or a casing wouldn't be ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
A revolver was one of them because after it's shot, the casing stays in, I don't know the proper term on a revolver, on the cylinder, yes, correct?
Yes.
So just because there aren't casings found at a scene does not mean that a gun was not used, correct?
Correct.
And there's also mechanisms that can be used to silence the sound of a gun, correct?
Yes.
So then perhaps neighbors wouldn't hear a gunshot in a normal way that people think, oh, I heard a gunshot.
Correct.
Some silencers can sound like a thud, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now looking at the fact that there are cases where guns are used where you wouldn't find casings, people wouldn't hear gunshots, and there are no recovered bullets or fragments, it could be that the pattern you observed on that table was a product of a gunshot.
No.
Why are you saying no?
It would have to be a perforating injury to leave that. It would have to be exit. So you have forward spatter and you have back spatter issues. If somebody gets shot and the entry wound will produce what was called back spatter, it will come back towards the gun. and it doesn't have an impact pattern stain like is observed on the table. In order to produce that, it would have to exit out the back. So that bullet would have to travel all the way through that person and then struck something else in the apartment. So that would give us evidence of a bunch.
Okay. So then it's aspiration missed.
It's either aspiration or it's an impact pattern. It's just, it looked to me and Officer Wider that pattern observed was different. It was smaller than what I observed in other places in the apartment.
So you can't be sure as it relates to that pattern?
Correct.
Okay. If we could pull up Seats Exhibit 1, photo 139. So in this picture, remember you had explained to the jury that these dots that we see are passive drops, correct?
Yes.
There's also, though, what appears to be some sort of smearing pattern in this picture, correct?
Correct.
So if you don't mind, I hate to make you get up, but if you could use that nice pointer stick and show the jury where you see that smearing pattern.
Okay. The only critique I have is that was a little unnecessary.
In this area here.
The snark on that.
Around this area.
But
Okay,
I suppose
thank you. You can sit back down.
pause.
And can you explain to
I suppose sitting next to Gravely, it's kind of rubbing off on her. I don't know. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
the jury what a smear pattern indicates?
Not actually, it wouldn't be a smear pattern. Smear has a totally different terminology as far as in blood stain pattern analysis. I reserve comment on that stain in particular. They have the appearance of transfer stains for blood, like if somebody's clothes has blood on it and it rubs against an area like carpet like that. That's the appearance that it has to me, but I did not give an opinion on that just based on the fact that I'm not positive.
Okay, so it's either a smear or a transfer.
Can't be a smear.
It can't be a smear, so you're saying it could be a transfer.
Correct.
Could this be, in your experience, could this be an indicator of a potential struggle between two people?
It's possible.
If we could pull up State's Exhibit 1, photo 145.
Although, here's a question. So the last couple days that we've watched of testimony, I know a lot of us in the chat have made a remark that she was being too nice. Nicole here. So I'm kind of curious for those of you that have watched the trial for a couple days. You know, with the snark in this. I guess, I don't really remember her being snarky or whatever with other witnesses. So I'm kind of curious if by like day 5, because remember I said, you know, if I was a defense attorney from what I've seen so far with this case, I would put my nice aside and it would be, you know, gloves off. Let's go. But kind of curious to see how this is going to transpire now.
The void, you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's in that pool of blood, you observed the blood yourself.
Yes, sir.
And was it still wet?
There was areas of dampness.
Okay, so it wasn't completely dry.
Correct.
And so
Pause 1 moment. So Detective John has a great point. Crimes of passion, especially when children are involved, very telling, and many forget to put yourselves in their shoes. Emotional and dangerous. I would like to clip that and then let's see, what day does Sadie testify? What day does the text messages between Sadie and the victim come out? Question mark. because, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to spoil anything. And another little just kind of observation, I know I mentioned this yesterday. You know how the media spins things with some of these trials? So, for example, Tim Bleefnick, the Family Feud murderer, I covered that trial. I'm not even 100% sure after, well, I know 100% that the state did not prove their case. Well, after watching it, that's what I kind of came up with. But with this McJustice system that we have, you know, heaven forbid anybody take some time to ponder a man's life, but that's a different story. But I know with him, like with his mugshot that he had, people were saying, you know, oh, he's let himself go. Look at his hair. Well, he was actually growing out his hair to donate to Locks of Love. My neighbor, Trevor, a couple doors down, he did that a few years ago. My daughters all did it. And Zachariah in this trial, you can see he's got like the man bun, if you will. I had heard that that was like a source of mocking during the trial. And then then I think the podcast had said, I don't remember. I shouldn't think. I heard that one of his sons was scared of getting his hair cut, so they'd always get their hair cut together. But then someone in the chat yesterday said they wouldn't allow him to get a haircut for 11 months. I think his brother said that. And you know, once he was locked up, they wouldn't let him get his haircut, so he finally just said, well, screw it. So I've heard both of those. Frankly, I suppose I shouldn't fan the rumor mill, but it's possible Soloman might have said the thing about the 11 months without a haircut. So again, sometimes now my roller thing isn't working. What the hell? At least I can see out of my right eye now. Just a moment. Oh my gosh. Okay. Never mind. Unpause.
So in this area where we can see the line and on the left, so the left of the square or the rectangle, the void that we see, you see that there's this blood that goes into the void, correct?
Correct.
So can you explain that, how that would have happened?
Through saturation, or that object or that area carpet could have been also moved with something still right there causing it to continue to pull up.
Okay. And from what you can observe here in the void, there would, in your opinion, if there was a rug there and we see this void, is it likely that there was blood on that rug?
Yes.
And I want to talk back in context of this and passive drops and impact stains. It's possible that if you have a bloody item, it doesn't have to be a body or anything like that, and you throw it up against something, that too could produce impact stains, correct?
You're gonna have to repeat that, sorry.
Sure. I guess have a bloody balloon,
Okay.
right? I don't actually, but you know, this is just the hypothetical. I have a bloody balloon. I throw it up against this table and it hits the speaker. In that situation, the impact could be caused from this non-human, non-person item, correct?
It's gonna be transfer from the blood on the balloon onto the desk. It's not gonna be impact.
No, not if
if it hits the speaker, and let's say there's an imaginary wall in front of council table, there could be impact spatter from that point of impact, correct?
It's impact spatter has to have a certain speed. So what you're talking about, that scenario you're talking about, there's no way unless you're throwing that balloon over 25 feet per second, that's going to leave impact spatter.
Okay, so impact spatter is only going to be produced when you have some sort of, not high velocity, but there needs to be a significant amount of velocity.
Correct.
So there's also a physics component then to blood stain pattern analysis?
Worded like that.
Okay, do you have any physics training?
I do not.
If you could pull up exhibit, I believe it's 162. This is, it's really small, hard to see, but the cast off pattern on the ceiling.
Yes.
And so cast off, I think you explained it, but I just want to be clear, is when you have an item that has blood on it, and then when it's moved, that item produces the cast off.
Blood would come off that item as it's flung?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so previously you had mentioned a baseball bat.
I give a few different examples as to what could cause that.
So let's use the baseball bat example. If there's blood on a baseball bat, it could produce cast off.
Yes.
And the state had questioned you about the stains that were observed on the seat of the couch, the saturation stains.
Yes.
And there had been some mention of the multiple different ways that it could be caused. And one of the ways that you talked about was if there was some sort of cut to an artery. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
But arteries can be basically cut from blunt force trauma as well, correct?
It could happen.
Okay. And if there's something being used that, let's say, is wooden in material and is starting to shard off, and you have pieces of exposed wood, that impact could cause damage to an artery, correct?
Yes.
And there's different points. Your artery is not just in your neck, to your knowledge, correct?
It's not just in your neck.
Okay, so there's other areas of a body that could be that could cause an arterial injury other than the neck and area.
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to then go to the if we could get exhibit 71. So this was the piece of wood that you had found that had blood and a potential hair or fiber on it, correct?
It looks like there's a couple of those.
Okay. You said there's a couple of pieces of wood?
Correct.
There was some wood on the couch too, correct?
Correct.
So based on that, based on this presence of wood, the presence of wood that's been saturated with an amount of blood, did you come to any opinion on those findings?
The opinion would be assumed by anyone that if we have wood splinters and we have impact spatter on the walls, that somebody was hit with a wooden object.
Okay. If we could pull up exhibit 1, photo 203. You had testified that there was what appeared to be impact stains near the air conditioning unit and on the vertical blinds, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't swab those because you weren't swabbing, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any officers who swabbed those areas?
I do not know if Officer Weiner swabbed that area or not.
Okay. And you would agree that these were pretty, I don't want to use the word remote, but they were pretty far away from other stains that you had observed, correct?
at just about every wall, the living room. Like, so that's the north wall, I mean, the east wall right next to it has impact fire stains, and then you have the door over there. So, I mean, it's not far off from other areas that have impact fire stains.
But the table that was right there, the white tables, those could have been possibly moved, correct?
Which table?
The white tables,
Objection. Calls for speculation whether a table could have been moved.
I can rephrase it, Judge. I'll just rephrase. The white tables that
Did
were,
he
that
just
had, like,
say
the
cause
rods and
for
the remotes
speculation that the
observed
table is
being
white?
This potentially aspiration or impact stains. You don't know if that table was there at the point of impact, correct? In that location.
Correct.
And if we could have exhibit 1, photo 218. Did you observe any stains on the item behind the couch where we see the saturation stains? I think it was, and there was nothing directly behind there, correct?
There's no stains observed behind there.
So did that play into your analysis at all? The fact that behind where those saturation stains are, there was no impact or any type of stain patterns observed?
There's impact right above. You can see it in that picture.
Right above the tire?
Correct.
On the wall?
Yes.
And so is it in your opinion then that the blow that caused the saturation stains or whatever caused the saturation stains produced the stains that were observed on that back wall above that tire?
Can you answer that one more time? I apologize.
The blow, what you observed there, the stains on the couch and the stains on the wall, is that indicative of one event?
No.
Okay, so there could have been more events in that area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No worries, Stray. I appreciate you.
You had testified
Stop by when you
about,
can. I'm
the
used to
mat
flying
in
solo.
The, living room area that had been moved at
I've
some
been
point,
spoiled by
correct?
you and
You
Eris.
knew it had been moved because there was patterns behind that.
Yes.
Did you or anyone, if you know, swab that shoe mat for DNA?
I do not.
Did you observe any shoes in the apartment?
I can't recall at this point.
Do you remember reviewing a video of the crime scene that officers had made?
Yes.
And do you remember from that video, and that was a video that was taken, to your knowledge, immediately when officers arrived, correct?
It was one of the first things we did after we conducted an initial walkthrough.
But you didn't change anything or touch anything after that initial walkthrough, before you took the video? Because you wanted to take the video to preserve the scene as it was at that time upon arrival.
Correct.
And you remember that the lights were turned off when that first entry was made, correct?
Yes.
That there were no lights on in the apartment.
I do not recall there were any lights on the apartment.
Pause one moment. Detective John, if you would like to be a guest on one of these trial live streams, I would love it and be honored. I just have to, okay, so without explaining too much, with OBS, I'm not sure if there's a way to have a guest on. I guess I haven't gotten that far yet. But the other day I had Chrissy on, who's in the chat, and all I have to do is just, when I plan it, instead of selecting RTMP, I have to just select Restream Studio, and then I can have up to 10 people. Winkety wink, Kayla, Lynn, etc. So if that's something that would interest you, just let me know. Actually, that's a really good point. Okay, so one other thing. It seems to me, because this computer is such a screaming demon, this OBS doesn't seem to glitch. When possible, I can stream in HD, depending on what's coming in, but it should go out in HD. Well, I mean, you can't, well, it doesn't matter. But like the other day when we had, what was it, like 7 hours on a restream, and I was using Restream Studio, which was in the cloud, and then Detective John let me come on to his live stream. I was very honored. But I was like glitched on it. It seems to me like those long live streams, I don't know. I just don't trust the cloud-based ones as much because they do seem to get glitchy. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's like an open invitation for anyone. But to be honest with you, I could actually just going forward after today, just do it in Restream Studio. So if there's someone watching that wants to pop on, Restream is identical basically to StreamYard. Yeah. I think it's like with these really long, well, I don't know. Okay, let's continue. I appreciate all of you. Merry Christmas. I'll do that. I think I'll do that.
I have more photos to show you, but I'll come back to them because I'll be up by the Elmo for a little while. I think we've already seen all these photos. Unless it's So on May 20th, 2020, you responded to Mr. Anderson's home and you were instructed to take photos of the Dodge Caravan, correct?
Correct.
And you had noted that you observed a small reddish stain above the steering wheel, correct?
Yes.
And then on the driver's side rear panel, above where the carpet was cut out, you observed another small reddish dried substance, correct?
That's correct.
And then on the cloth interior roof of the driver's side rear, you also observed a small reddish dried substance, correct?
Correct.
And then you had gone through the rest of the property and taken photos of other items that you believe to be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And do you remember observing a bottle of bleach in the inside back, towards the inside back door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been
I mean,
previously known as
technically they were
Defense
together
Exhibit
13 years, so
155.
common law wife,
Is that the
maybe, I
bottle
think is
of
what they
bleach you
call it.
observed on Mr. Anderson's property?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 156. Is this the same bottle?
Yes.
Close up?
Correct.
Okay, and you'd agree that there's a lot of dirt and dust on top of the bottle?
You can see some dirt on the bottle, yes.
Okay. and it might be better, sometimes this doesn't produce the best image. If I hand you the exhibit, on the lid of the bleach bottle, do you see dust?
Yes, I do.
And it seems to be undisturbed, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Indicative that that bottle has been there or somewhere collecting dust for some time prior to the date you took it.
Well, objection for the officer to conclude what duration dust constitutes, including some time, seems a little speculative.
I can rephrase. In your day-to-day experience as a human being, this amount of dust wouldn't be from 2 days, correct?
Same objection. That's not where we are.
I think it would
I
not
better not say
qualify as an
anything.
expert opinion, any more than I would have guessed that it was 100 years to get that crime up there on Abraham Lincoln's words. He's giving an
Common law
estimate that
does not exist in
every one
Wisconsin.
of you is just as capable of giving. But of course, whether there's grime on the bottle, you can put that shelf on the shelf for 100 years under the right circumstances. It would be pristine and under certain humidity conditions and wind and dust, it could get quite grimy. So I'll let him answer, but your personal experience is probably as informative as.
Becca Lynn, the defense is the one presenting the Clorox bottle. That's interesting, and I think perhaps it was a strategy. Maybe I shouldn't speak, but considering the fact that Gravely continuously refers to the Clorox disinfecting wipes that Zachary Anderson purchased, he continually refers to them as bleach, thereby putting in the jurors' minds that some sort of chlorinated bleach was used. I think that's why she's doing this with the dusty actual bleach bottles, if that makes sense. I go bananas over this whole Clorox thing.
But he actually saw it. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Okay. There's dust on top of that bottle. I don't know where that bottle's been or if it's been in an environment or dust was moved around and went on top. I can't attest to the amount of time it took for that dust because I don't know what environments it's been in.
Okay. Do you remember if this bottle was full, empty? Do you remember any of that?
I remember there's fluid in it. I don't remember if it was full.
Okay.
Again, I think the only thing Zachariah, as of this point, is guilty of is picking up the Clorox brand of disinfecting wipes when he went to Walmart. Had he picked up the Arm & Hammer ones that I have, Gravely wouldn't have been able to continuously throw out bleach, bleach, bleach. Oh, and it gets better. Detective John, you're in for a treat. Well, from what I understand. Well, let's just say from what I've seen so far, if it continues down this path, we're all in for a treat. And I think it's also important to note that basically everybody in the chat has watched this trial other than me and Detective John and Becca Lynn. Becca Lynn is a little bit farther ahead than we are. So the fact that people are spending their time over Christmas Day, rewatching this speaks volumes, in my opinion. And I'm so grateful you are all here.
I'm going to hand you the section that's marked.
And Lily, if you're watching, I hope you don't mind, but I might have to have another one of your delicious coffees. Mommy loves you.
I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 233. If you could just inform the jury what's in that box.
This is the Clorox Beach bottle.
Okay, and that you collected that we just saw in Defense Exhibits 156 and 155?
Correct.
If you could please open that?
Sure.
If we are done with the crime scene photos, I think I'm gonna shrink down the testimony window so we can see the background better now. Mimsy, I am grateful for you. And Myra, and Law King, and Kayla, and Detective John, and Becca, and everybody. Look at this beautiful group. You know what? In the olden days, with YouTube and Chrissy, in the olden days with YouTube, you could actually go to a tab that would show you like who was in the chat. They don't have that anymore. I wish they did. I need one of C-Swep's cookies. Okay. Should we just pause for a moment? No, we'll pause when they pause. And we'll look at C-Swep's cookies and drill. Wait. Don't hate me, but I think yes, I have sweet potato pie downstairs that's calling my name. Sound is horrible in that courtroom. And this is Veilhammer Media's remastered video/audio. It's
Okay.
not too bad, but
put
it's...
it here, and from picking it up and
You mad?
holding it, how full would you say it is?
It's full.
Completely?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to open it to see if the seal's been broken?
Want me to?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I was not able to tell if the seal on there broken at all.
But and from looking into it, you don't have to put your face all the way up to it. It's completely full.
The liquid up there.
Okay.
We can't hear you.
Couldn't they just weigh
I
it?
can see the liquid up to where my finger's at.
Okay,
So there's a little
He's
bit,
indicating with his finger,
about 2.5 inches down.
down from the very top of the
Is that?
The answer about whether the seal had been broken? I'm sorry.
Oh, sound amplifiers, not
I didn't
translators.
notice the seal broken out when I opened it.
Well, couldn't you, like, you know,
You can just put it
go to
back
Walmart
on.
and buy a
Fine.
comparative bottle and just, like, weigh the two bottles and see how many ounces are missing? And then deduce if the amount of ounces
Okay,
that are
so
missing
back to
could
the,
clean up a crime scene
Dodge
such as
Caravan.
this in the back of a
I'll show you it's been
minivan.
marked as Defense Exhibit 63. Again, the Elmo's not
Oops, I'm
that
sorry.
great, but
Wrong
this
button.
is what you observed and took pictures of, correct?
Yes.
And so, do you see the stain that you were referring to?
In this picture, I don't.
Okay. And if you need to look at the actual photo opposed to what's on the screen, but you'd agree that the dashboard is quite dirty and dusty, correct?
I guess I see there's what appears to be dirt on it.
Okay, and if I hand you the picture, because I think you can better see it, does it appear to be dusty as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 64. Do you see the stain that you were referring to in this photo?
I believe I do.
Okay, if you don't mind going up and pointing it out to the jury. Okay. And this picture too also shows the dust and other items on the dashboard, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull up what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 135. This was a trailer camper that was on Mr. Anderson's residence property, correct?
Yes.
And that was searched?
Not by me, but I'm sure it was searched.
You took photos of it though, right?
Correct.
When you took photos of it, you didn't find anything of evidentiary value in that camper, correct?
Correct.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 136. This was the dumpster and other items, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't, when you were taking photos, you did not find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
On my recollection, nothing was pointed out to me.
Sorry, what exhibit was that? Sorry.
Sure, no, it's fine. It was 136, Defense Exhibit 136. No problem. And then the state showed you other pictures of Mr. Anderson's home or property. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 140. You took this photo, correct?
That appears to be.
And it was clear from when you were taking photos that that property was under some sort of contracting work.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 141. This is just another photo of the contents of that dumpster, correct?
Yes.
And this was before other officers started emptying it, correct?
Correct.
You took photos throughout that whole process?
No.
Just the beginning and the end?
Correct.
Okay. Showing
Pause. I'm waiting. Oh, yeah. Lynn Dalton just answered you, Detective John. She's a private attorney. I had said yesterday, from the looks of it, or maybe it was the day before, I don't know, all these days are blurring together. He thankfully had the funds to defend himself and hire what looks like a team that really fought harder for him granted, this is only day 5. So can you imagine? And I also had mentioned yesterday, or opined, if you will, there are only a couple trials at a time that are televised, through YouTube, live stream, court TV, long crime, etc. Yet, thousands of trials happen all over this whole entire country every year. Can you imagine? I mean, we're just seeing a fraction, like a small percentage of trials. It kind of makes you wonder how many other people are in the same predicament. And I don't know the answer to the injunction, but, Lynn Dalton, no injunction. I'm just like waiting for Lynn and Kayla to answer these questions. They're so knowledgeable on what's happened here. There had to be a propensity for violence if they issued the injunction. So no injunction. I don't know. This is outside my scope of understanding. But Lynn Dalton says no injunction.
you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 143. This was an area that also had remnants of some sort of reconstruction project, correct?
Yes.
You didn't locate any items of evidentiary value when you were taking photos of this area, correct?
And I didn't do the searching, I was just doing the photographing.
You weren't asked to photograph anything specific in this area.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 144. This was also on Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
Yes.
And you were instructed to take photos of it, right?
Correct.
But you weren't told to take any items of photos of any specific items.
Correct.
State had also shown you some pictures of the Audi, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 157. You took this photo of the Audi?
Yes, I did.
When you were taking photos of the Audi, did you observe anything of evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
No bizarre stains?
No.
No bizarre stains. Sorry, Madam Porter.
Bizarre, is that the word?
Bizarre,
Yeah,
Bizarre stains.
as opposed to a
normal stain.
normal stain.
You didn't observe any human remains in that car, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't observe any murder weapons?
Oops, pause. So the stalking charge. Mira says there is a restraining order after Zach was arrested. Lynn says after the incident, and she pointed her finger, she filed. Myra, exactly, Lynn, it was filed after he was arrested. And then Lynn says, yes, charged and convicted of stalking. So, okay, no. Becca says, Lynn, I will dispute. She told the police about stalking. It was not in the first responding officer's report. Wasn't the first responding officer the one that wrote the report about her crying? But he wrote the report some duration after the actual day? Question mark. I really need to shut up and just let the people that know this case inside and out. Lynn. No crying. Okay, I'm just going to shut up. Lynn and Kayla. Convicted of stalking at the same time of the other convictions. He wasn't convicted of stalking prior to Rosalio going missing. Okay. I'm going to be quiet and let the experts answer. But do you understand how beautiful this is to see the questions from a detective and the answers from the people that know this trial inside and out, backwards and forwards? This is a thing of beauty. This warms my Crime Spies heart.
In that car, correct?
No weapons.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 158, just another angle of the Audi, correct?
Correct.
Again, nothing of evidentiary value that you saw.
Did not see anything of evidentiary value.
Another angle, 159, correct?
Yes.
It looks like they're going to take a break in a bit here.
This is the content of the trunk in the Audi.
Yes,
I will make my coffee after
Again, you did not observe anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 161. Back passenger side of the Audi, correct?
Yes.
You did not observe anything of evidentiary value.
Good night, Detective John. Merry Christmas again to you and your children and Rita and your whole family and your I'm not sure, I think you just have one grandchild. And I'm not entirely sure if it's a boy or a girl. Merry Christmas, sir. It's been an honor to have you here. I know your time is very valuable and you don't have extra time. Thank you so much, sir. Everybody make sure to subscribe. He's fantastic. You will love him.
Correct.
And listen to
Defense Exhibit
Wrongful
162.
Podcast. Pause. Detective John, next time you get in your truck to go to a landscaping job or whatever, you have some windshield time, I strongly suggest the Wrongful Podcast. Available on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or whatever service you use for your podcast. In the 3 episodes that they have released so far, you will not believe the information that they have. It's fantastic. Anyway, continue. Good night, sir. Sweet dreams. And Merry Christmas again.
The complete back seat of the Audi, nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
When you were in Mr. Anderson's van, you had processed some items in there for evidence, correct?
I never went inside his van, so
When you were taking the photos,
I didn't go inside the van.
did you take any paperwork out of the van?
I personally didn't, but it was taken out of it.
Okay. And you remember that was in the evidence in the property was labeled as miscellaneous paperwork?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 154. Does this appear to be the paperwork, to your knowledge, if you know, that was taken out of Mr. Anderson's van?
Are we talking about originally from the scene, or are we talking about when I had to go back into the glove box? Into the underneath seat?
You have to tell me.
Okay. Because I was sent back to where this car is in evidence. We took stuff out at the scene in Mequon, and then I got sent back there in, I think, July or sometime
Pardon
later
me, I'm
on to
sorry.
go
I hope I'm
obtain
not getting
evidence from underneath the driver's seat drawer. I think that was at your request. So,
This would have been from the first time.
okay. So from the first time around, that is paperwork that was handed to me.
This paperwork is handed to you.
Correct.
Okay. And that was Defense Exhibit 154. When you were at Mr. Gutierrez, actually strike that before I go there, you had observed did you observe the fire pit that was excavated at the tree farm?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 70. Can you describe what this is for the jury?
That is a large fire pit that's located in the tree farm in Random Lake.
Okay, and this red tape, can you explain to them why that's there?
The Department of Justice set up sectors through
Okay, I lied.
that
I'm actually
entire
gonna.
fire pit so that
There's still
you
more
could
evidence
label each
pictures. I guess
sector
I'll just wait a
with,
little bit longer.
with a corresponding letter and number, so that when stuff is taken out of that area, we can say it came out of from A or B or C or section C, D or so on.
So you'd agree this is a very methodical.
Pause. Okay, so just so I get the facts straight, because Lord knows I don't need to be spreading misinformation. When was Zachariah's restraining order issued? Was there just the one restraining order? Question mark? I'm just curious. Okay, so now I'm kind of answering my own question, because I bet you if I go over to the freezachariahanderson.org website, I'll probably answer my own question after he was arrested. Huh. Don't you think she would have... Huh. Oh, you know what else well, We should have maybe mentioned the what was he called? The sweet well, I guess we'll get to that because I learned this in the podcast, but we haven't gotten it into the testimony. See, it's very tempting to go ahead of the testimony. Z-Bear, wasn't he called Z-Bear? Boy, I tell you, every time I am fearful for my safety in a relationship, which has never happened, knock on wood, let's just say I would most definitely be sending text messages with sweet nothings in them. Sadie called him Z-Bear. Yeah, I would be doing that too if I was fearful for the safety of myself and my children. A few days before wasn't that within the same time frame as her text messaging with the victim? And then all of a sudden he switches the conversation to the weather? Question mark. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself again. Please pardon me. It's hard not to. Let's just admit it. It's hard not to get ahead of my skis.
Methodical process.
Yes.
And I'm going to zoom in here.
She spent hours on the phone with him.
Can you explain to the jury what those green buckets are for?
The green buckets
goodness.
were collecting the contents from the fire pit. So each green bucket was labeled with a corresponding sector from that the contents came out of.
And to your knowledge, they took all of the contents out of this burn pit. If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not that I don't know. They took everything up down to where you're seeing it right now.
Okay.
So
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 71. You'd agree that this is just another angle of that burn pit process.
correct.
And Defense Exhibit 72, another photo of the burn pit at the tree farm with the buckets.
Yes.
I think that was had to have been in the podcast that I had read what Law Kong Express, King, if you will, says. You can read where she is texting Rosalio, finishes, and then texts Zach, love you. Or I'm cheating a little and diving into the Sadie testimony and pausing to hear you funny. Oh, funny. I appreciate you. Others are getting you ahead of yourself too. I know. It is. It's very tempting. It's very tempting to go down like the normal, like when you watch a trial and you just, kind of, waffle ideas in your head. And then, side note, stalking laws. She's using text. Speak to text. That happens to me all the time. And we just know what you're talking about. I do it all the time. Okay, side note. Stalking laws require traumatization. She recently acted in a 1-hour hit piece. Who the hell acts out their own trauma? Okay, I had heard she participated in some kind of documentary, and I had meant to ask what it is. Has it been released yet? Question mark. Let's keep her in the moment and not talk about future testimony. Well, yeah, and actually another thing too, like the podcast, I'm like jonesing for episode 4. I'm assuming it's coming out very soon, but then I don't know how that's going to fall in line with where we're at here. This is so interesting and disgusting at the same time. And makes me angry. MLS has stream about it. Can't remember where it is. Rumble. Well, I know MLS. Okay, so the other day when they were having the big argument about the Denny law thing, the two attorneys on day 1, and I believe that short day 2, MLS has a stream about that also, explaining the Denny law. I need a secretary to take notes so I remember what I'm supposed to be looking at. Detective John got me thinking about it. He is brilliant. He is really smart, and he's a justice warrior. You will really like him. You will really like him. He's very fair. Yes, I said that. Sorry, no. We can be biased again. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Well, it's interesting. It's interesting the questions he has because, again, he was a detective. I think, like, oh my gosh, there's been a few of the stories that he's told on his live streams about the one with the transgender prostitute, and let's just say a job that begins with a B, and the cat on a leash and the false teeth. I'll have to find what episode that is. Let's just say it's entertaining. But I mean, how lucky are we? We've got some real life detective experience. So I'm really honored. I mean, I wouldn't think he would have. He's really busy. This is amazing. Okay. Oh, Stray is on top of it. Okay. We should have a break here shortly.
And Defense Exhibit 74. This is before or after, if you know that the grid system was put up.
That's it.
Oh no. See, this is what happens when I click on a link. I gotta move it down here. The last time I tried to copy and paste the link, then it didn't work. That was the Steve Gosney one. Okay, now I gotta make this.
Take a 10 to 15 minute.
Okay, I'm gonna do one thing. Hopefully it works. And this is the point where I thank Vielhammer Media for his audio remaster and video. I think it's audio remaster. And he
just
took out
set up a hearing
took the
on our
brakes,
calendar
took the
for
brakes
this.
out.
It doesn't even have a case number yet.
Okay.
Just,
Hello?
would you come down, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Content.
It doesn't have a case number because I have to have a little bit of a semi-hearing to determine if it's to be sealed or not.
Just an observation. While Detective John was in our presence, it is kind of unfortunate he didn't get to hear much of the judge today. Oh goodness.
Okay.
But yeah, he didn't. Well, it's taken care of.
Okay, so save. All right, in the description box of this video and going forward, hopefully it worked. Yep, it did. Okay, so Pause. In the description box underneath this video, and then now going forward, in my copious free time, I will try to remember to go backwards and add it also. So we've got number 1 is Vielhammer Media's channel and playlist. That's where we're getting the video from. Number 2 is the free ZachariahAnderson.org website. Number 3 is the Wrongful Podcast link, spelled correctly. Number 4 is the Give, Send, Go link. And then underneath that is, in case you missed it, interviews with Soloman Anderson, Broken Baker's live stream with him on, and Broken Baker's channel. And then underneath that is MLS interview with Soloman link and MLS channel link. And then now I just added What is a Denny Motion by MLS link. And then I have a placeholder for Find Steve Gosney interview with Tiffany Roy. And then underneath that is Serendipitous, Christmas, Kismet, Marathon, Christenings, King, Lawcon, and Stray, the Warrior Princess from last night. All right, let's continue. Thank you for being here, fighting for justice.
Go ahead, Ms. Mom.
Your opinions are welcome, no matter what they are, no matter who you are. We welcome all opinions and open debate. And Christmas cheer. This is amazing how many people have tuned in. I mean, it's still Christmas Day. Steve Gosney weighed in on this too. See, now that's another thing. If you think about it, I mean, these people are busy in some type of profession that has to deal with their judicial system. And taking the time to weigh in on cases like this where there's, no financial gain is just kind of shows you like how important it is for people to review and discuss and then fight to right the wrong. If that makes sense.
Had I already signed that paper?
I had the link, Mimsy, to the Tiffany Roy interview, and then
So
like a
just show me
dummy,
some
I just hit
photos
the
of the
copy paste, and it
burn
didn't
pit
copy paste
excavation
correctly.
at the tree farm.
Correct.
You had also been aware of the work that they did on the burn
Irish
pit
love
at
to Hannah.
Mr. Anderson's home.
Merry
correct?
Christmas.
Yes.
To
And
you.
similar to that, they did a grid of
Okay, I'm
the
gonna
burn
go
pit and put the
pilfer another
contents
coffee
in
for my
buckets,
daughter's
Yes.
stash.
Show you what's
BRB.
been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 227. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Those are the 5-gallon buckets that the contents from the fire pit were put into.
And Defense Exhibit 228, just a different picture of those buckets, correct?
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 229, this is our individuals from agencies sifting through all of the contents of the burn pit, correct?
Correct.
And that too is a meticulous process of the burn pit, correct?
Yes.
Going back to Mr. Gutierrez's house, had you gone to that location, 3709 15th Street, during the evening hours?
On which day?
On any date? Had you ever been there in the evening when it was dark?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 57. That above the lettering 3709 or numbering is a light, correct?
Yes.
And that was on during the nighttime hours, correct?
I do not recall.
And then you also took photos of the dumpsters at the property around 3709 15th Street, correct?
I know photos were taken. I do not know if I know what we took.
All right, if I showed you, would that help refresh your memory?
May.
Here, I'm gonna show you here.
Yeah, I'm not positive because I know other officers prior to my arrival took photos of the dumpsters.
Okay. So going back to the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you previously testified that you had located or seen a sock, is correct?
Yes.
But you didn't see any blood on that sock, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't swab that sock or process it for DNA evidence?
Correct.
You don't know if any other officers did?
Correct.
Then you had noted that you had seen multiple buttons that were recovered from the burn pit,
Yes.
and that you determined that they were from Levi Strauss pants.
Some of them were, yes.
And had you observed pants that Mr. Anderson had been wearing?
No.
But it's possible that those multiple buttons came from different pairs of pants, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the fact that there were what appeared to be tops from steel-toed boots.
Yes.
You'd agree that you're not a shoe expert, correct?
Correct.
That's just from you observing it what you believed it to be.
Correct.
But you also recovered from the scene a pair of work boots, correct?
Yes.
And you gave me what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 234. If you could open it, please. And before you open it, you could tell the jury what your understanding of what the contents of that box are.
These are red wing, brown steel toe boots.
That you recovered from Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not observe any blood on those boots, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You can just place them back in the box. So other evidence that you had gathered were fluids that you had collected from the sink catches at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what a sink catch is to members of the jury?
Sure. So at in the lower portion of your sink, if it's like in your bathroom, let's just say, usually there's a cabinet. Inside that cabinet, there's a little U, and that U holds contents when it goes down, the water. So what I did is I shut the water off, and I took the U off and emptied those contents into jars.
And what's the reason for doing that?
My supervisor had me do that just to see if there's any evidentiary value to any biological fluids or anything inside it.
So when you say evidentiary value to the fluids, basically do you process that and collect it because if someone had washed something down the drain or was cleaning bloody hands,
Correct.
that it could be that some of those contents are found in the catch?
Right.
So you obtained the fluid from the sink catch in the kitchen sinks that were there at Mr. Anderson's residence.
Yes.
And that kitchen sink had 2 catches, correct?
Correct.
And you collected the fluid from both those catches?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in that catch, correct?
I collected it and put it in evidence.
Okay. And then you also collected the fluid from the sink catch in the downstairs bathroom.
Yes.
And then you said when you were doing this that you couldn't collect the fluid from the upstairs bathroom sink because it was not workable.
Correct.
And then at 3709, you also did the same process with catches in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Yes.
And that was from the kitchen sink catch
Yes.
and the bathroom sink catch.
Yes.
When you had gone to the tree farm on May 27th, 2020, you took overall photos of the scene there.
Yes.
And you did not find or see any human remains.
That's correct.
And you didn't find any bloody items.
Correct.
And you didn't find a body.
Correct.
And you didn't find what appeared to be a murder weapon.
Correct.
And then when you were at Mr. Anderson's residence, you also, when taking photos, did not find or photograph any human remains.
Correct.
No body.
Correct.
And no what was determined to be a murder weapon.
I collected some items. I can't comment as to whether it was a murder weapon or not.
You collected a hammer, knife, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you didn't test those or anything?
Objection. He doesn't test any items. I think that's very clear.
I did not hear you, sir.
He doesn't test any items. I think he's testified to that multiple times.
Well, he has.
Those items you just collected because you were asked to collect them, but you don't know what happened afterwards.
That's correct.
But you didn't photograph any bloody evidence at that crime, at that scene.
Correct.
And you had talked about a sheath. Do you remember being asked those questions about a sheath that you processed?
Yes.
And that one you did swab what appeared to be a red fluid substance on that sheath, correct?
Dried substance, correct?
Yeah. And then, but when you swabbed it, it didn't produce a red substance on the swab tip.
Correct.
Do not have any further questions subject to recross.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Officer Van Wee, you were asked questions in cross-examination about your need for math, I think specifically trigonometry, and whether that was necessary for an individual like yourself to render opinions. If you have not taken trigonometry, do you have a method that you can easily utilize to make sure that the math is taken care of?
Yes.
What do you use?
Scientific calculator.
Okay, and so using a scientific calculator, have
I'm
you
back.
ever had
I'm
any
going to
issues
regret
in
this
terms
coffee,
of
I'm sure.
doing the reconstruction or doing any of the sort of things that you were trained to do in your 40-hour course?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your crime scene experience with something called sharp force trauma. Do you recall those questions on cross?
Yes.
And sharp force trauma is essentially when someone is stabbed with an object. That's another way of saying that, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to object. This is all leaving.
Sustained.
What, if anything, can you say about what you would expect to see at a scene if somebody experiences sharp force trauma? So in other words, what are the crime scene signs that you would see if there's a sharp force trauma that is a part of an incident?
I'm going to object to relevance as to what you would generally see in other scenes.
Well, this was all examined on cross-examination. Go ahead.
There's a lot of variables involved with stabbings. So it depends on how many times somebody was stabbed. You're going to see in the clothing that somebody's wearing. So, but generally you're going to see a lot of drip stains because the fact that blood's going to be dripping down from that bloody source.
And what, if anything, can you say about the crime scene that you testified to? Was there abundant drip stain evidence in this case?
There's a lot of drip stains between the dinette area and the living room where the blood saturation stain is.
Now, you were asked a question or answered a question by talking about arterial spurt. Do you recall bringing that concept up as part of what you were asked on cross?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked, well, could you puncture an artery by using a blunt force object, or it breaks off in shards? Remember being asked those kind of questions?
Yes.
What would you expect to be the most common way a person would puncture an artery?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
So, Judge, the question was asked whether these other things are possible. So he is an individual who's seen a number of crime scenes. Wouldn't it be relevant for him to tell us what is most common in his experience?
If we wanted to sit down with him and have him recount all of his police experiences, yeah, that'd probably be very educational. But we have limited time to get the case done. And I imagine these people can pretty well understand for themselves the various methods and plus some that people could use to inflict injuries upon themselves or others.
Thank you. Officer, you were asked a question about whether gloves would, a person wearing gloves where they receive blood on those gloves, whether you would expect to or would expect to find evidence of transfer. Do you recall being asked that question on cross?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated in response as well that you were specifically not aware of any transfer evidence in this case. Do you recall being saying that?
Correct. There's nothing obvious.
So I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to Exhibit 1, Photo 54 for just a minute. Just to direct you, is this a picture you previously identified as the doorknob on the interior door? So after you come out of the hallway, it's the doorknob you would use to close the door and be inside?
Yes.
And you indicated that there was blood on this in your direct testimony, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you were asked the question, was there any evidence to you of transfer stains? Were you remembering this exhibit, Exhibit 54?
That's a possibility that that's a transfer stain. I just don't think there's enough conclusively to say that that is indeed a transfer stain.
Okay.
But there's a possibility.
Is it consistent with a transfer stain?
It's really too small to tell, but there is some consistency to it, yes.
So can you, with the pointer, just point out what area of this doorknob, and again, this would be the door that would close the door from the hallway.
Objection asked and answered.
What's been
About
asked?
what doorknob this is.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Answer the question, please.
So can you point out with the pointer where on this interior doorknob you're saying there's evidence that at least would be consistent with transfer? Okay, thank you. You were asked to identify some smearing patterns, possible smearing patterns on the floor near where the blood had pooled. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you if you could bring up Exhibit 139 or Picture 139. You recall being asked about this?
I don't object. This is all extremely cumulative.
I'm countering things that were said on cross. I can go ahead. Do you recall being asked about this pattern?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you were asked whether this could be a sign of a struggle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so this could be an individual who is bleeding with clothes on and they are in some way struggling at that location.
Objection, leading, and speculative.
We don't know if he had clothes on
Your
or
Honor,
not.
the counsel asked whether it could be a struggle.
And I was cross-examining where I can ask leading questions.
Understood. And I'm just directing.
Well, and direct it to the finish line.
Good question, Law Kong.
I want to turn your
King
attention
Law
to
Kong.
picture
What evidence
218
presented
at this
today
moment.
points to Mr. Anderson? I don't know.
So there's a number of
I
blood
haven't
stains
seen
on here, correct?
anything.
Correct.
Is there anything about the blood stains that we can see in this that are inconsistent with a person being stabbed as part of what happened on that couch?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation as to what occurred.
I don't think it does, actually. Object to the rule.
Is there anything about this that says that part of what happened could not be that a person was stabbed?
No.
You were shown a picture of a bleach bottle and also shown a bleach bottle where you lifted it up and told us how much was in there, right?
Correct.
Did that bleach bottle that you looked at here in the courtroom still have its label on it?
Yes, it did.
So is that the same bleach bottle, if you know, as the bleach bottle that you found the label for in the fire pit?
It was not.
It's a separate bleach bottle?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna shut up with regards to the bleach.
You indicated as to Exhibit 226, you recall there was a number of pieces of paperwork that were in an exhibit that you saw?
Yes.
Now, I couldn't quite tell from your testimony, so just please clarify for me. Are you certain that you are the person who collected that paperwork, or do you not know for sure?
So I didn't take anything out of the van. It was handed to me.
Okay.
So I didn't.
So
I photographed it.
So I'm just going to ask you, if my records indicate that Officer Giovannini collected those materials,
Okay.
what, if anything, can you tell me about whether you were involved in the collection of those materials?
Then I was not.
Okay. And so you were asked a question on cross about whether those materials came from the van, were you not?
Correct.
if I add that piece of information,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's completely speculative. The witness has already answered then that he did not receive those items. So what happened or where those items came from, he can't testify to. It would be hearsay. The other officer could testify to that.
Judge, he was specifically asked the question, did you take this stuff out of the van? I think the jury is left with the misimpression that this material is from the van. I think I have an ability to clarify because only one officer took materials from the van. It's this officer.
The objection's overruled.
Okay. So, officer, now that you know that Officer Giovannini may be the person who took that paperwork, do you know for a fact whether that paperwork is from the van or not?
I did not.
Now, you were shown in cross-examination a number of buckets that were in a van or a truck, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe those are from the burn pit that occurred at the Mequon residence?
That I don't know.
Oh, you don't know where those buckets are from? Okay.
From those pictures,
Yeah.
which I do not believe I took, I don't know which fire pit those came from, if it was Mequon or if it was Random Lake.
Okay. In any case, you've testified to a number of items you took from the burn pit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm talking about Mequon.
Correct.
Some buttons, underwear, and sock, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you can you tell us, were those taken from the top area of the burn pit, or were they the kind of items that were only recovered in buckets at later layers?
They were recovered before we did the bucket system.
Okay. And so where would they be in terms of top to bottom of that burn pit?
The top, because they were visible to our eyes when we were looking at the fire pit.
One of the things that one of the things that you were asked about was whether you had found components of steel-toed boots, in other words, the steel toes, and you were shown a set of boots, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall being shown this picture and being asked to identify whether you had found? Oh, 280. I apologize. If you take a look at 280, does this picture depict those steel toes, or at least a depiction of the steel toes that you discovered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at States 118. Do you have gloves up there still?
No.
I have a question for those of you who are experts in, criminal proceedings. How are they allowed to point out things like buttons and steel-toed shoes, etc., if there was nothing that connected those items to the victim? Isn't that just like planting a bunch of garbage in the jurors' heads? Like, how is that admissible? Question mark.
Is he cutting open? Okay.
I mean, like you could just go through a whole laundry list of things. The judge sucks. I mean, you could go through, the possibilities are endless. Really. Shouldn't be admissible. Prove someone has means. They agree ahead of time what is and isn't admissible. That's why they keep fighting outside of the jury, because he pushes the envelope so often. Interesting. Like the steel-toed shoes. Well, Zachariah, it's my understanding, they were flipping houses, etc. And it's also my understanding that the victim, Rosalio, was a court server. And then, he did do construction type work too. Okay, so never mind. I forgot that part. Oh, I see. It's up to the jury to decide if it has relevance to them. The
Take a
judge
look
let
inside,
everything
and
in.
my first question for you is, if you could tell me, are those the steel toes or the components that we're talking about that you yourself saw in the fire pit in the Mequon address on the 20th of May, 2020?
I mean, if this doesn't connect the victim, if there's nothing on these steel-toed shoes to connect to the victim, then it's just steel-toed shoes he decided to burn. And I mean, let's face it, when you have a fire pit, I mean, I live in the city limits. We're allowed to have fire pits, but they're like usually in our driveway with the neighbors.
This is the steel toe that was unearthed in the.
I mean, do we even know if the victim owned
fire pit.
steel-toed shoes?
Do those appear to be in the same condition as you saw them back on May 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Is there one or two of them in the bag?
One.
All right. And thank you. And can you indicate?
Well, it is kind of fun to throw stuff in the fire.
Do those appear to be the?
Pause. And frankly, you know, the longer you're outside enjoying your bonfire, if you will, or what have you, you know, after a while, you gotta, you know, keep it going and, you know, find stuff to throw in there. I don't need these anymore. How dare you? The judge is the finder of law. The jury is the finder of fact. Schroeder is the gatekeeper of what is lawful for the jury to hear and fails miserably at it. Well, and also, in the few days that we've been watching this, it sure seems like Gravely likes to direct where this proceeding is going. Takes liberty, I should say. All right, continue.
Actual ones that you saw at the time.
I don't object to the use of a plural term. There's only one.
Did I say they?
Yes.
Does that steel toe appear to be?
Pause. Stupid smart person. Did I say they? Dan Bongino. Stupid smart people are the most dangerous that walk amongst us.
One of the ones you found at that time.
Yes.
Is the other one that you found similar in appearance from your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Judge, I'd move admission of this exhibit based on his testimony.
Is there objection?
No.
Okay.
Wine and dine him.
I think this.
Also, another observation.
Judge, you know, I want the.
I did think that the first couple detectives that were on the stand, remember the very, very first witness, the one that kept looking down after he said things? And then the other guy with like the black vest over his uniform. It seemed to me like their body language with Gravely was, I mean, they were obeying what they were supposed to, you know, be doing and didn't go beyond what they were asked. I should have maybe paid a little bit more attention to this guy's body language. I don't know what I'm saying.
Jury to get a chance to see it. The officer held it up. Can you just inquire of the jury, did they get a chance to see it, or would they like him to hold that up?
Oh, gotcha.
Anyone?
Pause. It's me, Josie. You are amazing. I think he was trying to imply that Zach burned the clothes he was wearing after the murder. That's why when OA is on the stand, he brings up the steel-toed shoes. See, thank you for keeping these details in my brain. You people are amazing. Justice, warrior, princesses, all of you, and kings.
If you want a better view,
I'm going to ask, when is episode 4 coming?
I'm sorry, are there two?
I'm so excited.
There's one and two.
I think they're together.
Yeah, back.
Josie, I
There's
was
one
listening
inside
to you
the-
last
Okay.
night again before
All
I
right.
went to bed.
Now, there was also a set of work boots found, as you testified to, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any knowledge of whether there was a second set of work boots, whether someone borrowed a set of work boots. You have,
Look
you
at
have
that
no knowledge of
string.
any other facts about why there would be a second
Drop
set
it
of
in
boots
the
that might be
link.
of interest to people.
Correct.
You're amazing. You're all amazing. And you spoil me. Oops. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing here. Let's see. Okay. All I'm supposed to be doing is going in a circle, but I'm just getting started. After a while, and then it gets better.
Now, officer, you have offered opinions on cross about blunt force trauma being the source of many stains.
Pause. Hey, Josie, you weren't here earlier when we were talking to Kayla. Do you know for True Crime Podcast, there's got to be some kind of award ceremony. I don't know if it's at like Crime Con or something, but I think it's really important that all of us, if there is such a thing as an award for True Crime Podcast of the Year, that we make sure to shine light on Wrongful Podcast, because they should win hands down, in my opinion. Wednesday, every Wednesday. Is today Monday? Oh my gosh, it is. I get so confused when it's the holidays. I'll say it again, the podcast streamlines the information and other ideas. It's not willy-nilly all over the place like this trial. Well, the beginning of episode 3 is when they talk about Sadie going up to the slider door and then, calling out his name, and then into the front door and explaining that that's the only entrance in and out for that particular building. And it's like only 3 minutes in, and her knocking on the door. It's amazing and it's just, like I say, I always say it's like succinct in how it's written and executed and produced, and it's a work of art. It's so amazing.
In this case, are you indicating what, if
Breakout
anything, can you
new
say about whether
podcast
you're
series.
indicating
We gotta
that,
look into that.
that all of these areas of blood or bleeding were all administered by blunt force trauma, as opposed to other weapons also being used as part of an attack?
I'm not going to rule out other weapons being used.
There has to be some kind of podcast award thing. I mean, there's awards for everything else under the sun.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And frankly,
Yes, thank you. As far as
I'm
the
sorry,
items that-
pause. Frankly, like when, like for the Grammys, let's just say, there can be people that'll win multiple Grammys, like Best New Artist, Best, Podcast, Best New Series. There should be different categories. I would be very curious if it's at like Crime Con or, I mean, isn't Crime Con like the big to do for the true crime community? Seems like, I would think, question mark.
that were recovered in the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you have absolutely no way of telling when and where, or when those items were placed in the fire, correct?
Correct.
You have no way of telling who placed those items in the fire.
Or like iHeartRadio, doesn't iHeartRadio also have like awards? Aren't podcasts on iHeartRadio as well? We need to investigate. Yeah, find out, because we need to spread that far and wide. It's trust me, I listen to a lot of podcasts, mostly politics, but it's a thing of it's masterful.
Correct.
And to Attorney Gravely's questions about you can't rule out what weapons were used or what weren't used, you also cannot determine what weapon was used, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Nothing unknown.
Thank you. You step down.
Ian Runkle won an award for the Gundies, which is a 2A, which is interesting because he's a Canadian, but he's been up
Is
for the
Sister Marcia's
Gundies.
pointer up there too? Yes, it is.
I know he
don't
won
want
a
that to fall
Gundy
into the
last
wrong
year, but that
hands.
had something to do with, you know, the Second Amendment. Yeah. I don't know. Does YouTube have awards? I wouldn't think so. I don't know. All I gotta say, there has to be one. I know Dan Bongino says all the time, like, you know, he thanks his audience for being number whatever it is on, like the political podcast thing. I don't know if there's awards for that.
244.
There should
Defense
be.
exhibits.
Is there objection?
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Or
Interesting.
Steve?
Sorry, 233, 234.
Oops. Oh my gosh. See, look what's happening.
You want to wait until we seal, or should we bring another witness up and let the officer seal it?
That sounds like a good idea.
Do it both simultaneously?
Oh,
Yes.
that was cute.
The state will call Celia Patterson.
Excuse me,
to stand.
Judge. What was that?
You solemnly swear the testimony.
Well, at
you are
least he
about to give
remembered
in
to
this matter
swear
will be
in
the
this
truth,
witness when it
the
came
whole
up to
truth, and
the
nothing but the truth.
when
So
she
help me
come
God.
up to the
Please be
stand.
seated.
He's missed that a few times. I.e., shouldn't that show that the judge isn't quite in charge of the courtroom? What we
Please state
need
your name
is
for the record
two
and spell
people
it.
listening. Apple has top 10 most listened to.
Semyon Teresa
Share.
Patterson, Selia, Theresa Patt.
Pause. So this is the victim's mother. The victim, Rosalio's mother. Let's just put it that way. Okay. The suspected victim.
Person.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet because
Mrs. Patterson, do you know someone by the name of Rosalio?
I'm going to pause, or I'm going to mute myself because one of our brand new people had said the defense was a comment I read earlier. She will be back tomorrow. The comment was something along the lines with the defense. She wanted to listen because the defense objects. The defense objects to certain things regarding Rosalio's criminal background, I believe is what it was. And then Law Kong Express responded back to her. You people are so wonderful.
Gutierrez Jr.?
I do.
And who was Mr. Gutierrez Jr. to you?
He was my only child.
It's not justice for the
And
victim if the wrong person went to prison
when
for
was
it.
Mr. Gutierrez born?
April 10th, 1980, here in Kenosha.
Pause. Half Irish. Oof, I feel for this mom. She deserves justice, but it's not with Zachariah Anderson. That's a thing that really miffs me the most is she lost her son. I think, it's pretty safe to assume he probably didn't survive whatever happened in there. But it's not justice for the victim if the wrong man is imprisoned for it. There. Now I've said my piece.
And growing up after the age of 2, were you a single parent?
I was. I was a single parent from the age of, my son was 2 years old when his dad and I split up.
Being a single parent, did that make you and your son very close?
If I may refer to my son as Bocho. Bocho and I were very close. When he was
Judge, I'm
born.
going to object. I don't know how this is relevant.
Judge, if I may,
I'm going to ask the jury to step out for a second. This is just take a minute.
I resized the windows because I'm assuming we're not going to see any photographs of crime scene here. Oops. Did I cover her face? Oh no, she's off camera. I'll move myself a little bit here. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just move myself under. I'll move myself behind. Or no, I'll move this window up.
P-O-C-H-O.
I had to move this.
No, let me just clarify. You're wearing a ribbon.
I am, sir.
What is it?
It was for my son's celebration of life.
Yeah, and
I'll remove it.
being the
No, that's, I don't
very
understand.
strict rule about that.
Pause.
So,
No problems, Farrell.
Is Chrissy still in here? Chrissy said that his mother had some sort of like window clings on her vehicle during the trial. And since the jurors weren't sequestered, they'd have to walk by it. My question is, what was on those window clings? Question mark. And again, justice for her son, but, is justice served when the wrong man is put in prison? EDB did not cover the story. Oh, look at this chat. You guys are so fantastic. Somehow I managed to... Well, I don't think I did it intentionally, but by the grace of God, the live chat replay is activated on these live streams because there is such good information. Didn't I cover she murder because of a... Oh yeah, murder happened right before this, didn't it? Oh. Direction to look anyway, as far as the podcast. Oh, interesting. As a member with her early on. Oh, Lynn Dalton, I was trying to watch Murdaugh with EDB, and she's so smart and entertaining, if you will, but I agree with you. The chats were so fast, and I ended up finding Larry, the DUI plus guy. He was actually there in the courtroom, and then he would live stream from like his hotel room on certain days. And I just kind of settled in there for the rest of it because, part of the whole reason of doing these live streams with these trials is to have a conversation with people. And I seem to recall she had like 70,000 people. Maybe it wasn't that many, but she had a lot of people in there. Like you can't have a conversation with people. She never answered any of my emails. Huh. Doesn't she have, you would think she would have a team. That doesn't bode well. Emily has a social media team. Oh, here. Only person likely to reach her would be another law tuber, but most of them have shown little interest in assisting. Huh. Okay, Pixie, that's what I thought. She has her own genre, so to speak. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, I think I'm losing my voice. This is... Sorry.
You can leave it on for the rest of the day, but in the future...
No, I'll remove it. That's okay.
Oh,
God bless you.
pause. Something like Justice for Rosalio, R.I.P. Wings and Angels, or something like that. Totally true. However, I mean, is that even appropriate? Question mark. All right, so here's an example that just popped into my head. Like, you know, when you go to vote, you're not allowed to wear anything that would indicate which way you are voting. And there's like a law that has to be X amount of feet or yards away from any polling place. Is there anything like that for courtrooms? I'm assuming not, because I remember with Gannon Stouck, they had like Sonic the Hedgehog and things outside the courtroom for that. Although that might have been after she was found guilty. I'm not sure. I'm just speaking out loud.
No, there was an objection. What was your response?
So, Judge, this goes to whether or not Mr. Gutierrez is actually dead. The relationship.
Okay.
So it's completely irrelevant.
I think it's appropriate that she gives some historic and biographical information leading up to a very relevant point, and the state is required to prove is that
I like Larry, the DUI guy.
The named person is indeed.
Two things. One is the way that they're doing it is a ploy to garner sympathy.
Me too,
Number
Lynn.
one. Number two is that I understand the court's view that that's a relevant point, and they do have to prove that there was a death, but they're proving it through utter speculation. I mean, it really is.
Well, I haven't heard those questions yet. They could be, or they could not. They might not be. So we'll await that. It certainly is something that they could do without speculation, testimonial speculation, and keep it to the jurors' inferences, which they're allowed to draw. So I don't think there's any problem with what's come out so far, and I assume that it will be limited in duration. So,
and on that,
it's trying to get somebody from the jury. Look, if the incident occurs as the district attorney claims.
Pause. Solomon did an interview with the DUI guy, but he was hesitant because he knew nothing about the trial and couldn't give a ton of time. Sometimes when I've reached out to Larry, the DUI guy, he'll respond back. I mean, he's practicing lawyer too, like Ian is. He sure does a lot of vacationing. I could maybe attempt to get his attention and see maybe if he could come and join us. I don't know. I tried to summon Jesus Enrique Rosas, and he usually likes it, but I've never actually seen him here, the body language guy. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. Oh my gosh, what if we could get Joe Giacalone in here? He responds to me. That would be amazing. I'm waiting after Christmas. So today is Christmas. Tomorrow, gloves off. Whoosh. Crime Spies is going to be a pest.
They don't need to do anything more to get sympathy from people.
Gotta write that down. Who else should I see? If I can.
fair point, but I was just referring to, if you remember the testimony earlier from
I'm going to make a
one of
pester
Gutierrez,
list.
the mother of a son.
Oh, he wasn't the favorite of.
Testifying at
Oh,
length
got it.
about, how much they played baseball, how close they were, and all the phone calls with the son and all of that. And that was just unnecessary. And that's what I hear coming now with Ms. Patterson. That's sort of it.
I have to say, I think we did have some discussion about the baseball. But again, the district was relying on that to prove
Pause.
the death.
Okay, so I told you about my friend Bob Kroll, who's married to Liz Collin. She and JC were just on with Megyn Kelly like a month ago. I have a live stream roughly around that time. And they did the documentary, thefallofminneapolis.com, about Derek Chauvin and that whole situation. So if I asked Bob, well, and actually, frankly, I was thinking Liz Collin, because she wrote a book, and then this is the movie. And I was thinking about asking Bob and Liz if maybe they'd come on here and talk about that, but now I'm focused on this. But I was thinking, that was an injustice, very similar to this. And, maybe she would consider doing like a series. And if she obviously knows Megyn Kelly, then I'm not a gigantic Megyn Kelly fan, but that was a really good episode. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay.
And again, relying on inference. And 10, and let's go ahead.
Oh my God. Look at Stray the Magician. Pause. Look at Stray the Magician. 2024 annual awards will open February 1st. Voting. Pause. 18th annual People's Choice Podcast Awards. Stray, you are a genius. And a princess warrior. And a magician, frankly. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this and put this in the description box below as well. We need to add this to the list. Bookmark it. Bookmark it. I'm going to move it down here and I'm going to bookmark it. Okay, continue. Oh my God, Stray. You are the bomb diggity doo. Look at all these categories. Podcast Influencer of the Year. Listener Influencer of the Year. Best Female Hosted Podcast.
Hold 1 second.
Adam Curry People's Choice Awards. Best Black Hosted Podcast. Best Male Hosted Podcast. Oh my God, you guys could sweep the awards. Comedy category.
We'll leave it for today, but in the future, no. Thank you. Yeah.
Leisure. Politics, news. Music. Religion. Science, medicine. Society, culture. Storyteller. Drama. Technology. TV and film. True crime. There's a true crime category. True crime category. Oh my goodness, you ladies. And can we like double, triple, quadruple vote if we do, because the choices are Apple.
All right, thank you. And the objections.
Android.
Go ahead.
I don't know if that's what, Spotify.
Mrs. Patterson, being a single mother, did that make you and your son incredibly close?
Yes, we were extremely close, my Bocho and I. He was my life. We did everything together. My life evolved around my son. His needs, I did my best by him, and we were extremely close.
Go ahead.
What did your son like to do with his time? What was most important to him?
Growing up,
I'm sorry, I'm going to object again. This is absolutely not relevant.
Ordinarily, this type of evidence is excluded. Evidence which is likely to create special sympathy, and of course, in the eyes of the court here, the closeness of a mother to a child, or any other relationship, it's not something we consider. Every life is viewed exactly the same in the court, so that we don't have a hierarchy of value of human life. So this type of evidence is not ordinarily permitted. I'm permitting it in this case to give you enough acquaintanceship, because there was already reference to it in the case earlier as to what the reaction was of the friends and family with Mr. Gutierrez, and so that you can draw your own inferences as they arise from the testimony as to what that means if people who were close to him did not have contact with him, even for 2 or 3 days. That's the reason it's being allowed. So what the defense is concerned about is that you not become so sympathetic to this lady that that will affect your verdict. Any questions about that? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Objections overruled.
Mrs. Patterson, what in May of 2020 was most important to Pocho?
his children, his communication. So, I mean, we had lengthy conversations, so we kept a very close contact with one another. Text, phone calls, video chats. He would always keep in communication with me. He would always respond to my phone calls. And if he couldn't, he'd say, "Can't talk now, Mom, I'll call later." He would text me.
Would you consider your son to be kind of a mama's boy?
My boy was definitely a mama's boy, and he made no qualms about it. He was very quick to say so himself when he was teased during high school that you're just mama's boy, and he would say so. He made there was no shame in it. His display of his affection for me, his mom, he would give me a hug no matter where he was or who was in front. He would kiss me. We were very, very, very close.
Now, in May of 2020, where were you living at that point?
In Elbert, Colorado.
And obviously your son lived in Kenosha?
Yes.
And did you maintain this close relationship even though you were quite a distance apart?
Yes, we did, but I traveled back to Kenosha often.
And as part of your son being a mama's boy, did you help him out with financial things?
I did.
And would that include actually traveling back in January of 2020 to bring him a vehicle?
Well, actually, he came in December. December the 18th, he flew into Colorado Springs, flew into Denver for my commencement on the 20th of December. He was going to make that celebration with me, my accomplishment. He was going to share that with us. And then in January, I traveled here to Colorado, and in February as well.
And in February of 2020, would that be the last time you saw your son in person?
That would be the last time I saw him. The purpose for that trip was to bring him that Ford truck that he had.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Can you tell me what this top picture is?
Yes, that photograph was taken in Milwaukee, right outside La Quinta motel. He had dropped me off there because I was flying back to Denver on the following day. That's my son, Bocho, with the truck that myself and his dad bought for him so that he could go back and forth to work.
And approximately when was that picture taken?
That photograph was taken on, I believe, on the 3rd of February or the 2nd. It was on a Saturday, because I flew back on a Sunday, I believe.
And then these two photos on the bottom here, what are those?
That's me and my boy. We were at Pikes Peak he flew in to Denver for my commencement on the 18th. That photograph was taken on the 19th because I graduated on that Friday, the 20th. So we were at Pikes Peak. We were just hanging out. We had gone out for breakfast and enjoying the sights, killing time, enjoying each other's company.
Now, obviously, you're very familiar with your son. If you had to estimate, knowing him, having seen him as recently as February of...
Pause. Okay, now I understand what King La Kong is saying. She flew when her son was okay, but when he was missing, she drove. I saw something earlier, like, why didn't she fly? And then, I don't know, it's some weird reason. I thought it said Colorado, so I was thinking you were talking about Letitia, because I had mentioned Letitia Stauch trial. I don't know. My brain just goes all over the place. That is an interesting little nugget. Continue.
Of 2020,
You people are geniuses.
what would you estimate his height and weight to be?
My boy had dropped a considerable amount of weight from when he first returned from Colorado. So I would put him at about 240, 245.
Pause.
And approximately how?
240, 245, because she needed it. Okay. I just put it on the Discords too, but I'm not done. I'm going to keep thinking all the way. Yeah. And also for the podcast awards, did you see all of those categories? That's why I think it's super important that, like, you know, I don't know which categories they apply to or would be applicable to, but, you know, they could win for, I mean, she's a female lead narrator, you know, true crime. There's like different ethnicities. I don't know what any of that, you know, how any of that applies, etc. So let's comb through the list of categories and make sure when people vote, they're voting in each category. And if you can vote like for Apple Podcast, and then you also have like a Spotify account. I mean, I'm not sure, but like I wonder if you can vote on different different accounts maybe even. I do have 2 Apple accounts. Making a note. But then that way, you know, people make sure they don't just go to the true crime one and vote for that. Make sure they vote for that plus, you know, a list. Because think about it. Maybe, you know, maybe they don't get enough votes for the overall true crime podcast, although they should. But maybe they will win in a different category, maybe with not as much competition, although they should win all of them. And it'll increase their chances of winning multiple awards. Wouldn't that be great if they swept the whole thing? Okay, continue.
How tall would you say he is?
I say that he was 6'2", though his dad says he's 6'1".
Now, you just referenced his father. You obviously were a single parent for a long time. Did that change at some point?
It did. His dad came into our lives when he was 10 years old, and we would marry when my son was about 16 or 17 years old. I was a single parent all that time. It was just me and him.
And when you married, what is your husband's name?
Eugene Warren Patterson, Jr.
And when you married Mr. Patterson, did he also grow incredibly close to your son?
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'd like to object now, and I'd like to be heard at sidebar. Or outside the presence of the jury.
I wonder what Zach just said there.
Will the other person be testifying?
And then it's almost kind of like the attorney
Will
shushed
Mr.
him.
Patterson be testifying?
Yes.
No.
Oh, here.
What is the inquiry premised upon here?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Where are you headed?
Just shoring up that he was also close to his stepfather and then moving on.
What's the relevance of that?
This is the situation. I mean, we have cases coming through here all the time. Sometimes there are people who are community figures whose lives are lost. Sometimes there are police officers. Sometimes there are people who have no friends and have got long criminal records, but they have something in common, and that is that the state is alleging that someone took their lives from them. And whether they're popular or have friends or money is totally irrelevant. Now, I've indicated to the jury what I believe the state is attempting to do here, which is permissible, but I don't think we need to go further down this avenue. Whether he was close to his stepfather or not, or his father or anybody else, is really not relevant, except as in terms of where we are now in this case, except as it bears on the fact of whether there was a homicide or not.
Right, so
the objection is sustained.
but just so I can be heard, part of the thing, I don't know if you've been told, obviously this is a bodiless homicide case, so we have to
I
prove
knew
that he's actually gone. And so in laying the foundation for that, as well as all of the help, as well as all of those things, and then no one's heard from him, is incredibly important.
I think that everyone knows that. That's been talked about from the beginning by the district attorney. I'd be very surprised if the jurors aren't all fully aware of it. And I just mentioned it to them in the last 10 minutes, why we're permitting it. So I don't think that further explanation on this issue is necessary.
I'll move on. Mrs. Patterson, you had indicated that you helped out your son financially. How did you go about doing that?
My son and I had a shared bank account with Chase, and
I'm going to object on relevance grounds here too. What on earth does the finances have to do with whether or not?
They could.
we had a shared bank account with Chase, and I knew when my son was struggling with his bills, we helped him with his rent. We actually paid for his lease for his apartment when he rented in May of 2018. My boy was an extremely hardworking man.
Okay, go ahead with your next.
Judge, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead with your next question.
You indicated about helping with the rent when he first rented his place. Would that be the same apartment on 15th Street?
It is.
And were you actually with him when he picked out the different furnishings for that apartment?
We were together, yes.
So, Judge, this goes to what was in the apartment and what...
Give us a moment, will you?
Question. Like right before Zach stood up, okay, I do remember like that viral moment when his daughter was testifying and he was kind of doing this with his lips. He was just doing it here, right before he stood up. I'm guessing that's another thing the mainstream media decided to take out of context and spin it up.
Whether he went and got stuff at a secondhand
Question
store,
mark.
or whether he went to John M. Smith or whoever to get new furniture.
Pause.
So specifically, Judge, because she was with him when the furnishings were picked out,
Right.
she's familiar.
Who's close to his stepfather, sustained.
And so
It's been 10 minutes. Is this?
financial.
We had a shared bank account
See him
with
doing
Chase,
that with his lips?
and we actually working.
Helping with
See? That might just be something he does. I don't know. I'm asking a question, I guess. This is at 513. Yeah, so if it's just nerves, I mean, I remember that part. Like there was a clip, and they said Zachariah Anderson.
Whether he went and got stuff at a secondhand store, or
Wait,
whether he went to John M. Smith
didn't
or
Gravely
whoever,
maybe even point it out to the judge?
get new
I
furniture.
don't
So
remember.
specifically, Judge, because she was with him
I'm just saying
when
that's
the
probably just
furnishings
like
were
something
picked
he
out,
does.
she's familiar with
They
the
took it out
area
of
around,
context and
she's
spun
familiar
it.
with what it looked like,
Question
what
mark.
should have been there, so she's going to be able to offer essentially the layout of the apartment and what was different, or and when she actually ends up doing her own walkthrough after the scene is released, being able to offer first-hand account of what that rug should have been, where it should have been, all of the different things, because she had spent a considerable amount of time in that apartment.
To the extent that that is helpful to the jury, and it doesn't involve her having been there when it was picked out. If you want to say I was familiar where his belongings were in the residence and what changes she observed when she was there, you may do so briefly, but I don't think we need to go back to when these things were purchased and take this woman through these memories that must be bittersweet, really are not going to help the jury that much. Any question?
No.
Thank you. All right.
Judge, before we do that, there is an issue that I do want to raise. The exhibit that's up on the Elmo right now, the defense hadn't been provided that exhibit previous, nor were we provided any information about when Ms. Patterson last saw her son in person, nor have we been provided any information about this furniture. So from the questions that have been asked by the state and the exhibits that's been introduced, it's evidently clear that there's information that the state has as it relates to this witness that was not disclosed to the defense. Now, the picture, non-instrumental. I can run with the picture as it's presented. The facts that Ms. Patterson are talking about, it's not going to make or break the case. But what it does show is that the state has information that they're using to direct a witness and question the witness and did not provide that to the defense, which is problematic on multiple grounds.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want them to be ordered to disclose everything as it relates to Ms. Patterson to the defense. And two, I will be seeking a curative instruction that the state had information that it used to question witnesses on and that it did not provide it to the defense prior to this hearing.
Judge, our discovery obligation is to provide written
I don't want to get into
or
an
recorded
extended
statements.
discovery. No, we're done talking about discovery for now. I want to get the jury back in here. It's 18 minutes to the hour, and I'm sure they would like to get home. And this is important testimony, and I'm sure it is very painful for this lady to get it and then get sidetracked with all these lawyer arguments. So let's just get back to work.
Lynn, I was going to say, and Law Kong Express, Law Kong said the court witch with glasses pointed out the lip thing. And then Lynn says 3 long years of media headlines before he even got to trial. Chain of custody. Hello, everyone. Lasted the family just left and now resume my trial watching. Welcome. I just made myself a second espresso. I'm not sure how long we'll be up, but I am here and you are there and I appreciate you. Lynn, I was also going to say, I remember, okay, so what little I caught of this trial when it was actually happening, I remember seeing that clip of him with doing this to his lips, and the daughter was on the stand.
Were you familiar with the layout and the furnishings in your son?
And the media is like, Zachariah Anderson on trial for the murder of his, former girlfriend's boyfriend was shushing his daughter during her testimony. I mean, I saw it over and over and over again. Go through the Twitter feed and that clip of him and the headline. That clip of him and the headline. And I'm thinking, oh, that's interesting. So wouldn't something like that be grounds for a mistrial? And now I'm going to start paying attention and I'm going to add to my notebook how many times he does that. To me, it looks like just kind of a nervous tick that they took out of context and spun it as they do. This is so horribly wrong and disgusting.
Son's apartment.
I was.
And why?
Because I was
You
with
people
him
are
when we
wonderful.
furnished it.
And Merry Christmas. If any of you have any Christmas cookies, could you please eat them for me?
If you had to estimate, how often did you speak to your son at that point?
Quite often, at least 2-3 times a week.
And did you speak to your son via text messages on May 16th of 2020?
I did.
And were those the last conversations you had with him?
They were.
And I'm just going to show you State's Exhibit 55. Sorry. Mrs. Patterson, is that one of the last
I apologize.
pictures that your son sent you on May 16th of 2020?
He does.
And after that conversation where that picture was sent to you, have you heard from your son ever again?
My boy hasn't reached out to me. My boy is gone. No, he has not communicated with me in any shape, text, email, phone call, FaceTime. I have not heard from my boy since I responded to this photograph.
How did you become
This
aware
woman deserves
that
justice.
your son was missing?
I was called on the 19th of May, a little bit after 3:30, by Kayla Petty.
And just for the jury, who is Kayla Petty to you?
Kayla Petty is my granddaughter's mother.
And what did she share anything with you that caused you concern?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking for the specifics, and it's also not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for what she did next.
Well, you know, that, as I said, that's a way that is typically used by lawyers. Well, I don't want to say typically, but often used by lawyers to bring in the Trojan horse of hearsay. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what her next action was, and frankly, the whole fact of the phone call really is not instructive to the jury in terms of the fact finding that's involved. So, yeah, move on to something else, please.
After that phone call, what did
Mimsy
you and your husband
Lint is
immediately do?
Lily's favorite chocolate.
We traveled to Kenosha.
And when did you arrive in Kenosha, if you recall?
On the 20th.
Now, we had talked a little bit earlier about a specific vehicle that you indicated you had driven to Kenosha for your son in January of 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm showing you from State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 1. You can tell me what this is a photograph of.
That's the tail end of the Ford Explorer that I drove down for my son in February, that we purchased for him.
And does it have Colorado license plates?
Yes,
And was this vehicle registered in Colorado by you and your husband?
the vehicle is registered to myself and my husband.
And at some point during this investigation, do you recall being shown a document that had a handwritten address on it?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what is on State's Exhibit 1, and it's going to be item number 323. Do you recall being shown this item?
I do.
And on the right-hand side of this item, do you see the name Eugene W. Patterson Jr.?
I do.
And who is that?
His dad, my husband.
And then do you see the handwritten address?
I do.
And is that your son's address?
It is.
Is that your son's handwriting?
It is not.
When this document was first shown to you,
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you're saying
I apologize.
about the handwriting,
Stray, I
there's
don't
two
even look
different-
at
I don't wanna say
those
that.
links because
There may be two different
I just don't.
types of handwriting.
But
Just
thank you, I
valid point,
appreciate
will
you.
clarify. When I'm talking about the specific handwriting I'm looking at here, it's the
I
written
think
out
in
address. Is that your son's handwriting?
It is not.
Obviously, you've indicated Mr. Patterson is your husband. Is that his signature, though?
It is.
And when you were shown this document, did you immediately know what that handwritten address by somebody else was written on?
I do. I prepared it.
And what in general was the document that this was written on?
It was meant for my son to carry in the glove box for if he were to get stopped for some reason or another, it would be documentation that he was a valid operator of that vehicle with our permissions.
And is that because you have a different last name than him, so the registration wouldn't be under Gutierrez?
That is correct.
Objection was leading.
Oh, yeah, it was overruled.
Approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, I prepared this document so that my son would have it in his glove box, authorizing him as the vehicle driver while he was here in Wisconsin. And both my husband and I signed the document. Not that one, of course.
And so, when you saw your husband's signature on the bottom, you knew this to be the document that you were looking at with the handwritten address by somebody else.
That is correct.
And when you gave this document to your son for the purpose you indicated, where was it to be placed? Where was it placed by him?
And his Ford.
Objection. How on earth would this witness know that? And if she does, then she knows it through hearsay.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
You indicated that you had driven this truck from Colorado here.
That is correct.
And did you bring this document with you?
That is correct.
And did you have it placed somewhere specific for the purpose that you stated?
I placed it myself in a glove box for my son.
Judges, for the record, I believe states 225 and 54 indefinite.
Any objection?
Okay.
54.
Received.
Chain of custody has invited someone who thinks Zach is totally guilty, watching Law and Crime, living locally in the area, and believing every
You came
headline.
into town on May 20th.
I
is that
told her
accurate?
other commentary is so
Yes.
important to gain perspective.
And eventually
100%.
was the crime scene of your son's residence released?
That would be really great.
And
Pause.
when was that, if you recall?
Okay. Can you imagine what would happen if people, let's just use the Law and Crime mob, let's say, chat mob. I mean, I don't know. You know, the ones that you go in and you have like a different perspective and they attack you and tell you you're dumb. That That would be actually very interesting to see if in a smaller, if they were interested in a smaller chat room with such smart, wonderful, kind people. Wouldn't that be something if you could change one person's mind? And then maybe another person, like that shampoo commercial from the 70s, and so on, and so on, and so on. And then that would be like a lifelong lesson.
Yes, I do.
And what day do you recall the scene being released to you?
The scene was released on May 27th, but I did not enter it until the 28th of May.
That's what's frightening, is in this day and age of McJustice. God help any of us that are sitting behind the defense table.
The residence, that's a residence obviously you've been to before, is that accurate?
That is correct.
And did you do a general walkthrough of the residence when you entered it?
I did.
And what specifically were you looking for in your walkthrough when you first went back into that residence?
Objection. I don't know how this is relevant either.
Judge, she makes some firsthand observations about...
Go ahead.
I did an audio.
I'm sorry to keep pausing, but okay, so we saw earlier in the testimony of this day, Nicole was with the last witness getting a little snarky with that detective, which if I was her, I'd probably have been fired because, you can only play nice so long when you're dealing with Prosecutor Gravely. Now, at first, this guy with the glasses who's doing like the objections and whatever, at first I thought maybe he was like shushing Zach. I think he's shushing her. So I wonder if she's just so mad that he's like taking over and trying to keep her calm? Question mark. She is working for the same DA. Oh, I appreciate King Law Kong, again, for reminding everyone who's watching that Rosaleo's mother here on the witness stand is working for the same district attorney as Facebook girl, i.e., I forget her name, i.e. the woman, correct me if I'm wrong, the woman who was text messaging Rosaleo on, was it the 17th? The night of the 17th? And she had Googled his address incorrectly, and then Rosaleo supposedly ghosted her. So she ended up leaving. Hopefully I got that right. If I got that wrong, let me know. So, again, Rosaleo's mother, we need a flow chart. The last person to be known to be around Rosaleo at 10:18 p.m. was Facebook girl, who and according to the Wrongful podcast, she screenshot, Facebook girl screenshot her text messaging exchange with Rosaleo. Why would you do that? Question mark. Oh my God.
video walkthrough of my son's apartment. And I
Yes, the one that's sat in the
noticed
parking area.
that the
Chain of
sofa
custody,
leg
yep.
was broken.
Is
I
Facebook girl.
also noticed that
We need
the
a flow
area
chart.
that he had in his apartment right in front of his sofa.
Where is
was
Mo in the
no
deep
longer
end with
there.
her whiteboard of truth?
Not to
Actually,
mention,
pause. Actually, I've got this big white space behind me because normally Audrey Hepburn's back there and it's Christmas and it looks weird. But downstairs in the computer room, there's a computer room downstairs, is my old whiteboard from one of my jobs. They, were bought out by a different company, etc. It doesn't matter. But it's got to be 6 feet by 3 foot whiteboard. I mean, it would fill up this whole back space. We could do a big giant whiteboard. We could do scrum sessions. What do they call that again? Scrum sessions? Scrum Master? Have you ever heard of that in the software technology world? Oh my gosh, you guys are genius. I'll make sure to go get that. I don't know if I have whiteboard markers, but I can get some.
everywhere.
It's
Mrs. Patterson, you've been in the
giant
courtroom while
whiteboard.
other people have testified. Where in the living room was that rug that you indicated was no longer there?
It was supposed to be in front of his sofa.
Was it placed in the space that's been
Zachary
referred to as the void?
That is correct.
Leading judge.
Well, it is
Hi,
complicating, although,
Gosney, panic
again,
here.
the objection of Levy is for questions to induce an answer from a witness, and I would be my
Pause. Lynn Dalton and Facebook girl took the day off of work to go in and meet with police. Question mark, what day? She then states she did that because she was the last person to text him. How would she know she was the last person to text him? Question mark. Which is, I mean, why, well, why would you do screenshots of your text messages for a guy that you had been text messaging if you didn't know that was the last time you were going to text message them? Like a detective storyboard. Honest to God, it's humongous. Oh my God, you guys. And actually, when I was listening to the podcast, I can't remember at what episode, it dawned on me that the girl, well, I think I said that before because, wait again, the girl, we're going to call her Facebook girl. He recommended something like they should have cocktails. I think it was a movie. I can't be for certain. And she said, oh, or no. And I think the text message referred to something like going to a bar. And she's like, I don't want to go to a bar. And then remember there was the Corona and the lime and the water bottle. Kind of indicating that perhaps he was drinking the Corona and she was drinking the water. Speculating, if you will. But I remember thinking when I was listening to the podcast, like, well, she could be another suspect. But she said she never went in. How do we know that? The day after, so the 20th, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I'll bring that whiteboard up for tomorrow.
suspicion that is less likely in this situation where
If I can find
in
markers
this
that work.
evidentiary
Well, I'll bring it up.
situation. So just
I'll
as
add
the
markers to
last
the
time,
list. Oops,
your
sorry.
objection was correct, but overruled.
At least I'm correct.
Pardon me?
At least I'm correct.
Actually,
I'm gonna
Scrum
show
Masters
you a
use
picture number 225.
Post-it notes. Post-it notes on whiteboards
For the
in
jury,
connection
could
with
you
whiteboard
point out
markers.
where on this picture this rug would have been if it were appropriately placed? Judge, could she have the pointer?
Judge, sorry.
She's talking while she's at the board and
Microphone?
doesn't have a microphone, but she's outlined a rectangular area, generally a rectangular area. If you could.
Thank you. You also mentioned something about something being broken on the couch. What was broken on the couch that you noticed?
The leg of the sofa was broken.
Which leg of the sofa? Because it was kind of an L-shaped couch, if you know.
What was the material of the legs? Was it wooden? Like that little tiny wooden fragment that was found on the floor? Question mark. I mean, some of my chairs have
Now,
wooden
did it
legs.
fall to you to clean out your son's apartment?
I'm sorry?
Pause.
Did you take it upon yourself to clean out your son's?
And Detective John said ash. For example, ash wood is a very hard wood. Question mark. So if the leg of the sofa was broken, was the leg of the sofa wooden?
Apartment.
It was my job to do so. I didn't want anyone
Or was
else
the leg of the sofa
to see what
broken
they had done to my son.
beforehand?
And
My heart
was
breaks for
part of
her.
that
Her
cleaning
son,
out the kitchen area.
Yes, it was.
something happened
And
to him,
was that one of the first
but it wasn't
tasks
this
you,
guy that did
tackled?
it, which should actually make her really mad.
Decided to start in the kitchen, yes.
And why did you decide to start in the kitchen?
Well, because some days had gone by and I
Pause.
didn't want the apartment to.
I'm sorry, is it easier for me to just like save my questions for later? It's really hard for me to, wait. But King Lokong said earlier, why would she clean the freezer first? You walk into that crime scene, it's a crime scene that something definitely happened to your son, and you decide to clean the freezer first, question mark? In her initial statements, she stated she thought it was definitely more than one person because of the size. Well, and we talked about that yesterday. I mean, well, and there's that, what do they call those, sideboard tables up next to the wall that the diffuser was on. But then, like, look, the blood was all over the place in the dining room, all over the Easter stuff and the laptop. You could tell that the table had been moved because you could see the little indentation in the carpet. You could tell that it was in the living room. So if it went all the way from the living room all the way into the dining area, yet that sideboard, is that what they call a sideboard table, was undisturbed, let's say, and no one heard anything. The police took video, but you will never see the video. What don't they want you to see? I want to see pictures of his apartment, like on Facebook before he died. or Instagram or wherever he might have been socializing in the social media spectrum. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a little tiny apartment.
Start having an additional odor to it.
She deserves justice.
And
But this is
ultimately,
this
did
is
you
not
make your way
justice
to
for her son when the wrong
refrigerator
person's
freezer
put in
area of
jail.
the kitchen?
I did.
And she's like chain of custody's friend, family member Lynn believes the headlines and you know, just sticks with that.
What happened next when you were looking in those areas?
As I was removing some frozen items from the freezer, I reached to the back of the freezer and I noticed my son's cell phone, money clip, credit cards, driver's license.
And did you touch those items?
I did.
And at that point,
La Kong says, I don't think they're available. When I looked at his Facebook, it was just stuff from 2017. Okay, so I'm assuming you all know about the Wayback Machine, which isn't, you know, it doesn't have everything. But sometimes you can type in, the URL address and it'll go back and find stuff that was deleted. Also, I think it's through Google. You can, well, this is another thing about the mass censorship of 2020. There's a way to read the metadata of a picture. There's a way to process a picture somehow to like find everywhere its origin. I don't know if that's right. But okay, so for example, for Google, if you did a Google picture, there's something you can do wherein it'll crawl the, interwebs. And that's why they say, if you're, trying to sort of mask your identity, for example, like you wouldn't use a picture for Crime Spies and also on your Facebook page with your full name for stalkers to come and find you. You see what I'm going with this? But there's a way to take pictures and then figure out where else they are. Plus, you could check the Wayback Machine. Plus, there are people. I wish I used Facebook more, but let's just say I've been a little bit disenchanted with it for a few years. But I mean, there's people that are so smart with that Facebook, and they'll find who is related to who, and then crawl their Facebook things and put puzzle pieces together, like little detectives, if you will.
point, did you have a glove on your hand?
I did
Family
not.
member. Oh,
I'm going to show you what is on State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 298. If you could just tell the jury what they're looking at here.
I have a gal who lived in identical unit in next building. That's right, Lynn, you did say that. And you said yesterday the walls are paper thin. She helped us determine that the wall the diffuser was on was not connected to the main light switch. When you walk in, family member. Oh, oh, that's when I said. Okay, so she helped us determine that the wall diffuser was not connected to the main light switch when you walk in. I got exactly what you're saying. So you know how certain switches in your living room, like, well, and in the loft out there, there's 3 outlets. 2 of the outlets, the top plug-in has a switch on the wall. So if you plugged in a lamp, instead of going to find the lamp, you just flick on the switch. The living room downstairs, same thing. Out of however many outlets are in the living room, there are 2 outlets where if you plug something in the wall, i.e. a lamp, and you flick the switch, it'll go on. Meaning the diffuser can go off and on based on how many times that light is switched. Meaning the diffuser that lasted 36 hours technically could have been quote unquote turned on had it been plugged into the outlet that's connected to the switch. Hopefully you understood that. I'm not very good at explaining. In my head, I understand. It's hard to get the words. She's a journalist who did a FOIA request to the police department who declined her request because it would be hurtful to the family. Even after the whole entire court trial is over? Question mark. This really concerned her, so she reached out to me, as in, why were the police denying FOIA your requests? Oh, good to exclude that explanation. I'm telling you, we need to... This is something else. I need a bigger notebook.
That is my son's kitchen area.
And is on the left side there the freezer refrigerator you're talking about?
That is correct.
Right, I'm showing you picture number 299. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, that's my son's freezer.
And if you wouldn't mind taking that pointer again, could you approach the
Half
screen
Irish.
and point out
Pause.
where you found what you found?
But it was connected to the plug on living room wall. This was a part of our diffuser investigation, which led us to the diffuser was going by itself. Half Irish. So they can't say it turns off when the light switch is off. Correct. I'm telling you, you people are so smart. Oh my goodness. It's Kismet. It's the Serendipitous Christmas Kismet. Wow.
I think she needs a microphone.
Yeah, do we have a microphone for her?
They call it a switched outlet, I think.
I had just removed my glove because I had punctured it and I did not replace it.
Did they find Ann
But I
Shutt's
reached
fingerprints
into
in the freezer?
my son's freezer and I was taking these out of the way.
I still find it interesting. Out of that big giant mess, you would think she would have gravitated towards her grandchildren's artwork and Easter things due to sentimental value. But she headed straight for the freezer, not the refrigerator to maybe grab a lemonade.
When I noticed
That is weird.
something here, and I reached back over here towards the very back of the freezer, towards the wall. the back
Diffuser uses a
wall unit,
humidifier. That's funny.
and his cell phone was there, along with his money clip. Credit cards were up here.
Actually, I
With
have a
his phone,
humidifier downstairs I never
money clip
use.
was
But when the
stuffed
I
all
used
the
it when
way
the kids were
towards the
little
back
with
of
like
the freezer.
Vicks Vapor Rub.
And
And
looking at picture number 300,
I don't think that
is
thing
a
lasted
close-up of
30 some odd
something?
hours.
Yes,
I'm sure it
this is a
didn't.
better
Seemed like you had
angle
to fill it up all the
of
time.
where I found Pocho's phone. It was right here. It was laying flat, if I recall, and money clip was on top of it. There was also his driver's license and some other cards were up in this area.
And I'm showing you photograph number 301. Do you know what that is?
That's his debit card from Chase.
And is that the joint account you shared?
That is.
And then what are the rest of these items?
Here's his money clip, his Visa cards, and of course his Costco cards and his Home Depot.
Okay, I can't tell by the look of that case, but Lily, if you're still in the chat, can you have Truman take a picture of your phone case showing how, like, you know, your cards and stuff are back there? I will redact anything that has your name on it, of course. But that phone case does not look anything like what my Ellie has one like that. I think all the kids have one like that. Please tell her this story she ran with. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm just saying. Okay, so again, you can stick if you have an Apple device. I don't know about Android, but Apple, if it's hot, what was the temperature like this week? If it's hot and you leave it up in the sun, you'll get like a screen that has like a thermometer on it and say temperature too hot. And if you're impatient like me, you'll stick it in the freezer. But like I said, why would his money clip and his cards be with his phone in the freezer when the case on his phone isn't like the one I was describing that Lily and Ellie and I think Abby have? Question mark. I just thought of a great person to reach out to about this. Bailey Sarian. If enough people reach out and ask her to check out the podcast, I bet she would. I've never heard of that. I don't have socials, but those that do reach out, adding to the list. Just a moment. Bring her down here. Okay, continue.
And other belongings.
See what happens when we brainstorm?
Now, were you familiar with, obviously, where your son banked?
I was.
And did it appear to you, knowing him, that any of those cards were missing?
No, I didn't think anything was missing. Everything, all his identifying cards and driver's license was all in the freezer.
You can grab a seat, Mrs. Patterson. You had previously testified that you and your son shared a bank account. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And
Pause. La Kung Express says December 4th. 2 keys were found by the diffuser under the Easter candy that are not apartment keys or truck keys. And didn't you say something about the truck? Was the truck missing? Didn't he have 2 vehicles? Although in the podcast, I'm pretty sure episode 3 starts out with saying Sadie, when approaching the building, noticed that both of his cars were in the parking lot. I could be wrong. Okay, continue. Couldn't have been December.
were you able to pull,
Question mark.
since you also are on the bank account, financial records for that account?
I was.
I'm just going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 37.
So Lynn confirms both vehicles and both vehicles were in the parking lot, but no keys anywhere.
Can you tell me what that document is?
It's a statement from Chase Bank.
And is that something you requested from Chase Bank yourself?
Oh my God, the
yes.
keys are probably in his
And
pocket.
In looking at that document, after
When
May
they carted him
17th
out, wherever he
of
is, you'll find
2020,
the keys.
with your knowledge of that account, did your son ever make an affirmative purchase from that account after May 17th of 2020?
His last purchase shows here was at Dick's on the 18th of May.
Is that when it posted, the 18th of May?
Yes.
And was the purchase actually on the 16th of May?
It says here that he made the purchase on the 16th, but it went through on the 18th, yes.
And ultimately, did you end up closing that account at some point?
Yes, I did.
And prior to closing that account, did your son ever make any purchases or withdrawals after May 17th of 2020?
He has not.
Stray, I just noticed Bailey's YouTube channel, and it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. Lily will confirm that her and I came up with Murder and Makeup as our name, and then I switched it to Crime Spies. And hers is Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. Huh, I think I'm gonna like this Bailey.
May 17th of 2020, what kind of events has your son missed?
He has missed.
I'm going to object on the same grounds as we talked about earlier.
Kismet. It's Kismet. I believe in all of that stuff. Remember the 11/11 the other day?
Going to sustain the objection.
Sustained.
Prior to May 17th of 2020, would your son have missed your birthday?
No, I would have gotten at least a call.
So I'm going to object this. She just backdoored the exact same thing you just sustained.
Kind of sounds that way.
Yeah.
Oh, but Judge, this was...
No, we're done.
I have no further questions.
I'm just noticing that the defense, after 2 days of dealing with Gravely...
I don't know if we want to start this, Judge. This is going to be lengthy. You want to rank for the night?
Have just decided it's time to, off with the gloves.
Well, there are a lot of considerations. The jury is one. This lady, I'm sure this is a difficult experience, and whether to break it in two, I don't know. I think when you say lengthy.
Oh, it won't be that lengthy. I think the record we need to make about certain things as it pertains to this witness would be more, would take up more time, but we don't need to do that with the witness on the stand. I could anticipate this getting done in 20, 25 minutes, depending on...
We're going to break for the day.
Right.
Okay, folks, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with anyone, even family members, other jurors.
Well, Bruce, not as lengthy as your rambling.
Any questions, anybody?
As everybody has to sit through his pontificating. All right. It's almost midnight my time. Should we finish out this witness, maybe? Question mark? I'm game. Oh, and while I'm at it, pause. Let's just see. Oh, that's not the same lady. Or is it? Is that her? Same lady? Same lady? Okay. All right. Alrighty. I might have to take this hat off and put on a sweatshirt. Well, I'll wait until it's December 26th. I might change clothes. These hats are kind of hot. Okay, let's continue. And I'm making more lists. Okay. Thanks again to Veilhammer Media. Oh, wait, 1 second. Before Christmas is over, I must do one tiny thing. Taking this case and listening to us chat as we help explain. Oh, Pixie, I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so used to talking to that little dark circle by myself or with mute people. So this is what I had always dreamed would happen. Yes, Rosalia's mother with a different do. Okay, so before Christmas is over, I'm just gonna do one tiny thing. I uploaded the other day a Christmas song my son sang to me when he was 6 years old. And it's Feliz Navidad by my son. I have to bring it down here because now my left eye is all wonk. It's only like 1 minute long videos. He is now almost 21. Okay, so this was, I think I was sitting at the table with him and he was either coloring or doing Legos. And he was singing the song to me, so I just grabbed my camera and I started, like my cell phone, started filming him. He was 6. This was December 2010, I think. I think he was 6, he was almost 7. So before Christmas is over, Samuel, age 6.
I want to wish you a Merry Christmas at the bottom of my heart.
I thought he was done, and he kept going.
I want to wish you a Merry Christmas at the bottom of my heart.
Thanks, Sam. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, little eye.
There you have it. It was so hard not to laugh. So there, Feliz Navidad, as sung by my son, who's almost 21, age 6. All right, let's continue. I hope you enjoyed that. We have to watch that every Christmas, like 45,000 times. I love his fake little voice. And I also love that he says, of the bottom of my heart. Oh, he's so funny. Okay. Samuel, if you're watching right now, please don't be mad at me. And he even has the sound effects. Okay, now back to pause. Every time someone says pause now, you're going to think of the pause. Okay. Here we go. Day 6. Wonder what delight will cross our path today. Isn't that funny?
right, ready to go?
Play that at his
Yes,
21st
Judge,
birthday.
there is a preliminary matter that
Oh my
both
God,
the state and
his little
myself
tiny
want to
teeth,
request.
little baby teeth.
At our last trial, we had asked that witnesses be excluded from the courtroom and from talking about testimony amongst one another. That we had assumed that that order would be the rule of the case and
Oh,
would have
pause. One more
transferred into
thing.
this trial.
Pause.
There have been times.
Okay, so for those of you that missed the beginning, I haven't tinkered with this idea yet, but it dawned on me because court transcripts are so expensive, if we were to say, when I did this for day 5, it was 68 pages long. Please hold momentarily while I'm wondering if this would be of any benefit. Now, granted, transcripts aren't the best at spelling, but I'm wondering, okay, so since I use like Tableau, etc., Power BI, etc., for, number analytics, not sure how I could manipulate it for like just text analytics. But if I sit and let it roll around in my head for a while, I'm kind of curious if I could compile this in a way. Why don't you go grab another Christmas cookie while I get to the bottom of this? I don't want to overshoot. I did that last time. There, here, copy. Save. Okay. Continue. I'm not sure if that will work, but we might be able to make use out of it. Okay, this is in HD. Good. All right, good. Subtitles. Do we need the subtitles?
So there have been witnesses that have asked that witnesses be excluded from the courtroom and from talking about testimony amongst one another. That we had assumed that order would be the rule of the case and would have transferred into this trial. There have been times where there have been witnesses that have, I guess, popped in or something of that nature. And so the parties would be requesting that the court enter that order again.
And wasn't
right.
that denied because she's considered a victim?
That is agreed, Judge. We just wanted, because there hasn't been a formal order this time, we feel that an order would assist so that witnesses are understanding they should not do things like watch the live feed, et cetera.
To watch. Oh, okay. Anybody who was here as a witness, and attorneys will be obliged to advise those who later arrive as witnesses, we're not here now, that they are not permitted to be present in the courtroom during the giving of testimony. And that will continue even after they testify until the trial has been concluded. And that would also include not
listening to or watching any electronic account on television or radio or internet or telephone or anything else. And as I say, the attorneys will be obliged to notify the potential witnesses, and also you may not, even after testifying, you may not discuss your testimony with anyone who has received a subpoena in the case or has been notified to be ready to testify. No discussion at all about your testimony until after the case is concluded.
Oh my God, I love Tableau. Power BI, not as much, but I've had a lot more experience with Tableau.
Exclusion order, and so I just wanted to be sure
and
the court is
training.
remembering that and aware of that. And those are Celia Patterson, who's the individual who was testifying when we left yesterday, as well as
Pause. So Pixie, okay, so I actually made a video a couple months ago because I was introduced to Raul. He's the guy that his Twitter handle is Catch Lisk, and he was interviewed by someone I can't remember. And he has done so much research with regards to the Long Island serial unaliver, and like he's got like a database. I mean, he's got so much stuff. And I had said to him that when I first started Crime Spies, I tried to get the data set from like the missing children's website, because if you go on there, you have to like click on each picture to see like statistic, or to see like what their demographic is or age. And I thought, if obviously that website is probably generated from some sort of data set. And when I first learned Tableau, we used the Titanic passenger list as like a test. And everybody knows the passenger list. So you'd say, okay, so how many people on deck 5 from Germany survived by gender or whatever? And then, I mean, you can drill down to how many of those survivors had blue eyes of that list. I mean, whatever. You can go down as granular of a level as you want. So I was kind of hoping, maybe they would send me the data set, because, I mean, if you use Tableau, you know how easy it is to create visual dashboards to analyze your data. And they responded back and said, something like, they were kind of curious, like who I was and whatever. So I explained, and then it was crickets from then on. So apparently they didn't want to share. I wasn't a big enough fish in the sea, apparently. Well, anyway, so when I was watching Raul on Catch Lisk, and then I had reached out to him after it, and I made a very, very, I think I was actually filming a live stream, and I explained it, and then I just clipped it and put it on my page. And then I went and told him I made this like 3-minute video kind of explaining what I was thinking. Like, if you could put all of the data that he has, I mean, it includes people that are missing that were never found. It includes people that were found that are Jane Does. And you'd be able to see like which ones were found that were, cut up in little bits. Which ones were found with strangulation by, zip code or geographic area. I should know better than to explain things at midnight, but, oh my God, Stray found it. Perhaps that will explain it better. But I'm just saying, like, that's how powerful these data analytics tools are. And again, I'm way more familiar with Tableau than I am with Power BI. But like with Tableau, you can have old, comma separated value files. And then you can have humongous, like Best Buy has humongous sets of data. And no matter how big or small, you can put them in there and then create one data set. It is very, very, very powerful tool. So how come you could, and I think in the video I say something like, has this ever been used before for those of you in law enforcement? You know, do you have, are there, you know, is that part of the standard thing is to use a tool like Tableau to analyze the data? And it's like in the blink of an eye. And then as you're sitting with someone, having a meeting or what have you, well, and you can give people certain powers to ask their own questions. It's like asking the magic 8-ball, you know, as we're sitting here discussing this, and then somebody has a question with Tableau, okay, so, well, without getting into like a big long thing, but like on the fly, people can ask a question, and then all of a sudden, poof, there's your answer. Like, how many of those missing people had one brown eye and one blue eye, you know, or wore contact lenses, etc. Okay, I don't know if that made sense.
Sadie Beecham, and then Kayla Petty and Christy Radatz Ortiz. All four of those individuals were exceptions last time, and they have watched large portions of the trial.
Because they're considered victims, it's my understanding.
No comment.
Okay. Otherwise, ready to start?
Yes.
It is interesting. I mean, I was just kind of curious if they, I mean, that, I love Tableau. Let me count the ways.
My wife has a medical appointment at, I think it's 3:15. I'll verify that. Maybe 3:45. Thursday. And I will be gone for about 1 hour.
Who knew a pizza box could be important to see Gilgo Beach? Oh my God. King Lawcon just made an observation / is being facetious. So remember, they caught Rex Heuermann because he had disposed of a pizza box with his DNA on it. And they used that to confirm that that's what they were looking for. You know how that goes. And then cue in the pizza box from Rosalio's bedroom. Wasn't it in the bedroom? Yeah. Oh my God, you guys are so smart.
Good morning. Would you come down, please? Yes. Thank you. We'll probably break a little later for lunch on Thursday. And probably take a shorter time too.
Sitting on the stove. I thought I saw something sitting next to his bed. Was there a couple pizza boxes? That's another thing I really should do. I wanted to go back on yesterday and take with the receipt attached with the time the pizza was delivered. Oh my God. Oh my God. I wonder what Detective John would have to say about that. I betcha if he was a detective, a boatload of water bottles. I bet if he was in charge of that investigation, there probably would have been a different person sitting at the defense table. Well, I'm not going to bet, but I could surmise. I could opine on that. If you watch him, he says opine a lot. It's great. I'm still
Good morning, everybody.
I'm still wondering how in the world the mother decided the freezer was going to be where she commenced her cleaning.
So we were on cross-examination of Ms. Patterson, Your Honor.
Right. You're still under oath, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Patterson.
Good morning.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54.
Yes. Every time I go to clean my kitchen, the first place I go is my freezer.
Was that something that you provided to the district attorney's office?
Yes, these were also provided.
I'm going to go and fix this eye now. Also, Pixie just said, I'm wondering if he kept spare cash in there, in the freezer. So my grandmother, she had a very old house built in like the late 1800s. They did not have a dishwasher. So somewhere along the line, they probably don't even make this kind of thing anymore. But she bought a dishwasher that had like wheels on it and like little things that came out of the back of it that you would connect to your sink. So you'd like, I don't even think you had to really like roll it over to her sink, but you know, it was on wheels. And then she would like, you know, fix it to the kitchen faucet, turn the kitchen faucet on hot, and then turn the dishwasher on. And she, you know, just preferred, you know, apparently it's one of those things that you buy and you think you're going to use it, like a Belgian waffle maker. And then after you've used it once or twice, you decide, now this is just taking up space and I never use it. So she used it. That's where she kept all of her like banking things, any spare cash she had, any of her credit cards she didn't carry on her person. And she would say, well, if we ever, and she lived in Minneapolis on 49th in Chicago, which went through a period of time where like she was very close to the Parkway, which is like where all the doctors and stuff lived on. But then like the crime from Minneapolis kept eking its way. So she's like, well, if we ever get robbed, which I think they were, I think the upstairs apartment was robbed a couple times. Then it got better. Now it's gotten worse again. And she kept all of her stuff in the dishwasher. She's like, they're never going to look in the dishwasher. Like they'd look in the freezer first before they'd look in the dishwasher. So for those of you who keep your money in the dishwasher or in the freezer, try sticking it in the dishwasher if you don't use it. Okay, I'm going to leave you alone for a little while. I'm going to fix my eye and go get some water and stop interrupting. But you will be on my in my pocket that I don't have. You'll be in my hand.
You said, though, that you provided this to the district attorney's office.
That is correct.
In your direct examination, you were talking about how you, when you arrived on the scene on March 28th, 2020, that you had taken a video audio recording of your walkthrough.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I believe the date's wrong. I think she said March 28th, and that's not the testimony.
Sorry, May 28th?
That is correct. When I was given access to my son's apartment on the 27th, I went in on the 28th. I went into his apartment and sat on his couch to gather my thoughts of what I was.
Judge, I'm going to ask that this be struck. It's non-responsive to my question.
Objections overruled. Go ahead, ma'am.
To gather my thoughts as to what I was looking at, everything. And it took me a good while I was sitting when I got up and I started to do my walkthrough. I did record and did an audio video recording of my son's apartment.
Did you provide that video audio recording to the state?
I did not.
And when you provided the other exhibit to the state, you did that. How many times did you meet with the state to discuss this case?
You know, you're using lawyerese, the state.
Sure. When I refer to the state, do you know that to mean district attorneys?
I do.
Okay. So when you provided that picture, who did you provide that picture to?
I don't recall.
Now, how many times did you meet with someone from the district attorney's office to discuss this case?
The initial meeting back in December, and here recently, maybe about 2 weeks ago.
And when you met with them about 2 weeks ago, who did you meet with?
I'll correct myself. It wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was about a week ago. And I met with DA Gravely, ADA Jessica, and Heather, the victim witness advocate.
And did you discuss what your testimony would be?
Not really, not entirely.
When you say not entirely, what do you mean by that?
What I mean about that is expectations of what I asked the questions, what am I speaking to? And they said they really couldn't answer my question. They said that, you know, the questions would come out at here at trial, but just to be prepared to speak about my son and his truck and the picture that Mueller just showed us.
Thank you for providing that little bit of background information. Now I want to take you back to around May 19th, 2020, and I'm sorry to have to do this again. On May 19th, 2020, you had said that you spoke with Eileen Knoll.
That is incorrect.
Who was it again that called you?
Kayla Petty.
Kayla Petty. And Michael Campbell, do you know an individual by that name?
He's a very good friend of my son's.
And did he call you on May 19th, 2020 before Kayla Petty?
No.
So you did not talk to Mr. Campbell on May 19th, 2020?
Not that I recall speaking with anyone other than Kayla Petty.
On May, you probably might not remember this, but on May 26, 2020, do you remember speaking with Detective Martin Howard?
I spoke with a few detectives, but I don't remember exact date or who they were other than a Detective Correa.
And do you, though, remember talking to a detective about dental records pertaining to your son?
I do.
And do you remember telling that officer who his dentist was?
I did.
And had you been aware of your son's dental records? Did you ever know about, let's say, him having cavities and needing fillings?
Yes, I took him to his appointments with the doctor.
Okay, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Gutierrez have any fillings in his teeth?
Yes, he had fillings.
And if you remember, and if you know, and you might not, there's two types of fillings. There's like the metal one, and then there's the composite fillings, which are meant to look like teeth. Do you know which kind he had?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Do Do you remember speaking with detectives about, well, strike that. During your direct examination, you spoke to the state about, you kept saying, your son's father. When you were talking in that capacity during direct, were you referring to your husband, Mr. Patterson?
That is correct. Rosario, my Pocho's dad, was never in the picture. So when I say his dad, I'm referring to his stepdad, my husband, Eugene, who has been more of a father than his father was ever.
And do you remember telling detectives that your son's biological father had not been involved in his life since he was around 2 years old?
That is correct. When we separated and the judge asked him if he wanted visitation rights, he said he did not. He has never been in my son's life since my son was 2 years old.
And that you didn't have any information about where your son's biological father was, where he was living, what he was doing. You didn't have any of that information.
That is correct. That is something that weighed really heavy on my son, not having that father who wanted him. That's why he wanted to be the best father that he could be.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 37. Okay, you went over these a little bit, but these are the Chase Bank records for the joint account with you and your son, right?
That is correct.
And so I want to draw your attention. It's to page, it says 3 of 6. It's of the April 23rd, 2020 through May 22nd statement. It's kind of in the middle of the packet. Do you have it? Okay. So page 3 of 6.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. In these records, do you notice anywhere where your son had made an ATM withdrawal?
I see the one on the 14th, the one on the 15th.
Okay, and then you didn't, that was not you, correct?
That is correct.
And the one on the 14th, how much did your son, according to these records, withdraw?
It indicates 700.
And then on the 15th?
An additional 300?
So a total of $1,000?
That is correct.
And naturally, this was what we see in Exhibit 37. This was your bank account too, so you'd be able to access all of these documents, correct?
As he was mine, yes.
And in your reviewing all of these pages, is it a fair and accurate depiction of your bank statements?
It is.
Judge, I would ask to move in State's Exhibit 37.
Is there objection?
No.
The entirety or just the reference dates?
I think just the one I referred to, I didn't really question Ms. Patterson on everything else. I don't mind about the entirety going in, but if the court has concern about that, then I would ask it be that specific page that I had been questioning the witness on.
Any objection?
That's the whole exhibit go into evidence as opposed to parsing it out. There had been testimony on direct about some of the other pages, so I would just ask the whole
All right,
exhibit.
it'll be received.
Thank you. Madison.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
State calls Neridia Macias to the stand.
Judge, can we be heard?
Specific exception or objection?
Yeah, there's an issue about, that we've raised pre-trial about Gravely being a witness to the interview witness. That he's going to have to remove himself from the case.
The reason I always shoo you out of the car is because it takes longer to unhook and hook her back up. So it's easier for you to go out. So I apologize that I'm going to ask you to go out again. I'm going to lower you on. So I'm hoping it won't be too long, but I'm not going to chance and make promises I don't know if I can keep. So. But please bear with us. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Please don't discuss the case in any respect. And see you hopefully soon. They're right. They have the option. They can go in the library or they can go upstairs.
Very good. Okay. I just saw that they
All right.
Thank you. Judge, March 16th of last year, we went to trial in this case.
I do.
And
I don't think I'll forget so.
None of us will, Judge. So you recall the whole incident with his opening statement, and he talks about having a evidence. He's going to offer evidence about this Neridia Macias and an interview that he had, him and his assistant, had with her at the crime scene, which completely changed the time frame of the defense's whole defense. And so when we confronted him about it, you asked him, well, who was there? Well, his response was, and I'm looking at docket 73, which is the transcript of the jury trial, he said that there was members of the district attorney's office there. And then he was pressed further, and he said multiple people were there. And then I asked you to ask him who specifically was there, and he had finally admitted it was just him and his assistant, and that's all. And you ruled, well, you didn't ultimately rule, but you said, well, that makes you a witness. You took a statement. His defense was that he was not going to, create a report for every single witness that comes forward or everybody that he talks to in trial preparation. But he took a statement from this witness. He is a witness now. He's on our witness list. We have subpoenaed him. He's known this for almost a year. He should have taken himself off the case, but he didn't. So now we're at the point, and I believe your ruling was that we were going to wait and see if this witness actually testifies. We were going to see, how all that unfolded. Well, now it's unfolding, and it's right in front of us right now. And they want to call this witness, who they met with at the crime scene. And it's the whole issue about we went to the wrong building, and we used Google Maps, and all of this stuff. All right? So since he is on our witness list, he is subpoenaed, he's well on notice of this for over a year, I'm going to ask you to remove him from this case. He is now a witness. He needs to be out of the room. He's sequestered. And then the state can call this witness. And then during our case, we'll call him as witness. That's my request.
Well, Judge, I want to indicate what a stunt I believe this is. So first of all, the court had a pre-trial hearing about this where we argued this, and the court at that pre-trial ruling permitted the state to remain in the case and indicated that it was not going to remove the district attorney from the case. So we have actually had a ruling on this within the last several weeks. Then counsel, when this witness is called, brings it up and actually says in front of the jury as the description, so the jury gets a chance to hear it, that I should be removed from the case, that the DA should be removed from the case. Then they make an argument that is an identical argument to the argument made to you in that pretrial ruling several weeks ago. There's no change at all in the argument. They indicated to you at that time that they had subpoenaed me, which is also a stunt, that they have placed me on their witness list, which is also a stunt. What the court recalls is the following. The court will recall that in that fateful day where this case was previously held for trial, I was asked a question mid-discussion, and by the way, I am the one who brought up to the defense after hearing their opening statement. I am the one who went to the defense and said, I guess that you should be aware that there was this additional supplemental information that we received. So this was something I told them after I heard their opening statement. I privately approached them and told them that. When we were asked about the details of that, the statute does not require that that be disclosed. The statute specifically requires written and recorded statements. This is not a written statement. It is not a it's not a recorded statement. We had a meeting with Ms. Macias at the DA's office. That had present other members of the DA's office, including our victim witness persons who usually accompany us in those interviews. That's where we talked substantive information to her. Ms. Macias was leaving, and we indicated to her as she was going to drive out that we would go to the same location so she could show us where she had parked over at the apartment building. When that happened, we discovered at that point that she had gone to the wrong building, and so that's how we found that information. We did not know that information until then. We asked her no follow-up questions that I recall. I don't recall any actual interview with her that took place there. We simply explained to her when we saw that, okay, now we understand this is the wrong building. And so that was all that happened. We didn't ask her how this occurred or any of those things. Present at that discussion, where we talked to her, was myself and Ms. Krazarek. For some reason, Ms. Krazarek is not on their witness list. I'll tell you that in terms of anybody who has a memory of that interaction, Ms. Krazarek is somebody who has a memory of that. I barely remember that interaction. In fact, I think that's very clear in the discussion that counsel just provided the court. When I was asked who was there, my thought process was that certainly victim witness was there. When I turned to Ms. Krazarek and asked who was there, she is the one who said to me, it was just you and I. I didn't have an independent memory of that.
I can't tell them who they can name as their witness.
I understood. I understand. I'm not saying you can. I'm simply indicating that the way that was then remedied, the court allowed us to talk about whether there would be a mistrial in this case or not. The defense asked for a mistrial. The court was assured by all the parties that this would be a mistrial that would be done without affording any misconduct to any of the parties involved in this case. And so we agreed to a mistrial rather than asking that the court continue at that time. So this was a mistrial that both sides agreed to afford the defense an opportunity to have that information, particularly with whatever issue the court might have in terms of us being a witness. What we then did was remedy it by having Detective Correa, who is sitting with us here, go with another detective, not with anybody from the DA's office, to the location and have Ms. Macias actually explain, without the DA's office being present, where she parked, where she was vis-a-vis that apartment building. So there is a recorded statement of that done on body cam, and that is done so that the defense can see nobody from the DA's office is involved in the collection of that information. It's obviously post that original meeting, but this has taken place. So again, I don't know what we're discussing that was not discussed a couple of weeks ago before this court.
Well, what we're discussing is the only stunt here is
Mr. Gravely misrepresenting to this court what actually happened. The fact is that he went out and met with this witness months before trial, didn't tell us anything about it, and then made it a prominent part of his opening, is the point. That wasn't like a little thing. It was a very prominent, and you even said that, it was a very prominent part of their opening. And then he is completely evading his responsibility about this being a statement. He says it's not a statement. You even corrected him. And I'll point directly to docket 73 at page 31 to 32. That's a whole discussion about the court asking Mr. Gravely, you know, who was down there? Multiple people were down there, he says. I want to clarify for the record. And you said, it was not my impression that Mr. Gravely was physically present, and he finally admitted that he was there. And so this whole thing about how we're going to remedy this by sending Detective Carrera out to do that, that's not the remedy, okay? The remedy is to have him leave this case and have them, if they want to call this witness, have them then call the witness, and then we'll call Mr. Gravely after we cross-examine her about her interactions with him, and then we'll get him on the record about what his interactions with her was. And we don't even know, as we sit here today, how many other witnesses went through the same exact process with the district attorney's office.
I can talk about things I don't know about.
Okay.
That I do not plan to hear.
Why are we litigating the same thing we litigated 2 weeks ago, other than that we're on national TV? Other than that, what is the possible reason for this to be brought up now when the court made a ruling a couple weeks ago, Judge?
The judge did not make a ruling, Judge.
Just a minute. If I know me, usually this type of thing, I would not have made a definitive ruling. I would have said, as the situation stands now, I would have pushed it off to see, and in fact, my sentiment is right now, I think I'm probably going to push it off to see if we need to, if I do have to make a definitive decision, or if it's one of those many things that we encounter in life that are problems that may just go away.
Your actual ruling was, Judge, that you were going to wait and see, as you typically do. You delay a final decision. You tell us like what you're thinking, but in this case, you said, well, let's see if she shows up. Well, she's here.
And let's now I'll make the next move and say, it's like a chess game. I'll say, let's hear what she has to say. And maybe the problem will evaporate. Maybe it'll diminish. Maybe I'll decide it's really not a problem at all. Or maybe I'll have to take some action. If I do take some, first I'm going to take one action right now. You can't examine her. Ms. Krizarek can examine her. No.
Judge, I'd like the court to take a look at the minutes from the...
I don't know, if you're going to quote what I said at the last time, you don't need to. I'm saying you're not going to examine her. Without doubt, we're in a perilous area. And we've got 7 days into this trial. Well, actually 9 or 10 when we count the last time. So this is a perilous area. I don't want to get any closer to the edge than I have to. And Ms. Krizarek is a very competent lawyer whose assignment to this court I think I enjoyed for 4 or 5 years. And I'm quite confident that she'll be able to handle this issue. And I'm not saying you're off the case. I'm saying she will handle the examination. And then I will await further developments before making a decision on the rest.
You know, regardless of what the court's role is in this, Mr. Gravely has an independent obligation as a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin to recuse himself from the case because by definition he's a witness, and by the ethical rules say you cannot be
a witness and a lawyer in the same case.
You know, show me that rule. You can't argue the case to the jury was what when I last looked at the rule, it was you cannot argue your own credibility. That was the basic rule. And that's actually why even though I'm going past that, why I stated Mr. Bravely can't examine the witness. But take a look at it and point it out to me.
Can I ask if the attorneys involved here who have an obligation to report ethical violations have reported?
You know, no, you can't, because they're not here to be examined on this issue. And also, if I can tell you, it happens very, very rarely, but when I've had serious ethical violations happen here, usually I handle them with a rebuke, occasionally with a mild censure, but I have on occasion reported people. I commented at the time of the initial trial that while I thought Mr. Gravely had made a mistake, I did not think it was purposeful misconduct, and nothing I've heard since has changed my mind about that. And so I'm not going to report it.
All right. So I just want to be clear, because this record is now is here. It's my belief that what the court said at the prior hearing was that you did not find that there were sufficient facts in the motion or in the argument to remove a sitting elected district attorney from a case of this type. I asked the court to review the report provided by Detective Correa, who indicated what was said, and the court, I believe, indicated that there was no reason to believe that there was a prior inconsistent statement that would make anybody a witness at this point. So that because a purported witness is now available as to the circumstances of this, that that was what I understood the court to do. So clearly, I've been in front of the court a long time. I heard the court make a ruling, and we proceeded accordingly because, of course, we were a couple weeks from trial, or a week from trial. I'm not sure exactly what the date was, but we had a special hearing on this. And the court ruled. I am, in fact, quite surprised that this has been brought up again based on what I heard the court say that time. Not because attorneys can't bring things up again, I suppose, but we heard the court make a ruling. I thought it was guidance to us on the state being able to proceed without any fetters on it. The court is making a slightly different ruling today, and I don't know.
You know what? I am not going to have the reporter go looking for the transcript or the notes, and then have it go from there, and then everybody wants a transcript and so on and so forth. I think what I said was clear.
Okay. I just want to be sure I had a chance to respond, but I did understand the court's guidance.
I think it was clear what I'm saying today. And I don't know that I would be very surprised if it's inconsistent with what I said last time, especially when I'm quite sure, as I almost invariably do, I gave you a sentiment as to what I was thinking, but specifically probably told you it was not a final ruling. What did you want to say?
So Supreme Court Rule 20.3.3, the ABA Comment 2 makes it clear that that officers of the court, to avoid conduct that undermines the integrity of the adjudicative process, when you're a witness, that the prosecutor cannot simultaneously prosecute a case and be a witness in that case. And you can also take a look at United States versus Schwartzbaum, 527 F. 2nd 249, which is a Second Circuit case in 1975. But also the Wisconsin Supreme Court addressed this in State versus Jorgensen, 2008, Wisconsin 60 at paragraph 38. Testimony from a prosecutor is difficult enough to overcome, but it is impossible for a defendant to test or counter a prosecutor's, quote, testimony, end quote, when the defendant is denied his right to confront the prosecutor as a witness. So
kind of reminds me of that video with like the arm, like
And I think that
the sniffing,
attempts to muddy the water
sniffing
about the
Biden
history
one
of
or
this
something.
by Mr. Gravely is just more
You know,
testament that
Carpe Dunkum or whatever it is.
that he needs to be examined about his interview with this witness.
Well, I want to take a look at that. What is the what's the rule?
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I'm starting to cry now. It's so funny. Okay.
And all of these sites are in our
Just so you know,
filing
we do
where
these
we
kind of
ask for things to be
shenanigans in the
qualified, which
subcommittee
is document
hearings.
77 of the record, in pages 13, 14.
Oh my gosh.
Well, first of all, we don't have, there's no reason.
See, you can't do that with StreamYard.
That there is going to be any inconsistency in the
You can
testimony
do,
of
oh
the
my gosh,
witness
you do so
and
much. It's
Mr.
funny.
Gravely's account of it. And I understand we don't have him having given an account, although you could have asked the clerk for authorization
him
for a
smaller.
deposition or something, but I don't want to get into
Oh.
that discussion.
Oh, I could just keep doing this. Forgive me. That's funny. Okay. I'll try to be serious. You know how you sometimes when you get the giggles, it's kind of hard to
20, 20.
Oh, wait, here, hold on.
20.303.
Oh, I missed my cue.
What we've got,
Okay, it's delayed. That's so funny. Oh my God, my friend Lynn used to be able to do Fozzie Bear so good with his waka waka waka. I remember when we saw the Muppets movie, I think we were like 10 or 12, and that's when the headbands with like the little springs and like the googly eyes were popular.
Not finding it.
Oh my gosh. So funny. Oh, here. I missed my cue again. Dang it. That's the only thing I do wrong. Yeah, me and Lenny had those on for the Muppet movie. Do we know who the people in the gallery are?
It's not point, it's, sorry, it's colon 3.7, lawyer as a witness.
3.7.
A lawyer should not act as advocate at a trial in which the lawyer is likely to be a necessary witness, unless the testimony relates to an uncontested issue, testimony relates to the nature and value of legal services rendered, or disqualification of the lawyer would work substantial hardship on the client. A lawyer may act as an advocate in a trial in which another lawyer in the lawyer's firm is likely to be called as a witness unless precluded.
Oh, I can send you the file. I sent, actually, like a month ago, I sent the Miss Gulch music to Detective John. Because if you watch his podcast, it kind of fit. The Miss Gulch music. I kept looking for like the Wizard of Oz, Witch on the Bike music.
A lawyer
It's
may
called Miss
act
Gulch.
as advocate in a trial in which another lawyer in the lawyer's firm is likely to be called as a witness
If I could post
unless
it on my
precluded from doing so by
social media. If I can find where I put it.
1.7 or
I'll add it to the to-do list.
And then under comments, number 2, the tribunal has proper objection when the trier of fact may be confused or misled by a lawyer serving as both advocate and witness.
the opposing party has proper objection where the combination of roles may prejudice that party's right in the litigation. I've already stated over Mr. Gravely's objection that I'm not going to permit him to examine this
He should
witness.
also not be
this
allowed in the
witness.
room at the time during the examination.
You could probably talk me into that. But what in the rules precludes Ms. Grzerek from handling the examination of the witness?
No, I think she can.
Now, I did refer to what was also an ancient rule. I know it's, I define it as ancient because I was taught it in law school. And it was that the lawyer can't argue his own credibility. I'll forewarn you parties now that if credibility is an issue, and it may not be, in fact, maybe Mr. Gravely won't even see the witness stand. But if credibility is an issue, then I probably won't permit him to argue the case either. But that, to me, seems like the outer limits, if we get to that point.
Credibility of who?
Well,
Credibility of who is an issue?
well, that's a good question. I guess I'd have to be, if your credibility comes into issue, or if there's an inconsistency of any kind between your recollection of events and that of the witness here, I think you're probably going to be precluded from arguing anything about the case. But let's push it on.
So,
Just a question, so I can orient myself. I was obviously also present during the interview of Ms. Macias that day.
But you're not on the witness list.
Right, but if then the next tactic or stunt becomes, well, now, say Mr. Gravely eventually has to take a stand,
Tactic
which
or
shouldn't happen because it's
stunt?
not an inconsistent statement, but let's play hypotheticals. So then Mr. Gravely
Never
takes the
play
stand.
hypothetical
He's already made
in
it
a
pretty
court
clear
of
that
law.
his memory is not necessarily sterling, which is why at the previous hearing, he did lean over to me and ask me who was present. So at that point, hypothetically, he takes the stand and doesn't have clear recollections because that's the status of the world given what he does for a living. Then are they then opening the door to then trying to call me to the stand as well? Because I would have the better recollection.
Is this legal jeopardy?
It's the next logical jump in.
I don't want to get into next logical jumps. I've said what I have to say at this point, and that's where we're at.
Judge, first of all, none of this is a stunt.
I don't want to get into it.
Defense didn't create
The
any.
jury's in the back room.
Okay. The point is that the issue here is that this witness, this critical witness, significantly changed her story from all the reports we had before that February trial from last year. And so, and those two prosecutors were the only two people with her when she did that.
And I said last time, I thought that was a mistake.
Yes.
And I granted a mistrial because I thought it was a mistake.
And contrary to Mr. Gravely's representation, while the defense agreed to a mistrial, we were forced into it because of that exact flow of events created by him. So I just wanted that to be clear.
Which didn't that
this is
delay this
not
trial
something
another
that
year
the
and made
defense
this man
cooked up.
suffer
This is
for a
a
whole nother
stunt.
year?
I don't want to hear any more. There have been jibes periodically throughout the trial, and I've had as much as I want to hear. I want to get this case put to the jury and a true and just verdict reached.
Said he was
Okay?
in La La Land thinking
Any
it was
question
a
about
yes
what the
after
rule is now?
I understand the court's ruling, Judge. Can I just have 5 minutes to reorient myself with the exact exhibits since this was
You may.
anticipated to be Mr. Gravely's witness? Thank you.
And you were ordering him to be out of the room during this example.
La King Kong. I keep forgetting
Can I
that.
interject, Judge? As the
Stray.
court knows, I'm acting as a
That's what you said last night. La
steward
King
of the
Kong.
evidence
I love it.
and the discussions in this case. I intend to make an argument in this case at the end.
You guys are so
For me
clever.
to not be able to watch this key witness is
Guys and
not
gals,
appropriate.
people.
It's no different than Detective Correa, who was a case officer and could testify in this case.
I will permit you to watch the video of the testimony before argument, if you are going to be arguing.
Okay,
and I'll even
Have
let you
Irish
listen to the
birthdays
audio.
on Saturday?
Yeah, I'm going to ask that the court not have the jury have the specter of me not be present. The court has not found that I engaged in any misconduct.
I am going to give a brief instruction to the jury that our attorney rules have provisions about lawyers on the case testifying, and for that reason, I've asked you to step outside the room. I'm not going to say anything assessing any
December
fault or
30th.
any misconduct or mistake or anything
Well,
else.
we will have to write that
Just to
down in the
explain to
book
you
and remember.
them why you are not in the room. Okay.
Noted.
So 5 or so minutes.
With the emphasis on the 5. Okay. Would you tell the jury it'll be about 5 more minutes? Thank you.
And there's that wonderful Veilhammer Media cutting out the recess for us whilst boosting the audio
All right,
quality.
Ms. Krizar?
Dave Paul's ready to see it to stand.
Do we know when Zachariah's birthday is? I'm assuming one of you do. You know, I was just thinking that I should be reading the website. There's so much information on that website.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
But then, like I really want to watch
Could you please
this.
state your name for the record and spell it?
Nereida Macias, Nereiai.
Is this the Facebook hoe or the Facebook girl?
Macias.
And are you currently
Pause.
employed?
Yes.
Is this the Facebook lady? Question mark.
And how are you employed?
I work for the circuit court as a clerical specialist.
And in what city?
Oh wait, I think it might be on this
And-
booking thing.
Back in May of 2020, did you on a dating app meet Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Correct.
And
So
what
this is
dating app
the
was
one
it,
that
if you
took the
recall?
screenshots, the one that.
And you recall generally the date that you
Oh,
first connected
here
with
we
Mr.
go. I'm gonna
Gutierrez
mute
Jr.?
myself.
The date, May 12th.
And did you begin to exchange messages with him starting approximately May 12th?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you exchange messages with Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
And in general, in the early days of May 12th through the next couple days, what generally type of things were you talking back and forth about?
Religion, spiritual stuff, like self-help information. books
Religion.
about his mother, his kids, his job.
Were you getting to know each other?
Correct, yes.
And up until May 17th of 2020, had you met Mr. Gutierrez at all?
No,
In fact, have you ever met Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
no.
Half Irish says she's prettier than Sadie.
You indicated that you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. talked about family and different things like that?
Yes.
What's important to you in life?
Objection, relevance.
Seems marginally relevant,
I would agree.
very marginally. So if it's short, I'll,
Very brief, Judge.
okay.
So ultimately, did you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. make a plan for May 17th?
Yes.
And did you do that over the phone via text messages?
Yes.
So she's the one that didn't want to go to a bar.
Now, prior to May 17th of 2020, did you know where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to the television screen. And this is on State's Exhibit 1, number 344. Ms. Macias, do you recognize this phone number up here at the top?
Yes, that's not.
Okay. And would that be a nickname for you as well as your last name?
Nettie, yes.
And do you recall asking this question of Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And what is that question that is up there?
What town do you live at?
And he then responds with Kenosha. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And he then gives you a little bit further information. I live right by UW Parkside.
Yes. Yes.
Now, at this point, were you developing a plan for you to come down and meet him?
That day, yes.
And do you recall if there were suggestions about different things that you guys could do, you know, given the status of the world back in May of 2020?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Well, let's move on to your next message. Does it read, "What's open" from you?
Yes.
And then you ask, "Around by you?" And he responds, "All the Kenosha bars are open." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you recall your response being, "We are not going to a bar"?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because going to the bar, obviously you're going to drink. I'm not going to drink and drive, only because of where I work at.
And ultimately, what did you guys decide would the plan be on May 17th that evening?
The plan was to pick them up and go out, I don't know, just drive around and get to know each other, basically.
And so as part of that plan, did he text you his address?
Yes.
And direct your attention back to the screen. This is now page number 151 of State's Exhibit 1, number 344. And would the address that he texted you on May 17th at 6:58 p.m. be 3709 15th Street, Apartment 1B? Is that what he texted you?
Yes.
Now, once you had that address in your phone, what did you do to look up where he lived?
I looked it up on Google Maps to see where exactly he lived. It did, in the beginning, kind of scared me because I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to go or not. But his personality really caught my attention. So I went for it and drove out there. Here.
And showing you that same exhibit again. This is specifically page 149. So at approximately 6:56 p.m., he tells you, no worries, take your time. I still have to drop off Ava, and she lives 45 minutes away. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you respond with an okay?
Yes.
Then is it you that sends him a message saying 8:30 or 9?
Yes.
With some question marks?
Yes.
And he responds 9 will be safer?
Yes.
And you say okay? Then we get into where he gave you his apartment address.
Yes.
And then did he give you the full address at approximately 8:15 p.m. on the 17th, including Kenosha, Wisconsin, 53144?
Yes.
At some point, does he tell you that, according to his GPS, he'll be home at 9:01 p.m.?
Yes.
Direct your attention back to the screen. And as your conversation continues at approximately 8:25 p.m., does he tell you, see you soon?
Yes.
You say back K. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes.
Then he asks if you want him to pick you up anything to drink, Corona, Bacardi, or Jameson.
Correct.
And you indicate you'll settle for a beer. Does he then indicate to you other drink options?
Yes.
I thought she said she didn't want to drink and drive.
And is your response water is perfect?
Yes.
Water. And wasn't he fond of the Corona?
And he then texts you, I understand.
Yes.
I wonder what Detective John would have to say about
that last message. Do you then proceed down to
if
Mr.
she would have
Gutierrez's
been
residence to meet him for the first time?
Pause.
Correct.
If he would have detected, put this woman under the white lights for a moment, considering the fact that Corona, beer, lime, and water were found on the counter. Nick Starr is having a fundraiser for Zach on Friday 29th during his 1 year. Oh, yes. Okay, see. So December, actually, that's like kind of why I haven't really determined like what time to do these trials, because over, the last few days, there's been so many wonderful people that are, in our circle of friends, if you will, that have had live streams. So that's good to know. It's almost like you need a calendar to keep up with this. I do have to tell you, just on a side note, I was showing Lily today because Nick was on with Broken Baker and Jamie and others. And, you know, Lily's got Poppy, and we've got 2 other cats. And so there was a point where Mr. Jingles hops up on his chair, and he goes, "Oh, look, it's Mr. Jingles." At this moment, he's trying not to attack me or something like that. It was really funny. Be Friday night. Okay, good. Okay, continue. Sorry.
And what map program were you using, if you recall?
Google.
And so did you put in the address he had given you of 3709 15th Street 1B into that map program?
Yes.
And then were you texting him updates about your progress?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you once again up there. We left off with him saying, "I understand," at 8:27 p.m. And then at 9:37 p.m., is that you indicating you're 5 minutes away?
Yes.
And then at 9:43 p.m., indicating I'm here?
Correct.
And then at 9:44 p.m., asking where do I park?
Yes.
And at 9:52 p.m., are you okay?
Yes.
Welcome back,
And
Kayla.
at
We're still
10:05
here.
p.m., I'm worried about you. Are you okay? And then at 10:18 p.m., indicating I left. And I'm gonna scroll back up to the top of page 158. After Mr. Gutierrez has sent you, "I understand," and it says delivered. When looking at your messages, what is the status of each message that you send after that, if you can tell?
It says unread.
And that's on each of these are unread?
Yeah, it says unread. Unread.
So after 8:25 p.m. when he texts you, "I understand," do you hear anything further from Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
No.
To this day, have you ever heard anything further from Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now I'm going to show you a map of the Wood Creek apartment buildings. Now when you came down to meet with Mr. Gutierrez, can you, with a pointer, Judge, can I get the pointer from you? Ms. Macias, if you could take this pointer, and can you go up on this map and explain when you came into this apartment complex, where you went, and then where we're building the apartment front of?
I'm sorry. I pulled in through the driveway and I parked right here.
And is that where your GPS took you to that building?
Correct. This building.
And when you first pulled in and parked right there, what did you do next in front of that building?
I waited a few minutes because I was nervous. I really wanted to get to know him. So I figured the door is like right here. So I pulled in a little closer by some dumpsters and I waited there for a couple minutes more.
And
Pause. I'm so
do
sorry.
you recall what?
Something about in the podcast or something about dumpsters that were emptied before they were looked at on the property? Question mark.
What the weather was like that night?
It was like drizzling. It was kind of like raining.
Okay. And obviously you got there at sometime around 9:30, 9:45 p.m. Was it dark out?
Yes.
And so besides parking in those locations you've talked about in front of that apartment, what else did you do, if anything?
Since I wanted to see when he came out, I parked across. I saw a guy that moved out his vehicle, so I parked right in front of the door so I can see when he comes out and I can just kind of flash my lights. But
Pause. Pixie says, Kayla, I think Nettie knows. So the witness, the Facebook date that showed up the night of the 17th, screenshotted their final exchanges after she was supposedly ghosted without knowing that he was actually missing. Works for the courts. Wait. So this witness, Law King Kong, is gone. He must have gone to sleep. But this witness is the one that works for the same DA's office that the victim's mother works for, ? Do I have that correct?
He never came out.
And ultimately, you then left the area and went back home?
I waited a few minutes, but he never came out. So when I pulled out, I ended up
So Kayla from the Most Awesome podcast, Wrongful, available on iTunes, Spotify, I'm pretty sure iHeartRadio, wherever you get your podcasts, says, time remembering correctly, the dumpsters were emptied right before the police arrived at Rosalio's apartment. That landfill was never checked. ? For you, Kayla. Do we have any type of cell phone data for Sadie? Like, did she just like sit in her car and, smoke heaters or talk on her cell phone or file her fingernails? And then as soon as the dumpsters were emptied, the trash man came. Do we know like how long? Do we know any cell phone data, like what time she got there? And how long before she called 911 were those dumpsters emptied? ?
parking right here. And I kept texting him, are you okay? I don't know if he was in the shower or married. I did not know, so I left.
Netflix.
You can grab a seat, thank you.
I watched that Maya, Take
Now,
Care of
prior
Maya
to that night,
documentary on
had you ever
Netflix.
been
Was
to
so good.
what is commonly here called the Wood Creek Apartments before?
Never.
Were you familiar with this area of Kenosha?
No.
No. After giving that statement to
Law
law
King Kong is
enforcement
back.
about
Hello.
your interactions with Mr. Gutierrez
Sorry to
that
have
night,
assumed that you were
do you recall
sleeping.
having a further meeting with Detective Correa in March of 2022?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting, as you best recall it?
Talk about what exactly happened at the location.
And what type of questions did Detective...
Pause. Because some people are probably like laying in their bed and listening versus I do that all the time. Because let's just face it, the mobile app for chat stinks. And sometimes you just get tired and want to listen. So for those of you listening, Kayla asked Law King Kong, did I get that right about the dumpsters? I keep mixing up the landfills. Kayla also says she, meaning Nettie the witness, works in the DA's office in Milwaukee. And then the mom, Rosalio's mom, works at the same DA, ? I think. And then half Irish. It's just so damn sad. They didn't bother searching the dumps when they could. Law enforcement not caring screwed Zachariah and actual justice. Here's another thing. I forget which documentary I watched. But there was somebody they were looking for in the landfill. And they would, like, okay, so landfill management apparently, is very organized, let's just say. So at least they had, they had like an area, I think, where, it's plausible. That's information. That's information has not been made public. If that has been recorded somewhere, probably in the discovery and the family has been waiting for. And yes, this witness was screenshotting her conversation with Rosario the day after they were supposed to meet, so before he was known to be missing. Why would you do that? I mean, if someone ghosted me on text message, probably the last thing I would do is screenshot my messages back and forth. Kayla, I understand that things get jumbled. Like I said, we need like a flow chart and like a whiteboard. And we can do like some type of Scrum Master thing with the posties on the whiteboard to, more easily move things around. Very little in the dumpster when the police checked. I want to know. Okay, now I need to make a question list. I want to know when the dumpsters were dumped. I want to know Sadie's cell phone information, like what time she got there in correlation to when the dumpster dumped, and how that relates to when she called 911.
Detective Correa asked you that you can recall.
Where my GPS guided me to exactly, and how long was I waiting between pulling out my vehicle.
If someone ghosted me, I
And
would just
did he ask
delete
you
their
essentially
phone
a lot
number.
of the same questions I've asked you today?
Yes.
Now, back in 2020, when officers first spoke with you, did they have you come down to the scene
Thank
and
you,
talk
half
them
Irish.
through
I
anything?
will look.
No.
So how did they interview where did they interview you the first time?
At the Kenosha police station. I actually came from Milwaukee because I saw on Facebook. Since I was not friends with Rosalia on Facebook, I was kind of curious. How come I didn't hear from him Sunday, May 17, 18, 19? I didn't hear from him. So I looked on Facebook and it said, have you heard any information from Rosalia?
Hold on a moment. I'm sorry to keep doing this to you, but don't you find it a coincidence that she had an encounter with Rosalio that led her to the apartment on the 17th? Sadie was last seen. Oh, Stray, can you please have something delicious like a cookie or perhaps a piece of sweet potato pie with Cool Whip? Or just have a couple extra bites for me. And take your time. Like I said, I'm used to flying solo. So we know that Sadie was at the apartment up until like midnight, the 16th into the 17th, and that it was Michael that was there till like 1:40 some odd, the 17th. She was supposed to meet up with him the 17th. And then she doesn't hear from him the 17th, 18th, and 19th. So three people that were, in and around his apartment on the 17th, all three collectively waited until the 19th to find out what was going on. I mean, that sounds like a coincidence to me. Not like 17th, 18th, 19th, by Friday, hypothetically, I was looking to see what was going on. Happened to be the 19th.
So I drove down personally to speak with Kenosha Police because I was concerned. And then I spoke with the detective and I explained to him.
Listen to her voice quiver.
Is everything okay? And
I gotta mute.
And when you first spoke to Detective Correa, he didn't take you to the scene to walk him through anything?
No.
But the second time you spoke with Detective Correa, you actually went to the scene to walk him through exactly where you parked and what you had done?
Objection, leading.
during your second interaction with Detective Correa, did you actually physically go to the scene? In terms of where you parked?
Yes.
Did he share with you that the building you actually were in front of was not 3709?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Stand.
The building you pointed to up there, that's where your GPS took you that night?
Correct.
Now, I know that you had testified a little bit earlier that you had only been speaking with Mr. Gutierrez Jr. for approximately a little less than a week. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did anyone in your life know anything about him?
No.
Had you been talking to him about him to family and friends or anything like that?
No.
Was there anyone in your life at that point that would
Hello,
be jealous if
hello.
you were talking to someone on Facebook dating app?
No.
Welcome. Pixie's here.
Last question. So since 8:25 p.m. on May 17th, when Mr. Gutierrez Jr. texted you back, I understand, have you heard from him at all?
No, not at all.
Oh no, stay safe. I hope you're underneath a bridge or an overpass of some sort or a bank. Something protecting the top of your car. Oh,
I have
and look
no
at
further
Gonzo.
questions. Thank you. No, ma'am, you have to, sorry, they get a chance.
Oh,
And I'm just gonna grab the, cord.
I'm wondering if there's a way for me to tilt Gonzo. That would be even better. I wish his hat was had a point on it. Oh, car park. Okay, good. I know the whole gang is here watching the shit show unfold. We had Detective John in here earlier. We've had all kinds of wonderful people in here today. On Christmas Day. Well, technically it's not Christmas anymore. Yeah, see, if I move him like this, he appears on the front. And then he can hide behind.
Gutierrez gave you his address that you put it in to Google Maps. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You're standing by that testimony?
Yes.
Ooh, yikes.
You sent Mr. Gutierrez a screenshot of you putting his address in, correct?
Yes.
This this chick has a first class ticket on the sus bus. Oh my god.
Sorry, there just seems to be some connective issue.
Oh my god, that's so funny. You guys, have you noticed that the true crime community has a wicked sense of
Well,
humor?
it's weird because it flickers on.
First class ticket on the sus bus. Oh my god, that's so good. That also sounds like a song. Or a lyric of a song. Take a ride on the sus bus.
Oh my gosh. Do we have another one?
Yeah, I kind of like that. Just the eyes too. It's funny. If you have any recommendations of who I can add to the screen, let me know. We also have the poop emoji. And we also have, in the event we need to pause, we have our oops. Where did I put them now? Oops. We have our pause for when we have to pause. You know, there is a method to my madness. No, Gonzo, you have to go behind. You're funny, you're behind right now, Gonzo. Look at this poor man's face. The light is shining in on him like Jesus. Shining a light saying, "Stay strong, my friend." Oh, and oops. No, where did I put it? Oh, look at her laughing with glee. Oh my god, Half Irish says, I'd love to see a link between Booty Fall and Denny Motion Dude Campbell. Ugh. He does look bewildered. Well, yesterday, when, like, they were showing scenes from the crime scene, I mean, he was looking at them like he'd never seen them before. I mean, I'm assuming he has, but only in photographic form.
Please don't talk about the case during the
This
break.
woman's testimony will fry your brain.
But
you will feel
10 to
stupid for
15
trying
minutes.
to understand her. The sus bus I'm stealing. That's genius. We might have to like gift that somehow. Like, I wonder if I can create like a transparent stinger for like, I'm pretty sure I can if I can figure it out, that just kind of like rolls across the bottom of the screen, you know, from like left to right. With like sus bus on it or something. I don't know. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Continue.
Right, go ahead, Ms. Muller.
You'll feel stupid for trying to understand her. Is it wrong that I want the Wicked Witch of the West added? I'm pretty sure I can figure it out.
You sent to Mr. Gutierrez with a screenshot of your maps, correct?
Oh, I meant to mute myself. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to figure out how to do a video on the bottom of the screen.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 237.
No. No spins. Hopefully it'll go away momentarily. We're at the 8-hour, 29-minute mark. Usually Xfinity does like to mess with me around this time frame. Pause. One 18:32. Okay, so the chat is working, but this is not. Okay, so let's that's not good. Let's maybe lower. Oh, look at the quality. We went from HD now all the way down to not Gucci. Here, hold on a moment. Plus. Ooh, Bielhammer's up to 222 subscribers. Sweet. Day 6. 118-ish. Still have the spins. Okay, it's back. Hold on, pause. Unmute. Now we're back in HD again. Weird.
And you had an iPhone,
Now where
correct?
did you go?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 237. This is the screenshot that was in
Lynn
that
can't
text
sleep.
message,
Welcome
correct?
back, Lynn.
Yes. And in this, it's your address to 3709 15th Street. And it's saying that it's going to take a total of 37 minutes. Sorry, if you could just say yes or no for the
my apologies.
reporter.
Yes.
And this screenshot is actually from Apple Maps, correct?
That's Apple Map?
So you
Yes.
didn't use Gmail, you used Apple Maps.
I used Gmail and Apple Maps. I don't know if it was the second time when I went out there to meet with the detectives, so it must have been. So I must have used Apple Maps to meet up with him, but I must have used Google Maps.
Google Maps.
To go see the detectives, to meet up with them for the scene.
Okay, so when you went on May 17th, 2020, you used Apple Maps,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would take you 37 minutes according to Apple Maps.
Yes.
She always
I'd ask that
sneaks up on me.
237 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I missed it.
Correct, thank you. It was on a digital display. It's just taking. So, in your text messages, You and Mr. Gutierrez had agreed to meet at 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you sent that screenshot that said 37 minutes. And do you remember texting Mr. Gutierrez at 8:24 p.m. that you were going to start
Focus on
leaving your
her
house?
email to Detective Korea.
At 8:24.
Correct.
It's around 8, but I can't remember the times. I need to see the time. Sorry.
July
Pull
5th,
up,
1980.
what Mark has said at 2:36.
Lynn, thank you so much. We were talking about sending him cards, even if we knew the month. Crime Spies, After Dark. Kayla says, Night Owls, hoot hoot. And I'm like, Crime Spies, After Dark. That's funny. Thank you, Lynn. I'm going to write it down in my journal. Okay, we are focusing on her email to Korea, Detective Korea. And for those of you who are laying in bed just listening, chain of custody says, I ain't gonna be driving no 37 minutes one way for a Sunday night quote-unquote date. Law King Kong says, focus on her email to Detective Korea, May 20th, 8:26 a.m. So, roughly, what, 8-ish hours after he was formally arrested? Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Shoot, I missed it. This is a delay.
I hate her face.
Okay, so the message in the blue is your message, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you send a text that says, okay, no worries, I love driving, it'll give me time to jam more, I'm gonna start leaving my house.
Mm-hmm.
That was at
Yes.
8:24,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Your plan was to meet at 9, correct?
Correct.
So 37 minutes from 8:24 would be around 9 p.m., correct?
Internet, please don't fail me now. See, I kind of think sometimes what this happens, I think someone is intentionally trying to prevent us from learning the truth. I have lived in the underworld of information for quite a spell now. Back down to 360. How do you go from HD to 360? Unstable internet connection, perhaps? Unstable YouTube? Are my other windows still working? Wait. No, I have no dropped frames. So it must be the YouTubes. FFS. Please hold. That is so weird. And then all of a sudden it's back again. No, we're at 1. I didn't pay attention to the time. Oh man, alive. Back up, there you go.
My plan was just to sit outside, maybe in the car.
Did we go past this? Why won't this work?
Just get to know each other.
So his plan was for you to come in, but your plan was for him to come out.
Correct.
So what plan did you?
Pause. Did I go too far? Okay, remember last time this happened, we were like here, I'm going to split the difference and pause, if you will, here. Spins again.
is you and Mr. Gutierrez had agreed to meet at 9 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you sent that screenshot that said 37 minutes. And do you remember texting Mr. Gutierrez at 8:24 p.m. that you were going to start leaving your house?
At 8:24?
Correct.
It's around 8, but I can't remember the times. I need to see the time. Sorry.
Pull up what's marked as the text at 2:36. Send a text that says, okay, no worries, I love driving, it'll give me time to jam more, I'm gonna start leaving my house. That was at 8:24, correct?
Yes.
Your plan was to meet at 9, correct?
Correct.
So 37 minutes from 8:24 would be around 9 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, in your text messages and in your direct testimony, you said that you're there, I'm here, at 9:43 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, you didn't text Mr. Gutierrez that you were running 40 minutes behind, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't call him and tell him you were running behind, correct?
No, I did not.
And he didn't call you asking you where you were, correct?
No.
And he didn't text you asking where you were.
I'm sorry.
Is there an answer?
No.
Could we have the witness speak directly into the microphone? We can't hear her at all over here.
When I
Is
said,
it on?
is there an answer? Are you answering no, there was?
Oh, I was
not
saying-
an answer, or no, that was the answer?
No, that was the answer.
No was the answer.
Yes.
The first question. Let's speak into the mic, please.
So, you also testified about how it was your plan to drive around, to meet up, come and drive around.
Yes, to get to know each other. I was too afraid to go to his house. I didn't want to go in there. I just wanted to basically get to know him and just get to know him a little better.
But you didn't text about that plan, correct?
No, I didn't.
You didn't talk to him that day about that plan, correct?
We did earlier when we were actually talking, when I was working.
On the phone.
Correct.
So what was the plan then, for when you got there? At 9 p.m., what was the plan?
Don't know. We just wanted to get to know each other once I got there and see what was the plan. Either go to a bar,
Wink
to
and
a
a
restaurant.
nod.
Well, I'm asking more about the specific details of your plan. You said that you were waiting outside for him to come out. Did you talk about that he would come out to meet you?
I think his plan was maybe for me to come in, but I would not go in there. My plan was just to sit outside, maybe in the car, and just get to know each other.
So his plan was for you to come in, but your plan was for him to come out.
Correct.
So what plan did you make that you solidified of what would happen when you arrived there at 9 p.m.?
What plan did I make?
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Could you repeat that question?
You just testified, previously you testified that the plan was he was gonna come out and you guys were gonna go for a ride together. Just now you testified that he wanted the plan according to him was that you were gonna come inside.
I'm saying, I'm thinking maybe he wanted me to come in. I don't know what was he thinking, but I can tell you that my plan was for him to come out. I don't know if he was.
Okay, so that was just your plan. That
Right.
wasn't something that you guys discussed and agreed on?
No, not at all.
Okay, so you didn't discuss that when you had the phone call with him earlier then?
We just planned to just meet up with each other. That was the plan.
At 9 p.m.?
Yes. It could have been earlier, but he had to drop off his kids, and I respect that.
Isn't that funny? And then I said maybe I can figure out a way to have like a little bus go across the bottom of the screen. Beep beep.
So, May 20th, 2022,
Like sus bus
you
written on the
upon
side of it.
yourself just show up at Kenosha Police Department at
And like
7
a
a.m.
prison,
in the
like,
morning.
you know how they tag
Correct.
buildings, the gangs do?
No one had reached
Some
out to
type
you
of
to
tag
help
graffiti
provide
writing.
No.
things. You went on your own accord.
Yes.
And do you remember that when you went to meet up at Kenosha Police Department, that you had materials that you were going to give to the detective you spoke to?
Yes. My phone of the conversations I had with him and the conversations I had prior, which was the Facebook meets or Facebook dating app.
And those were screenshots, correct?
That day, no.
You didn't give any screenshots to the detective on May 20th, 2022.
Not that day, because they were going to meet with me again.
Okay, do you remember, strike that. I'm going to show you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 235.
Oh my God, Pixie. He wanted to get her drunk at a bar or invite her into the apartment. She wanted to take a drive and show him her chastity belt.
Show you what's been
that's so
marked
funny.
again as Defense Exhibit 235. This is an email that you had sent to Detective Pereira on May 20th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And around 8:26 a.m.
Correct.
And the subject is forward last text messages I had with Zario, correct? But his name is, that was a misspelling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in there you wrote, I'm forwarding over the extra information you asked for as an attachment to this email.
Pay attention.
And the attachments were screenshots.
Yes. Now I remember. Yes, those I sent those out. I remember those. Yes.
Okay, so this is a forwarded email.
Yes.
Did you email yourself these screenshots prior?
Forwarding. Yes, I did. I kept those for my copy purposes. That's why.
So at what time though? Did you provide that email that you had forwarded to law enforcement?
Your Honor, I'm objecting the relevance of that. She testified she provided these screenshots as been identified. What does it matter if she forwarded them to herself first?
I sent them to him because that's what he asked.
Not asking about you sending them to him.
Don't cut off.
Sorry. Not asking if you sent them to him.
No, wait.
Good.
Okay, I sent them to him because he asked me for them. But I don't know if I sent them to myself or did I resend them to him because he must have said, I did not get them. I can go back and look at my email. I'm more than happy to do that.
So let's go through the screenshots. So this screenshot that you sent, and it's terrible quality, I'll try to zoom in. It might be that I have to hand you the actual exhibit. I'm going to hand you the actual exhibit just so you can see the text. But this is one where it starts about what are your plans tonight, and then basically would you be interested in meeting up? Is that an accurate depiction of what that text string is?
Yes.
Okay. And this screenshot was taken at 8:03 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So this screenshot then you had taken the day before?
What date is that? Correct.
Text string is?
Yes.
Okay. And this screenshot was taken at 8:03 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So this screenshot then you had taken the day before?
What date is that?
So you emailed these as a forwarded email to Detective Carrera on May 20th, 2022.
Yes.
This is a screenshot that says the time that this screenshot was taken was at 8:03 a.m. You agree that's the time that's up on the top, correct?
On May 19th?
I'm asking you, what date did you take this screenshot?
I don't remember.
Did you take any screenshots when you were meeting with Detective Carrera?
Oh, I don't remember. No. I sent those I sent those the moment he asked me for them, but I don't remember the dates when I sent them.
Okay, so when I'm asking, you don't remember then when?
Pause. Didn't Nicole ask her if she sent these on May 20th, 2022? She must have misspoke. Never mind.
When you took the screenshot?
I'm going to object to ask the answer. That's been asked 2 or 3 different ways at this point. She's indicated she does not remember when the screenshots were taken.
Her answer was that she doesn't remember when she sent them. She hasn't answered as to when she took them.
Did she say that she had taken them?
Yes.
Or that she received them from someone?
No, that she had taken them.
Well, how would it be a forward?
Well, her testimony, Judge, was that she didn't remember when she had forwarded the email, but my understanding was that she had sent them to herself. She said she had sent herself her own copy. So, do you remember what date you took this screenshot on?
No, I don't.
I'm going to go to another screenshot that you sent. I might need to hand this to you if you can't read it. But this was a screenshot
It says
that
right
was
at the
taken
top.
at
Pause.
7:10 a.m.
It says right at the top of the screen what time you took it, right at the very top. This one was a screenshot of the diagram of the apartment that I screenshot at Saturday, 6/26.
Yeah.
Like you don't even have to click on the picture. It just displays on the top of the thing.
Yes. The time is on top.
Sorry?
The time is on top.
So at 7:10, were you already at Kenosha Police
See,
Department?
this is where my patience eludes me.
I'm just trying to figure out what date that I did send them, but I was over there around the time, 8 o'clock in the morning.
So if you were there around 8 a.m., we know it takes 37 minutes to get to your house or get to Kenosha around. Did you take this screenshot early that morning or the day previous?
I think previous.
So then it would have been May 19th at 7:10 a.m.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. I would have to go back and look on my phone again.
May
I would have to
19th,
reopen my
Well,
phone.
that's fine. We'll just go to a different
7
one.
a.m. would be, what, about 4
This
hours
was another
before
attachment you sent with the
Sadie
time
showed
stamps,
up and
correct?
stumbled across
The
the
time on
scene?
that's 2:44 p.m., correct?
2:44.
At the top, the time that you took the screenshot.
Yes.
Because, I think this is common knowledge, but maybe perhaps not. When you take a screenshot on your phone, it's going to depict your whatever's on your phone, right? So your understanding is that if that time showed up, that would have been the time that the screenshot was taken on your cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. So you're with Detective Carrera in the early morning hours on May 20th, 2020. You'd agree that it would be physically impossible for you to have screenshot this text on that specific date, correct?
I'm going to object if possible. I think it's a mischaracterization, and she said she was there in the early morning hours, which opens up the possibility of a lot of time that day. So I think it's a mischaracterization of what's been testified to.
I can rephrase and go through it a little in more detail.
Pause. Pause. Reflecting on my notes. Just entertain me one moment. Tuesday, May 19th. Sadie shows up around 11-ish with the talking on her cell phone to a friend, calls 911, and then around 2 p.m., Michael shows up. Isn't it Michael, that guy? Michael shows up, prompted by Eileen Noel at 2 p.m., and then this lady here at 2:44 p.m. is screenshotting her last messages to Rosaleo. Don't you think 3 people that are known to have been around the victim around the time that he so-called disappeared or was severely injured or even unalived within a 3-4 hour window all just decided to look into where this one person was? Plus, on top of it, she had never met him. Correct? Oh, Becky Mills. She emailed him at 8:26 a.m. with a screenshot from 2:44 p.m. Yeah, she emailed him at 8:26 a.m. on the 20th with a screenshot from 2:44 p.m. on the 19th. Question mark? That's what my notes say. They're not always reliable, nor is my elderly, nearly senior citizen
I'll
brain.
go back to the time you sent the email.
How in the world did this even go to trial? Oops, unpause.
You sent the email at 8:26 a.m. on May 20th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
This screenshot is taken at 2:44 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So it would have had to have been taken on May 19th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
So knowing that now, does that help refresh your memory as to what date you took the other screenshots on?
Correct.
So this would have been taken at 7:10 a.m. on Monday, May 19th.
Yes.
No, Tuesday was the 19th.
And the other screenshots, the ones from 8:04 p.m. or 8:04 a.m. were also taken on May 19th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Pause.
Now, these screenshots that you sent to
Okay, so. Okay, never mind.
Detective Carrera, they're not an entirety of the string of messages that you had with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
The string of, you mean like the conversation I had with Gutierrez?
Yes.
That's the only thing I had.
So I'm going to give you Exhibit 235, and I want you to show me which attachment shows the text message that says that you're about to leave your house at 8:24 p.m.
You said at 8:40 or 8:20?
At 8:20, the one that I read to you earlier.
It's not here.
Sorry, can you say that loud?
It's not in. It's not on these sheets.
So the attachments that you sent didn't include that message, correct?
The attachment, what that I sent to the detective. I sent him everything.
But you just said that you looked through this
I looked through
exhibit
that one. It's not on
and
there.
it's not in there, correct?
Yes.
I'd ask to move Defense Exhibit 235 into evidence.
Objection?
I would ask that it be subject
I would ask that
to
something of,
redirect on it before it's officially moved into evidence.
well, seem it's subject to your request.
Why didn't you just hand Detective Correa your phone to be able to look at the text messages?
I did.
And did you allow him to complete a Cellbrite download or a download of your cell phone?
He had mentioned there was going to be 2 officers coming to my home to speak with me. And those 2 officers, I offered my phone, and they said, we just want to see the text messages. And then
Law King Kong has a really good point. She has 2 screenshots from the 20th to Rosalio that are not in Rosalio's phone records. Noted.
and they sent it to themselves.
Pause. But if on the 19th she was combing Facebook and then to some 244 takes screenshots on the 19th, and then by the 20th at 8ish in the morning she's sending emails to the detective, then why in heaven's name on the 20th would she be sending messages to Rosalio? Oh, the 18th. Okay. She has 2 screenshots. Okay, on the 18th. Okay, let me opine on that for one moment while you continue to listen to her spin a yarn, perhaps. I know you're tired. I'm tired too. This is addiction. This is addiction 101.
The detectives took your phone and sent themselves the messages.
Yes.
Okay.
Or
And
officers, I don't know if they were officers or detectives, but they reviewed my phone.
but they never took your phone completely to
No.
run any tests on it.
No.
Now,
I've got my dates and nights mixed up. Normally I'm up at 4 a.m. and I go to sleep at like
you
8
said
o'clock.
that you went to Kenosha
Now
Police
it's
Department
2:14
the
a.m.
morning of May 20th, 2020, because you had seen a Facebook post.
Correct.
But you weren't friends with Mr. Gutierrez on Facebook.
Correct.
So what Facebook post did you see?
Since I didn't hear from him the 3 days that I was just kind of like, what's going on? I was like, maybe he's married or, you know, is he not interested or what? But I saw on Facebook, it said in public, if you hear anything from Rosario Gutierrez, please contact Kenosha Police. So I'm thinking like, oh my God, what happened? So right away, I took the day off and I went straight to, I came here to Kenosha Police Station and I spoke with the detective and I explained to him like, well, not explained, but I asked him like, is there something that I'm missing? Is this guy, you know, what's going on? And he started to ask me information like, how do you know Rosario? You know, how did you meet him? And I explained to him like, I don't know too much about him. I just know a little bit of what we talked about. I gave him the whole conversation of what I had with Rosario last.
So, but back to the Facebook post. Who posted it?
I don't know.
Did you show detectives the Facebook post that you had seen?
No, I just seen it on Facebook and I just never.
At what time did you see it on Facebook?
I would think a simple Facebook search would be able to locate something like that. That wouldn't have ever been taken down.
It was like a Wednesday night. The 20th was a Thursday, right? Is that correct? It was the night before. I know it was the night before, and it was a nighttime. And I said, "Oh, geez, I gotta go over there and see what's going on."
You got to go over there.
Like come to Kenosha and find out like is everything okay? 'Cause I don't
Pause.
know. Like,
Pause.
I had
She has to drive over to Kenosha to find out what's going on with a man she never met in person, question mark. Mike's message is still there. Mike, you mean Mike that was contacted by what's her face and showed up at 2-ish on the 19th while the police were there?
conversation
Question
last.
mark.
And me working at the time period for the district attorney office, you know, my job is important. I'm a mother, you know, I don't know. I just thought the best thing to do was to give the officer my phone.
Okay, so May 20th.
Don't you find that interesting? She met the guy. I mean, I think it was like the 12th or something of May. She was supposed to meet him 5 days later for the first time. And she's so worried that she feels compelled to drive 37 miles or minutes on a work day to see what's going on. That's what I'm understanding.
Was a Wednesday. I want to go back to the Facebook post. So
Oops,
May
sorry.
19th was a Tuesday. So you're saying you saw that Facebook post the evening hours of May 19th, 2020?
Yes.
So not in the morning?
Not in the morning.
So not around 7 or 8 a.m.?
I know it was like a day or two days after. Yeah, it must have been 2 days after because I was so concerned, like he never got back to me. I kept messaging him.
Wait, I want to go. Sorry, I'm just asking about this Facebook post. So I'm going to keep it to that.
Yes.
So it wasn't around 2 p.m. mid-afternoon either. It's later than that. You see this post.
Correct.
So I want to go back now to May 17th, 2020. You thought you used Google Maps on that day, but now after seeing your screenshot, you know you used Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. And when you spoke with officers, I believe it was on the 22nd, you spoke to someone other than Detective Correa, correct?
Yes.
And you had told those officers that you were outside of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment building, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you could see the numbers on the apartment building, right?
Yes. No, it was kind of dark. I'm just following by what the maps was telling me, so it was kind of dark.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 58. Does this look like the front of the apartment building that you were waiting at?
Here, I'm going to object. Wood Creek Apartments, they're essentially all identical, so in terms of being able to, if he asked about the address specifically, if you saw that, I think that's...
Kayla says, there ain't no way I'm using PTO or sick day for some dude that ghosted me. Exactly.
Determined by the address, not necessarily...
I mean, if you think about it, she screenshots their last interactions. She's searching, investigating on her own on the Facebook.
Point may be a good one, and so
She was there, Judge.
For a guy she never met. She only
They all
met
look the
through an
same.
internet
They really do look the same.
5 days earlier.
The same door, the color of the door, from what I'm seeing right now.
The
We-
taped door?
No. It's just the color of the door.
Pause.
Okay,
Sorry.
but there's number.
If she and Rosalio's mother, do we have copy? See, this is where my patience. I should just look. I'm writing down a question. Do we have copies of her full exchange between her and Rosalio? And also, if she works for the DA, that is my understanding, is the same DA's office of Rosalio's mother. Wouldn't there have been some communication about a common denominator? Meaning, hey, is your mom the one that works with me in the DA's office? Question mark.
On top of the door, correct? Can you read the numbers that are...
It says here 3709.
Okay, thank you. So Apple Maps could have taken you to the correct address, right?
I'm going to object. She testified to where it took her. Whether or not it could have taken her to the right address, I think is irrelevant. She's testified under oath where it took her.
Judge, on direct, the state said, oh, you took Google Maps, and Google Maps took you here. We now have that she took Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. Completely different maps. So I'm able to go into this.
well, I just want to make sure this defendant who's giving the testimony, and then the attorneys talking about things that haven't actually been produced in testimony. So, again, I'll think you can cover on.
Can you repeat your question?
Yes, please.
With respect to the questions by the attorneys, occasionally lawyers, and we're all guilty of it, will form questions in such a way that assumes facts and then asks the witness to affirm them. And sometimes the witness takes a different course and doesn't directly respond to that, keep in mind that if the witness does not affirm what the question presupposes, then it's not reflective of the witness's answer. Any question about that? Okay.
So it's possible that on May 17th, 2020, you were taken to 3709 15th Street.
You're asking, was taken?
Sure, I'll
direct, is that what you mean?
Sure, I'll rephrase. It's possible that Apple Maps would have taken you to 3709, that building, on May 17th, 2020.
But it didn't guide me there. It guided me a whole different building. That's what I'm realizing.
But you said okay, so later in March of, what was that, 2022, correct?
Yeah.
2 years later, you used Google Maps to return to the Wood Creek apartment complex.
Correct.
And when you used Google Maps, it took you to the building you pointed out during direct.
Correct.
But they all look the same.
Yes.
So it's possible that when you used Apple Maps directed you to the other building. The actual building.
The actual building. It never sent me to an actual building.
But, okay, so March of 2022, you actually had gone back to that location before March 2022, correct?
With the DA and the detectives.
No, I want to talk about, the time that you went to the scene only with the district attorneys.
Well, with the people from the district attorney's office, is that what you mean?
People from the district attorney's office. You remember that meeting?
Yes.
And who were the people of the district attorney's office that you met with?
The district attorney, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Kazarian?
I'm sorry, how do you say your name? Yes, Jessica. And it's another gentleman. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name.
Can you describe what he looked like?
He's a very tall gentleman.
I'll stipulate it's DA McGravely.
The district attorney?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And how did that meeting come about?
He called me that day and he's like, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "I'm at the building where it's."
Sorry.
I'm going to ask a question. She's answering the question. I believe it should be fully answered before we move on to the next question.
I'm gonna withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Well, you can't interrupt the witness. Did you understand the question?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Can you ask me that question again, or?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
So prior to you meeting with District Attorney Mike Gravely and Jessica Kaczmarek, how did you know to go to that location?
How do I know to get to that location? Because the DA gave me the address and said, "I will meet you to that location so you can explain more detail where you parked." I said, "Okay."
So did you call the district attorney or did the district attorney call you?
They called me.
And do you remember the district attorney telling you that there's something off with the timeline?
Just the map. It was kind of like the Google Maps, and we were just kind of figuring out the map. Why did my phone directed me again to the same location where it sent me the first time?
And Attorney Gravely had asked you to do that, correct?
I'm going to object to ask her to do what?
Asked you to do that? Question was asked you to do that?
It's vague.
That's what it was, a follow-up to her answer just now about comparing the map to your phones to to Google Maps. Attorney Gravely asked you to do that, correct?
Just to kind of review my phone. And I showed him my phone. This is where my phone directed me to that other building.
But he didn't ask you to pull up it on Apple Maps, correct?
No, not that I remember.
And that was approximately 2 years after you had been to Wood Creek Apartments in May of 2020, right?
No, that was like a year ago, 2 years ago. Like a year ago. No, it was a year ago after I met up with him. It was a year.
So back now to the Apple Maps. Is it possible that where you were when you met with the district attorney is different than where you were on May 17th, 2020?
No, it was the same location.
How do you know it was the same location?
Because he called me and said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm right here where I was waiting for Rosario." He said, "This is not the building. The building's over here." And I said, "Well, you can see for yourself." And I showed it to him.
But you previously testified that all the buildings looked exactly the same.
Yes, they all look the same.
So how do you know you were at a different building?
Because the phone had a little red dot that pointed to me that was the building.
But you were using Google Maps.
And I'm going to ask and answer, I think, now we're on, time 4.
Well, the organization leaves something to be desired. Let me rephrase your question. Let's take it from there. As to what event she's talking about, and what the source of her information was, and the impression that she formed as to where she physically was.
Did you look at the apartment building numbers at any point?
I did not really pay attention, only because I was only going by what the map was telling me.
Okay, so then...
And then
nobody can hear.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's been a couple of months that the sound has been worse and worse. And it's not your fault, ma'am.
Sorry.
Unless that green light isn't lit, because then
It's lit.
Press the bar in front. Yeah? No, I don't know. I'm having terrible trouble with that, hearing from that microphone.
Can you hear me now?
She's making a
To
funny.
me, all the buildings, they look the same. The moment you drive in, they all look the same.
I was trying to come up with a little funny treat for you, but
So when you met
not
with the DA's
cooperating.
office, you used a different map application.
Correct. The Google.
So it's possible where you were on that day is different than where you were directed previously.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered multiple times. She indicated she went to the same place she had been directed before and was surprised that we weren't there.
You can cover it up.
I'm not sure. All I can say is, for some reason, God guided me that way, and I don't know why. I arrived at that same building 2 times.
Her Sky Daddy
I arrived at the
directed
same
her.
building 2 times. Both maps, both times I put it on there. If I put it on there right now, it'll probably guide me there again. I don't know.
So, but you didn't use Apple Maps when you met with the DA's office, correct?
When I went to the DA office, did I use Apple Maps? Is that what you're asking me?
When you went to the Wood Creek Apartments, when you met the district attorneys there, you did not use Apple Maps.
No, I used Google.
So you're saying all the buildings look the same. You used a different application the second time to get there. So all I'm asking is it possible that on May 17th, 2020, you were actually in front of 3709 15th Street?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's indicated she didn't really look at the numbers, and she said where she was on both dates. So we have asked this question multiple times. She's answered it multiple times, and we just keep going in circles trying to get a different result.
Judge, she hasn't answered the question. Her answer to the question each time is she used Google Maps and everything looks the same. So I'm trying to break that down, and we know she testified earlier that she used Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020, and she's not been able to provide an answer as to how she knows definitively that while using a different application, she arrived at the location that she were directed to Apple Maps on May 17th, 2020. I'm simply trying to get an answer to that.
I think the subject has been extensively covered, and it may be that the clarity that you're seeking isn't there.
You didn't read any of, on May 17th, 2020, you didn't look at the apartment building number.
On May when?
17th, 2000?
No, because it was dark and it was rainy.
You said you had your lights on?
Yes, but
I'm sorry, when it's dark
my
and
note
rainy,
was
I just
not
want to
that.
crawl
It was
underneath the
an old
blankets and
Toyota
find a
that I had
kitten.
that's not even that bright. So I couldn't even see myself. That's why I said I wait for him to come out. I'm not gonna.
But you said that you pulled up, right? So you said you pulled your car up, that you were back by the dumpster, correct?
Correct.
And that you
Plus,
pulled
she's
your
a
car
mother.
up to
Where
a
are her kids at
closer up spot,
9 p.m. on a
right,
Sunday
which would be
in the middle of May when
approximately
they probably still have school?
10 feet from the building, correct?
Correct.
With your lights on.
Correct.
And you're saying you didn't look and read what you read today, which was 3709 apartment building number. You didn't read it.
No, I didn't. I was more worried for him to even come out. I was nervous. I wanted to get to know him. All I remember seeing is a heavy-set woman coming down the stairs. There's light in the hallway, and some young guy was going down the stairs, and then he went back up. I don't know. I didn't want to get to the door and ring the doorbell or anything because I wasn't sure if it's one of those apartments that they have to buzz you in. You're not going to stand in the rain.
No, you just said that you observed we'll talk about what you observed now. You said you observed a heavier set woman going up and down the stairs?
Yeah.
Do you remember on May 22nd, 2020, saying that you saw a Hispanic male going up and down the stairs?
It was like a Hispanic male, yes.
And that you actually saw
I was just assuming her age. They were younger.
with a bag enter the apartment building?
Correct.
So you didn't see are you mistaken that you saw the black female woman going up and down the steps, that you had just seen her go in?
Yes.
Okay. And so, you said that you could see what was going on in the apartment building.
Correct.
So you were close enough to observe what was going on in the apartment building.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked if you saw any vehicles around the area when you were there on May 17th, 2020?
I saw like another Toyota, like a blue Toyota, driving past me with tinted windows, but didn't really pay attention to that.
Do you remember saying you saw a white four-door vehicle as well?
There's a lot of vehicles there, so I didn't really pay attention to other vehicles around me. Everybody's vehicle was parked.
If I was to show you wrote a statement in this case, correct?
Yes.
If I was to show you that, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
La King Kong Express says she meaning Nicole, should have ended with that 2:44 p.m. screenshot and made sure the jury saw it. But that would probably make too much sense, don't you think? Oh, man. Establish to the jury she lied to the police. It's over. Again, that would probably just make too much sense.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
The transcript
Okay,
for this
So,
is
do you remember
56
telling officers
pages.
that you saw a white four-door vehicle
I'm
as
still
well?
pondering
Yes.
how I can organize it.
So I want to go back to your screenshots. That's exhibit 235. Do you remember sending this screenshot with the timestamps of when you sent your message to Detective Correa?
Do I remember when I sent this timestamp?
This is one of the screenshots you sent to the detective, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the times that are next to your messages would have been the time that you sent those messages.
Well,
I don't know if it's my whole internet or if it's just the YouTube link. Am I dropping frames? It says in the 9 hours, 32 minutes, I've only dropped 0.1% of frames.
which incident of sending?
When she
So, and
sent
I've
the
got
actual text messages.
4 full green
But-
bars.
Your inquiry about transmission to Detective Correa?
No, when she sent those.
When they originally sent them to
Correct.
herself?
Yeah.
Your question
No,
was
when
unclear.
when she sent the text, when you send a text message on an iPhone, you can swipe right to see the time that you personally sent that text
But the
message.
question inquired when, I think, what was the time at which you sent it? And I was inquiring whether you were talking about the sent a copy to yourself, or whether it was the time when she transmitted it to Detective Correa, which was the subject of your sentence.
Can I just
No.
tell you?
Rephrase your question.
Sure.
Pause.
Can you explain what the timestamps?
Since we're on the circus thing, number one, I'm frightened of clowns except for Pennywise in the original It movie. Second of all, my boyfriend in most of high school and several years post high school, every time I would put my makeup on, I had one of those Conair mirrors that had like the lights. You could have it be like daytime, nighttime, office. And he'd walk by, I'd always do it at the kitchen table. I don't know, because I had to spread out all the stuff. And he would walk by and kiddingly start singing circus music, like do do do, as I'm putting on my makeup. It was very funny. Ivermectin. I have a phobia of clowns too. Oh my God, I hate clowns. And like I said, the original It Pennywise never frightened me. No. 3 of my 4 kids were in track, and I told them, well, they mostly preferred like the distance ones, which are horrifying to me. I was in track for a week as a sprinter. I didn't like it. Anyway, but I told them, on those long distance, at the track meet, you get kind of tired towards the end. And then, like, if you start getting tired and, you're on your last, whatever, just pretend you can hear, like, the squeak of clown shoes behind you, as to, like, give you motivation to finish that final quarter mile or whatever it is. Okay, so there we are. There, now you know all my secrets. They've been revealed.
Next to your text message.
Had I been able to do a poll, I would put up a poll. Do clones frighten you or delight you?
Indicate.
Are you talking about the delivered part?
Yeah.
It does. It does feel like a circus.
Well, it says that I left at 10:18. Is that what you're?
No, so you see that there's a bunch of different times. 9:37 p.m. We'll start with that. 9:37 p.m. See that time?
Oh, good. It's nice to know I'm not
That
alone
was
with
the
my
time
fear of
that
clowns.
Sent the text
All but
message
one.
5 minutes away to Mr. Gutierrez's phone, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And then the same for the 9:43, the 9:44, 9:52, 10:08, 10:18.
Okay. Yes.
So you got there according to this text message at 9:43.
Okay.
43 minutes after you were supposed to be there.
Yeah.
And you then leave at 10:18. According to this.
Yes.
So you just started talking to a guy and you waited around for over 30 minutes. Why?
Yes. Well, just while I was waiting for him, I was on my Facebook, so I was just kind of like waiting. I don't know if he was in the shower. I don't know if he was getting ready. But like I said, I waited for him because I thought he was a very good guy. A guy that really expresses himself a lot about his job, his mother, and his kids. To me, that really says a lot about a person. He said he's been single for a very long time, and I said, well, so was I. So, I mean, okay, well, much can I say? I wanted to wait for this person.
Even though you were scared and nervous, you wanted to wait more than 30 minutes for someone to respond that you never met before.
Well, I've been single a very, very long time. I've been divorced since 2014. So meeting somebody was very nervous. For me, I was nervous. I was very nervous.
You also called Mr. Gutierrez that night as well, correct?
I was what?
Called Mr. Gutierrez?
I did.
Multiple times.
Yes, he did not answer. That's when I thought, well, maybe he's married. And I said, oh, it's time for me to go.
And then on direct, do you remember being asked the question by the state if at this time in your life you had anyone that would be jealous of you going to meet a man? Do you remember that question?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you remember being asked on direct the question at this time on around May 17th, 2020, did you have anyone in your life that would have been jealous?
Yes.
And you remember saying no?
No.
But you did have an ex that was extremely jealous, correct?
My ex-husband? No, he already did his life. So what else can that be?
You had never, previous to this date, indicated that an individual that you had dated had, even though they were in custody, would still act.
Pause. Number 1, Half Irish says, now I think Sadie did it. I think when Detective John was here earlier, today, I was trying to get that point across about how, well, yes, it was today. He said something along the lines of, you know, when two parents are fighting over custody, yeah, yes, the fear of holes. It's not necessarily a fear, more so like if I see them, like in a photograph or what have you. Oh, don't get me started. My whole body is starting to tingle. It just gives me the willies. So it's not necessarily a fear, more like a willy sensation. The heebs, if you will. I didn't know it was a thing until my daughter's like, Mom, have you ever heard of da-da-da-da, whatever that word is, trypophobia? And I'm like, no. She's like, she started describing it. Like, you know, when you see like, something with a bunch of holes, like, oh, here it goes again. Like coral kind of, it's got all the little, I can't talk about it. And I'm like, yeah, oh my gosh, I always get the willies. And then that's how she described it. Same with many rows of teeth, many teeth, many rows. I think we're all related. No, I don't really like condone doing like the 23andMe thing, but it would be kind of interesting to see if there's a common, family side of the tree, perhaps. Even, those of you across the pond, if you will. Do you still call it across the pond if they're in Australia? I mean, it is. Anyway. Okay, where were we? Okay, this guy is creepy. I didn't know it was a thing. This was like several years ago. I had no idea. I just thought, okay, so back to this. So anyway, when he was in here and he was talking about, the defendant and, the whole thing about the children and Sadie's dating this other man and, that could be motive, if you will. And then I was trying to either explain it and did a bad job of it, or I thought better than maybe not explain it and let Sadie's testimony unfold on its own day. What is it, 7-ish? Because, in my opinion, according to the podcast, I think it was the podcast, the text exchange after supposedly Zachariah found out where he lived, he meaning Rosalio, Sadie and Rosalio have that text message exchange where, quite frankly, her tone is a little on the cray-cray side, if you catch my drift. So the two people, it sounds to me like maybe she has an anger management problem. And, she was low-ho on the totem pole, so I don't know. Now, Comer ZZZ, thank you for joining us again today on this journey. So this was, I thought was interesting too. So the phone in the freezer, not saying how I know, but it's not uncommon to put the phone in a microwave or something to avoid certain people listening in when doing drug deals. So what you're saying, sir, ma'am, is Comer. Can't tell the picture. The picture means nothing. I mean, it could be you, it could be your kitten. your mother, your sky daddy. I don't know. So what you're saying is perhaps the reason, because that seems, oh my God, and the mom cleaned the freezer first. Remember, she went right to the freezer to clean it. So if it's not uncommon to put the phone in a microwave or perhaps freezer while conducting, Detective John would know this. He did all kinds of like sting operations. Interesting. Okay, I gotta write that down. Down under. Okay, so down under and across the pond. Got it. Okay, let's continue.
Jealous if you were talking to other men and would accuse you
Business.
of talking to other men.
No. Relevance of this as well as the vagueness.
The state
yes.
opened the door.
Well, well, it needs, for certain, it needs to be clarified.
Sure.
Rephrase your question.
Do you remember having an ex-partner who you were relatively scared of?
Yes.
And that person, you had thought at points, even if he was in custody, that he was keeping track of you, correct?
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know what you're asking me. I'm sorry.
He was a jealous ex.
Yes.
And you were going on a date after you had been not dating for 8 years, 6 years.
Yeah, there's quite a few redirects. Just on that last point, we'll start there.
Noting.
Did that person have any idea you were coming down to Kenosha to meet Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
No.
Sure.
That person remarried, from my understanding. I have more children, so I don't know. Where is that question going?
How I guess I'll follow up to that. How many years ago was this jealous ex in your life?
2017, 18?
So several years prior to 2020?
Correct.
You had indicated on cross that you had seen a Facebook post in the evening hours of May 19th regarding Mr. Gutierrez Jr. Accurate?
Yes.
About him being missing?
Yes.
And upon hearing that information, what about that made you decide you needed to come down to tell what you knew about your supposed meetup with him the night of the 17th?
What made me come here?
Yes.
I'm a mother, and if anything happened to my son's 20 years old. If something happened to my son, I would need answers. And I feel like I put myself in his mom's shoes. That really hurt me. And I had to say something, step up and say something. If I have some clues or answers, I have to give this to the police. Why? Because it's the right thing to do.
And so you
At this point, she's crying over a man she never met in person.
20th, directly to the police
And she'd
station
only
at roughly
known
7 a.m.
Correct.
for
And you
5
met with Detective
days.
Korea.
Existed.
And
Hypothetically or allegedly.
when you were meeting with Detective Korea, were you trying to show him some of these messages that are on your phone?
Yes.
And so when you're with him, are you taking some of these screenshots to kind of show him what you're talking about?
Yes. I was showing him everything.
I'm going to object to leading and have that be struck from the record.
The objection does sound leading to me.
What information did you want to provide to law enforcement on the 20th regarding your interaction with Mr. Gutierrez?
Everything. Messages from Facebook to the times that I talked to him, everything. I told him where I worked. I told him everything because to me, it's like being forward and coming clean of who I am. There's nothing to really hide about.
And Subsequent to meeting with Detective Correa, did he make any requests of you in terms of getting those messages to him?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, subsequent to actually meeting with Detective Correa in person, did he request that you email those messages to him?
Yes.
And so after leaving the Kenosha Police Department, did you then take the screenshots you sent to Detective Correa?
Yes.
And did you have more email conversations where he asked you follow-up questions regarding those messages?
Yes.
And was one of those specifically about timestamps of when messages were sent?
What do you mean, like from me and Rosalio, or timestamp from?
I'll rephrase. So there was some talk on Cross about some of the screenshots being at 7:10 a.m. Do you remember that? 7:10 in the morning?
I know it was in the morning, but I don't remember exactly what time.
And then there were some that the screenshots seemingly implied they were about 8:03 a.m.
Yes.
And then some later ones that came at 2:44 p.m.
Yes.
In the original email to Detective Correa, which was shown to you with the date and time of May 20th at 8:26 a.m., did that email include the messages, the screenshots that you had from 7:10 and 8:03 a.m. that day?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, were there conversations via email with Detective Correa regarding some follow-up questions he had regarding your messages?
By email, no.
Did he request further screenshots of your messages, specifically with timestamps?
Yes.
So, where?
Well, on top of it, Stray says they're both way too weird about him. And Broken Baker, good morning. I don't know how to say good morning in... Is it Finnish or Danish? Finnish? And I thought I streamed long streams. You've met the warrior crew. Where are we at now? Okay, so full disclosure, normally I wake up at like 4 a.m. And I go to bed at like 7 p.m.
Can you just identify
9 hours, 52 minutes. Ding, 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 Danish.
Starting 5 minutes
Oh, I
away?
should know that. It's a baked good. Hello?
Yes.
And then the following page.
Pause one moment while this woman's Pinocchio. I don't know. Maybe her pants are smoldering or something. Broken Baker, good morning. Have you eaten all of that cake that you made yesterday? It looked delicious. Did you... Well, I was listening. Did you happen to use some type of chocolate ganache as a frosting? Have you ever... Oh, actually, I just came up with something else. So, 'tis the season for, Santa, and considering... I'm getting punchy now. Considering Rosalio, is kind of a ladies' man. We've been calling some of these women in the spirit of Christmas ho-ho-hos. And now with you and your chocolate cake and me now asking about ganache, now my brain went to my favorite chocolate cake, which is called a ho-ho cake. After the... what's the brand? Who makes Twinkies? The ho-hos. Hostess. The ho-hos that they sell, the chocolate, the whipped cream. Google the recipe for a ho-ho cake. It is delicious. And then you need one of those like frosting things, where you put the frosting in and then there's like a plunger and then you can like change the end of it for like if you're making leaves or flowers. There's a long skinny one with an angled end that you use to like inject some type of delicious baked good with something like, oh, I don't know, I think it's like a cream cheese and powdered sugar deliciousness type fluffy filling, if you will. Anyway, that's how my brain is putting this together. My ex left me 2 weeks before our wedding. Oh my goodness. I think I had more motive to unalive him than these women did to unalive Rosalio. Well, I hope that rat gets some karma back in his life. That's horrifying. Danish. Okay, so that'll be easy to remember now. Danish baker. I only did 9 hours, 27 minutes. I'm weak. Yesterday, I thought it was 12 hours and 40 minutes, or at least I gloated on X, formerly Twitter. But then I thought I looked and it said it was 11 hours something something. Why I said that twice without even noticing. Hostess, yes. Piping bag. Yeah, I have piping bags too, actually. But the piping bag kit, if you will, doesn't have the long skinny thing to like, do the filling. Don't see cream cheese baker will have a stroke. Okay, well, that's all part of the ho-ho cake. I'm pretty sure it's cream cheese. Could be wrong. Cream cheese, powdered sugar. Look it up. Ho-ho cake recipe. And it's got a chocolate ganache that you put over the top. It's really good. Although there were several recipes for ho-ho cake, I will have to comb over them carefully because one of the recipes of frosting, it's not really ganache. Ganache is like it looks like poured chocolate from like a fondue, those chocolate fountains, like at weddings maybe, and you put fruit on a stick, and it's kind of like that when it's like ready to go, and then it dries like a shiny. It's really good. Cheesecake. Oh no. Who doesn't like cheesecake? The secret to cheesecake is substituting the graham cracker crust. Instead of using graham crackers, use vanilla wafers and make it the same way as you would a graham cracker crust. There's a fancy restaurant downtown Minneapolis, probably not there anymore, Capitol Grill, and our friend was a waiter there, and I knew the manager there, so they'd always send over like, something for compliments of the restaurant. And one time, David, our waiter, brought over as our compliments of the restaurant dessert sampling, and their cheesecake was delicious. And so when David came by, how's everything going? I said, oh my God, this cheesecake, what is this? This is not graham cracker. And he goes, secret girl, it's vanilla wafers. So next time you make cheesecake, make sure to not use graham cracker crust. Make it exactly the same way, but use vanilla wafers. Cream cheese I hate. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, one more story and we'll get back to the testimony. I think it's almost finished. Don't hate me, but another time I was at a restaurant, it was around Thanksgiving, and and the waiter said, can I interest you in dessert? And we both said, oh, no, I'm so full, we'll take the check. Well, you could take it to go. And I'm thinking, that might be a good idea. And I'm like, what do you have in mind? And then they said something about sweet potato cheesecake. Now, I'm like, ew, that sounds disgusting. And she goes, oh, but it's not. And it has a gingerbread crust. So the sweet potato cheesecake is a graham cracker or vanilla wafer gingerbread crust. And so we ordered it, took it to go, ate it, and it was so good. Probably the best cheesecake I've ever had. Cheesecake is probably okay. He's probably sitting at home. Well, I don't know him very well, but I'm tasting with all this. He's probably got his ears like this. No, not that. Okay, I promise I won't do it anymore. Okay, we're almost finished here. I'm sorry.
235.
Okay, hopefully you're not afraid of clowns or holes, trypophobia. We were talking that earlier. Well, maybe I shouldn't tell him that. He'll use that as ammunition against me. Never mind.
Is that a screenshot of those same exact messages, but from 2:44 p.m. with the timestamps next to them?
Yes.
And after you had sent the original messages from 7:10 or 8:03, did Detective Korea ask you for ones with the actual time and date stamp of all of the messages being sent, not just the top one?
He asked me for all the messages, so I sent him everything that I had.
So, back to Defense Exhibit 235, the 7:10 screenshot doesn't have all the times next to it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so, you have an iPhone, is that true?
Correct.
And so, in your familiarity with iPhones, when messages are sent in quick succession, is usually the timestamp only at the top of the message that are sent quickly? Or in a short succession, I guess I should say?
Speaking of which, where
So
is
if
Gravely?
you would look at messages on your phone,
I just realized we
normally
still
without
have
doing anything else,
we
would
still
it
have a
appear the way
special
it does
Muppet
at
friend.
7:10 a.m. where it just simply starts your
Maybe he
messages at
disappeared.
9:37?
Objection leading.
Yes, it is.
Is this the normal way your phone would appear if you just took a screenshot?
Yes.
What extra step, if any, do you have to take on an iPhone to get additional times for date stamps next to it?
You have to hit the screen, push back. It's like extra work, I would say. So
You have to
grab your
slide it
phone,
over.
push back, and then snap it.
So
Oh,
you
I
would
didn't know
have
you
to
could
take
snap
additional
those.
steps to do that.
Correct.
And so if you had originally sent the screenshots to Detective Korea, would it have been a request from him or somebody else for you to do that extra step?
What do you mean? Like if it would be from him,
When you took the initial ones at 7:10 and 8:03 a.m., you didn't take that extra step.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Subsequent to that, you took that extra step.
Right.
Was that a request that law enforcement made of you to get the exact times your messages were
Yes.
sent to you?
He just said, make sure you get the times. And I must have sent that one first and then just kind of start working through the other ones.
So there were multiple communications and sending of messages to Detective Korea as part of this case.
Right. Yes.
Now,
Oh, that's right. Gravely's not there because of the whole Nettie kerfuffle that caused the mistrial. Got it. Thank you for reminding me.
And sent. And so, in looking at Defense Exhibit
You're the
235,
best.
this first email you have with Detective Correa, which you testified to, comes through at what time?
8:26
a.m. on the 20th? So if you had to take additional steps to do that extra piece for 2:44 p.m., would that message have to have come through to the detective after May 20th at 8:26 a.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to show you that map again of the Wood Creek Apartments. The night of May 17th, which building specifically did your whatever map program you use take you to where you thought you'd be meeting Mr. Gutierrez Jr.? Which building on there? If you'd like to get up on pro.
I'm going to object as far as it's kind of argumentative and testimonial in that this witness at length on cross was not able to definitively say which building she was at on May 17th, 2020.
Maybe it was the way you asked the question. I don't know. I'm not suggesting that's the correct answer. I'm just saying I don't know. The witness can speak for herself. You can ask on recross.
So on May 17th, that's the building your GPS took you to?
Yeah.
And when you testified on cross regarding meeting up with myself and District Attorney Gravely, what building did your GPS take you to on that day? So that same building? And you'd indicated that there was a little bit of surprise from the District Attorney's office in terms of the fact that that was the building you were at?
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Your Honor, they opened the door to it and she testified to it.
Well,
I'll withdraw my objection. I'll withdraw my objection.
You know what, I'll withdraw the question. So, on both May 17th and in March, when you met with the District Attorney's office, that's the same building that you were taken to?
Keep using the term taken to. Directed to, maybe?
Sure. She's also leading judge.
Well, she's just repeating what she already said.
Then ask and answer.
I'll move on.
Bless you.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Any question?
Yes. Back to the GPS or the map application that you were using. You were using a different map application on May 17th versus the time that you met with the District Attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with the District Attorney's office, when you met with Mike Gravely, where did he meet you? If you could point out on the map, where did he meet you when you met with him?
Here, and I believe he was somewhere else, and he was asking me, "Where are you?" And
Thanks
I
for
told him
swinging by,
right at the
Baker.
location where I was at.
Enjoy your morning wake-up beverage, whatever it is.
Supposed to meet Rosalio
Coffee, tea, cocktail.
from this angle, and I was already parked here, waiting for
I'll
him.
see you soon.
So previously you told law enforcement that you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And then it's only after you met with the District Attorney, Michael Gravely, that you are now saying you were in a different location?
There was 3 different.
It's a yes or no answer.
No. I don't allow lawyers to restrict witnesses like that. Go ahead, ma'am.
There was 3 different times I moved. When I arrived, in the beginning I said.
Which date?
I'm sorry?
Which date?
May 17th.
Okay, go ahead.
2020. I arrived and I parked over here and I waited for a couple of minutes and then I parked by the dumpsters.
This is non-responsive to my question.
Go ahead with your answer.
And after I waited a few minutes, I parked right in front of the building.
I'm going to ask you the same question again. You can sit down. You previously said May 17th, on May 20th and May 22nd, when you talked to law enforcement, when you talked to the detectives, you told them you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez.
For those of you who are listening, La King Kong Express. Sure, she can't find the number of the apartment, but can find it from a satellite view. Excellent observation again. She can find it from satellite view of an area that she lives 30-ish minutes and or miles away, roughly. And it's not like that satellite view was like, of individual homes, where each one may or may not have, we have cookie cutter neighborhoods basically. So
Gutierrez's apartment. You then, when meeting with the district attorney, Mike Gravely, said you were in front of a different building, correct?
That's the only building that I was at when I was supposed to meet Rosalio. I don't know where does he really live. I know that's the building that old map's guiding me to.
Well, when he texted you, he gave you his apartment building number, right? He gave you his apartment number, 1B, correct? And when you had that information, you then told law enforcement you were at his apartment.
I just pointed out the building that I'm thinking that's where.
meaning she was at his apartment versus at his apartment building in the car waiting like she claims. Despite having, as La King Kong previously mentioned, 2 Corona beers opened. I thought it was 1 and 1 water bottle. But that's a detail La King Kong probably has ingrained in his brain. I don't know what this is with the spins. We're almost finished. Come on, internet. Don't disappoint us. Are we dropping frames? No. In 10 hours. Oh, there we go. Remember her sky, wait, pause. No, I don't need to pause. One thing for clarification, I'm pretty sure in the podcast, the text messages between her and Rosalio were alluding to the fact that, like, the first, when she sent the screenshot of where she was going, where the directions were taking her, it wasn't even in the right town.
I had asked you, the state had asked you about the meeting with the district attorney's office just now.
Like, it wasn't that she had the wrong Google mapped building. She had the wrong town. Same address, different town.
Were you
I think.
expecting that phone call?
She drinks water on dates that began at 10 p.m.
I was
on a Sunday, on a work night.
And I was looking for the other lady that was with him. And I was standing in that same building that I just pointed out, and I didn't see them. So I was just waiting and waiting. Finally,
I'm starting to think my computer is inflicted with the same thing. Once we're over the target,
They said, "Where are you?"
doesn't
I
want to
said,
work.
"Right in front of the building."
So I'm sorry. The phone call you received from Attorney Gravely asking you to meet him at the scene,
Yes.
were you expecting that phone call?
What phone call? From him?
Yes.
No, I was expecting to meet him at that same building.
But, okay, you keep saying you're expecting to meet him at that building, but prior to your expectations of meeting him at that building, were you expecting the first phone call where he called you to tell you to meet him at Wood Creek Apartments?
No, I wasn't expecting that because we were here and we met up here at the DA office. We talked about it and he says, "We're going to meet you over there and I'll see you shortly." I said, "Okay, then I'm going to head over there right now."
So prior to
So there was no phone call? Sorry with the spends. I mean, seriously, I think she's done very soon. See, you'd think every single time I get the spins, I'd start getting dropped frames, like accumulating, and that is not happening. Or like the kilobytes per second would go down or something. That's not happening. I don't understand what this is. CPU usage is very low. Oh, see, now we're back down to quality of 320 again. Or 360. Is this a buffer problem? Is this a refresh problem? Oh man, I did it again. Why? It's aliens. Okay, she's almost
I
finished.
just pointed out the building that
See,
I'm
now we're back
thinking
at,
that's
look,
where he lived.
look, we're back in HD again. That is so weird. I might not be in the wrong right spot because I forgot to write down where we were again. Oh wait, I think I did this already. Look at her face. Look at her.
I had asked you, the state had asked you about the meeting with were you
waiting
to meet him at the scene?
Yeah.
Expectations of meeting him at that building.
Okay, then I'm going to head over there right now.
Okay.
In that meeting.
So basically that I'm going to be subpoenaed and that I have to come in court and testify. That's it.
And
as a witness. That's like, and I asked him questions like, well, did we hear anything about Rosario? What happened? What's going on? Nothing. He didn't say nothing. He just said be prepared. Well, it was very briefly. We weren't here very long. He just met up here, just told me we're going to go back to the scene and you're going to explain to me, the lady who was there, and you're going to tell us what exactly, where were you parked?
So he told you that he needed you to tell him where you were?
Yes.
Because something wasn't adding up, correct?
He didn't say that, nothing. He didn't say something wasn't adding up. He just said, we're just going to go back and you can explain a little more detailed where were you parked.
But he did tell you that your timeline
yes.
didn't
add up to the evidence.
No, he didn't say it didn't add up. He just said, we just need to know what time, how long were you at that, where were you parked exactly?
But he told you there was an issue with your timeline.
I'm gonna object to ask Nancy. She's used even timeline multiple times, and she said that's not what he said to her.
This shall exhaust the line of inquiry. Go ahead. Did you understand the question?
Yes. And he didn't say something that did not add up. He just said, we just need to go there and kind of give us a little detailed information. Where were you parked?
That was my second to last question. My last question was, there was some issue that he had with the timeline, and that's why he then wanted to take you to the scene.
Well, she said he had not said that. Now your question.
I feel that's like that train song, like You Can Do It, or Bob the Builder, Yes We Can. No. What's the one about the train? Like, you can do it. I don't know. I mean, we're so close to the end. Come on now. Still not dropping frames. I wonder if it's the browser. Maybe I should switch browsers. I used to use Brave browser on my MacBook. Yeah, you have to do that yet. Experiencing interruptions. Find out why. Yes, I'd like to know why, but not right now.
Would be speculation for this witness.
I'll move on. So who then called you to meet? How did you know to come to the district attorney's office to meet prior to you going to the scene?
One of the ladies, she works at the DA office. I'm sorry. Is she an advocate, or I'm not sure. What was her name? Heather?
Sorry, are you asking the state official?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember one of the ladies that called me to inform me to meet with the DA.
So it wasn't, you hadn't called the district attorney's office?
No, they called me to tell me to come to the office, and we were going to discuss a little bit on what was going to happen. I was going to get subpoenaed, and I was going to, come to a court date. That's it.
Was it Attorney Bravely's idea to take you to the scene of the crime?
I don't know if it was his idea or not. I just was told to go to the scene.
But it wasn't your idea?
No.
You didn't offer to go there?
No.
And then when you were at the scene with Attorney Bravely, after...
Nothing. He asked me, where were you parked? How long were you here? What time did you move your vehicle? Like those 3 times that I moved my vehicle, where was I parked? And he asked me in the beginning, like, where are you? And I said, I'm at the location at that building. He says, are you sure? And I said, yes, I'm at this building. This is where Google and Apple guided me to go, and I was told that that's not the building.
Mike, Attorney Bravely told you that's not the building, correct?
My understanding, that's how I took it, that's not the building.
So, just, if you can answer the question directly.
What do you mean?
No, my question, sorry. You're fine. The district attorney told you when you were there, that's not Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Right, yes.
And then, did he take you to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
No.
So after you take Google Maps to that location at the request of Attorney Bravely, Attorney Bravely says, that's not it, and that was everything?
That's it.
Nothing further.
Any question?
Two questions. When you gave your first statement to law enforcement back on May 20th, it was memorialized on the 22nd, and you said you were in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Did you believe that the apartment you pointed out to us twice was Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And knowing what you know today, Do you have any guess which of those buildings on there is actually his real apartment?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Let's break, folks. And let me ask that you return at 1:30. And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, and don't discuss the case with anyone, even members of your household or fellow jurors. Any questions? Thank you.
She's probably like, get me the hell out of here. I need a Corona with a lime and a water chaser. Pause. 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 13 seconds is where we are going to end. Day 6. Day 6. Testimony. Pixie, I'm so old. I remember the record read-along versions too. Okay, so then I had a flashback. My second grade teacher, I want to say her name was Mrs. Dahl. Not spelled like D-O-L-L, but D-A-H-L. Mrs. Dahl with the record player and puppets. And the puppet would talk while she read the book. Pretty sure that's how it went. She also had a song. Let me see if my brain can remember it. It cannot. But she had a song that I used to sing to the kids all the time. It's like right on the tip of my... Anyway, Mrs. Dahl's song, it's written down. All right, so here we are. So tomorrow is Tuesday. No, today is Tuesday. Oh, we got to change the ticker quick before we leave. Where's the ticker? Here it is. Today is day, according to my calculations, day 1316 that Mr. Zachariah Anderson, born 7/5, July 5th, 1980. So during our conversation earlier about adding it to our calendar to send him some birthday greetings, albeit they will be photocopies of color photocopies at least of what you send to him is what it is. So today, Tuesday, the 26th of December, once I fall asleep and then I wake up and I have my coffee and I figure out who's doing what, we will continue. Day 6. You are all amazing, wonderful people. I am so blessed to have met all of you. It's a Christmas miracle, if you will. I have my notes. I'll try to bring up my whiteboard. We might need to start doing scrums. For those of you who are in IT tech, scrums you might understand. I don't really know how to do it, but I do know it involves Post-it notes, a big giant whiteboard, and whiteboard markers. All right, so with that, I bid you adieu, and we will see you soon. Sleep well, my friends, and goodbye for now.